Content warning. Listener discretion advised. This audiobook contains material that may be disturbing or triggering to some listeners. Themes include graphic violence, sexual content, references to rape and sexual assault, depictions of war and combat trauma, murder, torture, and ritual sacrifice, emotional and psychological abuse, death, grief, and severe loss, religious and political conflict, supernatural horror, demonic possession, and dark magic. This is a work of adult epic fantasy, exploring intense themes through complex characters and morally gray decisions. Listener discretion is strongly advised. If you are sensitive to any of the above topics, please proceed with care. Princes and Priests by Angela MacDonald, copyright 1992, all rights reserved. History. In the Second Age of the world, the inhabitants of the great fertile southern continent of Lowen were instructed by their goddess Raz about the realms and how to open the gates between them. She taught them of demons and how to bind them with deals. Empowered with the strength of their demons, the Razans moved to conquer the world. The demons were cunning and learned how to manipulate the deals for their own agenda. The demonic power caused the Razans to turn against each other in an intense struggle for power. As war broke out, they began to manipulate not only the Razans but all races. In the places of massive conflict, the energies of high magics lingered, warping the very fabric of creation. All of the races struggled to survive in a world gone mad. They warred against each other and against the demons who had turned their masters into puppets. To counter the power of the demons, the Purton adepts gathered in a sacred place, on a great hill, and offered their own blood to open a new gate. The sacrifice and surrender of the adepts' souls allowed the angels to enter the world. The legions came, led by Armon, the archangel. The angels spread out over the world to aid all the races against the Razans. With strength and wisdom, Pert led the fight against Raz with Armand at the head. Soon, the other races joined in. The Razans were driven from their conquest of the world back to their own lands. There, the final battle was fought. So great and terrible were the final days that the power released turned the once fertile lands into stone. The heat was so intense, fields of glass stretched out as far as the eye could see. The Razan were hunted into the very depths of the barren desert that now replaced the once teeming jungle. With the races of the world nearly destroyed in the war, the people limped to their homes as they could. A few had no way to escape Lowen or no home to return to, and so remained on the coasts. They took up posts against the Razan and became known as the Deccan. 12 angels chose to stay in the land of Pert to guide and dwell with the people, not just fight the war. Armand and the other 11 great angels taught the Pertons the true way and the secrets of heaven and hell. Doing so, they began the greatest religion the world had ever known. To begin in their aid and rebuilding of Pert after the war, the angels created 12 great wells of power. Here, the warped energy of the world would purge itself and thus become usable. It gave the Pertons the power and security they needed to begin to heal the planet and all on it. To safeguard this amount of raw power from abuse, the wells were keyed to the 3 daughters of Armand, Arul, Landra, and Tira. Only their descendants would be able to inherit the wells. To stop the chance of more demons returning, the angels were left with no choice but to seal the gates that had been opened. Armand and the angels who yet lived gathered together. They carved laws into great stone pillars with their own blood. They gave so much power to the magic that death took them. The laws became part of the magic of the world. Despite what the angels had done, the world was so badly warped that people could barely get crops to grow. Children failed to be born, and the world itself trembled and shifted constantly. After desperate decades that turned into centuries, the strongest and wisest of the Pertons gathered together and made a plan to aid the world as a whole. The greatest and most warped continent, Bracken, would be sealed away inside a magic barrier. This would trap the harshest energies within and give the rest of the world time to heal. Then, when the time came, the masters of the world as a whole would lower the barrier and use their combined powers to heal the last continent. Under the guidance of the first Empress of Pert, Arel, daughter of Armon, the Great Barrier Shield was raised. The barrier was meant to be taken down and the tainted continent healed, but when the designated time came, the world was not ready. There were still too many warped lands outside the barrier. The entire line of Arel had been lost to war, and the dynasty of Pert had gone to the line of Landra, second daughter of Armand. Her descendants were called von Armand in honor of her father. Millennia passed, and still the barrier never came down. It remained intact far beyond the intended time frame and into the rule of Tyrell von Armand, the 13th heir in the line of Landra. By the time of Tyrell's reign, the warped lands were healed enough to bring down the barrier, but the political demands of the daily lives of those in power prevented it. The magic of the barrier was taken for granted. Then, the Empire of Pert was staggered by a set of events that rocked the world. The Holy Pontiff of the Church of the Angels died unexpectedly. At the same time, Emperor Tyrell vanished along with most of his personal army. Tyrell von Armand, the son of Tyrell, was a great priest and saint who was heir to the throne of Pert, and the throne of the Holy Church was lost. He became the greatest grief of all the world when he was said to have gone insane, murdering his wife and children with such brutality that the place was still cursed 5,000 years later. Tyrell disappeared, and none could say where he went. Grief-stricken, the remaining masters of the world stood in shock as Jerome, the human partner to the missing prince, took over the great Pertan Empire and the pontificate of the Church. They could do little but watch as the once great empire became unrecognizable. In despair, they saw the bloodlines of Armand vanish as the barrier shuddered and shifted. Without the line of Armand to contribute power to assist in removing the barrier, it would not be long before the aging magics of the barrier would destroy the world. Princes and Priests by Angela MacDonald, copyright 1992, all rights reserved. Introduction, Shipwreck. Slowly, Shannon's awareness lifted. Something had stirred him from his deep trance. His energy settled back into the form of his body, accepting the burdens, the tensions, and the pain that held him together. He opened his eyes slowly. His heart convulsed back into a semblance of a rhythm. He made his body draw in a breath that filled what remained of his lungs. As always, the first few inhales and exhales he had to set into motion consciously before habit took over. Something on the ship was wrong. The runes he had carved deep into the timbers long ago were flickering to life. They ran along every seam and edge, every pole and rail, every doorframe and beam, the entire length of the ship. Here in the captain's cabin, glimmers of light flashed faintly along them. Something was very wrong indeed. He rose from his chair with the grace that whispered of his ancient race. At the door, Shannon paused before stepping out. Beyond the walls of the unlit and shielded cabin, the world pressed against him like the brilliant sun and heat of a desert. He gave himself a moment to adjust to the energies. He closed the door softly behind him. To him, the world was more light and energy than solid matter. He saw people as glowing matrices of life and thought, emotion and heritage, all spun together into form. All things, sky and water, wood and stone, blood and bone, all were made of energy. Wizards had to shift sight to see the world as he did. He had to shift his own to see the mundane world as mortals did. He tightened his shielding against the heartbeats and glow of the souls on board. The wizard crew of this ship needed to tighten their shields. They were leaking far more energy than they should. Many of them were simply too lax. He would speak to Elliot about it. Far more noticeable than the lazy wizard crew, like sun glare in the eyes, were the two priests on board. Their presence had been the reason he had gone into trance as soon as he was on the ship, even before they had left the harbor. Shannon blocked them out even more. He scanned to the east. There was a darkness building out there that was about to tear across realms. Without even needing to, he knew there were demons at work. There was a lot of them, and they were working together. Shannon cut across the main deck toward Elliot. The captain was dressed as flamboyantly as a drunken dwarf might be. Elliot was hard to miss. Between his face and his clothes, he looked like some hero from a Ramdellin romance novel. His brilliant yellow coat was long and studded with black diamonds, green opals, and griffin quills. He could have bought a small kingdom with that coat, if he had wished for such. Instead, he wore it day to day, as most men would wear plain cotton. Captain Elliot's daily wardrobe didn't stop there. His ears, wrists, and waist held a king's treasury worth of gems, gold, and silver. The captain had faced a lot of things, but poverty was not something he had ever suffered. Shannon had warned Elliot that such an arrogant show of wealth might hurt him one day. Of all the advice Elliot had ever taken from his uncle over the years, humility was not one. A full-blooded Purton, Elliot was one of the last members of Shannon's family. The captain had no idea what that meant. No one did, and Shannon worked hard to keep it that way. His bloodline also made him stunningly good-looking. His long black hair fell in coils that seemed too perfect to be natural or wind-tossed. His blue eyes caught and held attention, often making men back down, but women tended to fall in love easily with those eyes. His racial features and agility were famous among the pirates of the world, and for good reason. Shannon had magic to keep eyes from noticing him, but Elliot did not, and it worried Shannon every time he was reminded at how remarkable his nephew was. Elliot was on the quarterdeck talking to his first officer with a scowl and a hint of annoyance. He was in a short temper. Likely he felt what was building to the east, but on such a subconscious level, he had no idea why he was so agitated. Elliot wore very powerful and complex shields that Shannon had put on him over a decade ago. Barely a hint of Elliot's energy escaped those shields, and what did escape made him look like a simple man with nothing more remarkable to him than his blue eyes and black hair. The shields were solidly protecting him from attack, but unfortunately blocked certain insights he might otherwise pick up on.
"Uncle,"
Elliot said, stopping the conversation with the first mate and turning to Shannon. He knew something was wrong. Once Shannon went into trance on a trip, he stayed there until they came to harbor. It was simply best for everyone if he did. His tolerance was far too short, and his rules much too harsh for most men. When Shannon was on deck, men died, and all the crew knew it. Tori quickly moved to the far side of the deck. Shannon looked from the energy he could see building to the northeast. Mortal eyes would not see what he could. The power had not torn through realms yet, but when it did, it was going to be impressive.
"There is a dark wind to the east,"
Shannon said simply. Elliot looked, but his eyes only saw blue sky. To all reason, it seemed that the weather was perfect, but Elliot had learned to trust Shannon. Not so long ago, Elliot had been as difficult and arrogant as his father had not been. That had changed when Elliot had been attacked by the elven priesthood, and Shannon had been his only ally, appearing seemingly out of nowhere. Shannon had stood between a beaten Elliot and the elves who had killed his entire crew, stolen his wife, and were out to destroy his small son. In that moment, Elliot had seen a hint of the power in the man he knew as his uncle. When Shannon had pulled Elliot's son Dave from the hands of an elf, bent on the destruction of the boy's soul, and had healed the wounds inflicted on the two of them, Elliot's eyes had been opened. Elliot had seen the depth of the vast magics Shannon held, as well as his love and concern for Elliot and his son. Everything had changed between them.
"Drop anchor, or try to outrun it?"
Elliot asked softly.
"We will have to cut west a good ways to catch the current and wind, to have a hope to outrun a storm."
If the storm was being created by elves, or just about anything else for that matter, Shannon would have said to cut back toward the coast and drop anchor. He could hold out against almost any attack, but this storm was spinning with Jerome's cursed energy.
"Outrun it, Elliot. There is no other option."
Elliot didn't ask for explanations or hesitate. He shouted out orders. Lifting his hand, he brought the runes carved into the masts of the ship to full power. As they flushed with power, the ship lurched forward, and the sails actually fell limp as the following wind was equaled by the ship's forward momentum. Over the captain's door were carved very specific magics that would blur and confuse all magic signatures on board. With a glance, Shannon activated the highly illegal glyphs. With priests on board, it was better to be certain that they could not pinpoint who was doing what. Much of what this ship might require to outrun the storm would be outlawed, and if Shannon had to use any magic of his own, he would rather have it all confused and muffled from the senses of any passengers. It was unlikely either of the priests would know how to look for the glyphs, and less likely to know how to take them down. Elliot, as the ship's captain, would have the legal right to protect his ship from the storm, but the rest of the crew, including Dave or Shannon, would not be exempt from prosecution for using magics. It was better to take precautions now. Spells active, Shannon crossed the decks toward the forecastle. It would be better to be on a higher deck to watch the sky as things came at them. It had been a long time since Jerome had made any motion against him, but it had also been a long time since Shannon had left Norwood. Shannon couldn't help but worry that Jerome had somehow figured out why this ship was the one Shannon always chose. This was not going to be easy or pleasant for anyone. Racing across the deck, a small boy almost ran into his legs. Shannon had to catch the child to not step on him. The moment Shannon lifted the small weight off the deck, he felt suddenly off balance, and almost as if he knew the soul inside the fragile body in his hands. It lasted only a flicker of a moment, and the feeling passed. Trying to place how he might know the boy, or some relation of his, Shannon set him back on his feet. Shannon had barely let go of the boy when his mother caught him back, a protective hand on her son's chest, pulling him to her legs. She seemed a simple woman at a glance. Her clothes and her look implied that she was of low means, but her shields were impeccable. Not so much as a breath of emotion or the energy that came with it emanated from her. Shannon had met master adept empaths unable to maintain such shielding. It was so impressive he had to stop and actually look at her. Whoever she was, and for whatever reason she dressed so plainly, she was anything but common.
Take no offense, Master Pertan. Ha.
A big Aziran laughed from the side rail where he lounged, smoking an ivory pipe.
The poor maid doth seem to have lost her power of speech at your face. Ha.
He roared with laughter, and Mock bowed to her in an obvious insult that the two seemed to already have been working on.
Take the boy below,
Shannon said to her. The Aziran, he noticed, had a faint glow to his soul that seemed out of place with his manners, and he sported a wardrobe to rival Elliot's. Other than noticing these peculiarities, Shannon ignored him.
A storm is coming.
He stepped past the woman and her child to get to the next deck level. He had no time to even be curious who these two were. The chance they would live through the day was slim, and they meant nothing to him.
Go to hell, Ivan,
he heard the woman mutter in common trade.
Never seen a Pertan before?
Ivan teased her further, but Shannon's focus was on the gathering storm, and he paid no attention to the two and their conversation.
David,
he said, spotting Elliot's son hauling on ropes with the men.
Go help the captain.
Dave looked about to object to having to leave his place with the men. The young man perceived the order as an insult, but the reality was that even at his young age, he already far surpassed his father in power. Once, Elliot had been a very powerful wizard, but those days and that power had been lost in the elven attack, and Elliot simply needed his son's help. Watching Dave go, Shannon whispered out magics gathered over time and across realms. He added more shields to his nephew to hide any magic Dave might work in the hours to come. Shannon had just reached the steps to the forecastle deck when the ship leaned, and at speeds no normal vessel could handle, they cut west and away from the southern route they had been on. They needed to get a good 90 leagues further out to catch the mid-current. There, ocean and wind would push them southward with a speed that, when amplified by the magics, would get them down to Et in under 3 days if need be. Shannon glanced up to the rigging and the magics within it, with a sense of pride and hope as Dave's energy added to the spells his father had activated. With hope came fear. Should anyone else ever know the truth of who Dave was, not even Shannon could guarantee his safety. Dave had no comprehension of the power he held, and even less of the bloodline he alone, in all the world, kept alive and viable. If prayers had any hope of being answered, Shannon might have prayed to the angels to protect the young man, but Shannon's prayers were only met with bitter silence now, and the task of keeping Dave safe fell to Shannon alone. The angels had deserted Pert. Shannon looked west, where even at this distance he could feel the barrier shield like the static prickle of lightning just before it strikes. Even in its old age, the barrier was quite impressive. It was 10,000 years overdue to come down, but still was as solid as stone should a ship hit it. Nothing went in and nothing came out. At times, pirates had found the ruins of ships, timbers crushed to little more than sawdust, washing away from the shield. Its weight was tangible enough, it displaced water, and while you could see through it if the weather was right, passage was not an option. He brought his attention back to more immediate concerns. In his mind, he expected the energy glare on the section of deck he was headed for to be the dwarven cleric. Both of the holy men were shielded with skill, but it was a constant irritation to have two powerful priests on board. The dwarf, who had boarded right before him, was a true cleric, and few in this age reached that level. Shannon actively tried to ignore both of them, but the dwarf seemed to ever be in his path. Shannon's foot hit the deck a little hard, and for a moment he felt a sick twist to his tension about the oncoming storm. It was not the dwarf whose energy he was feeling so strongly, and there was more to this building storm than just a random attack by Jerome. This attack had to be triggered by Shannon's proximity to Oirion. For a moment, Shannon thought he had to be wrong about this storm. Oirion was supposed to be just north of the Valrine border in Norwood. He should not be anywhere near Owens. The man had no reason to be on the water, certainly not on this ship of all ships. If he had been anywhere near, Shannon should have felt it. Shannon might have been witnessed with a flicker of a startled look if anyone who knew him well enough had seen him at that moment. Shannon focused on the man across the deck to be certain. Elliot caught up to him on the top step with a question on his lips, but Shannon cut him off.
What is ShaHaNon doing on your ship?
Shannon demanded. Elliot gave him a baffled look, then followed his eyes to the man at the rail. The famous hunter looked ill, haunted, and maybe a touch seasick.
I had no idea who he was. Just a man who wanted to get south to Krish. Is it a problem?
Elliot asked, confused. Shannon wanted to point out that if it wasn't a problem, he would not have mentioned it. It was bad enough that Oirion was so law-abiding, but he was also a hunter, for God's sake. Oirion would not tolerate anyone using forbidden magics, not even a ship's captain. Everything beyond that was just more layered and confusing than Shannon cared to think about. He had spent a great deal of time avoiding Oirion. Nothing good ever came out of it when Shannon ran into Oirion. Things just got far more complicated. Shannon might have sworn if he was any other man, but his expression was little more than a flicker of a scowl across his brow. Shannon twisted more power into the runes that would hide the magics of the crew from the eyes of a priest, and more specifically from Oirion. If Jerome had any idea of the power of ShaHaNon, this storm was going to be far more difficult to escape from than any assault Jerome had made since the beginning. Inside the black glove Shannon wore, his golden scar began to bleed, forcing him to shift his focus from fighting his concern about the priests to shielding against Jerome. That scar had once been sanctified rings, one for his priesthood and the other for his wedding vows. Now both were an ever-burning reminder of his soul-bound partner's betrayal. Shannon had been fighting with Jerome for 5,000 years. He now had shields and magics that sprang to life when triggered by his own blood or Jerome's proximity. Magics laid into every fiber of his clothing spanned realms and offered instant relief from every angle, but nothing could stop the pain. The shields blocked Shannon off from his former partner, but also from the world. It dampened awareness of magics about him, but he was going to need the further protection. He felt his own cold power rise up to choke down the part of him that buzzed and twisted inside his mind and soul. Shannon was about to turn back to the lower decks, but Oirion caught his eye and almost seemed to recognize Shannon. That glance was the most unsettling thing of the day, and today seemed to be one unsettling moment followed by another. Orion's focus, however, went from Shannon to the east. Shannon turned to look just as a flash of lightning cracked across the sky, filling it with dark clouds that had not been there moments before. The demonic magics and pressure of the storm rushed out of the east at them with such force that they could see the wind across the water's surface. It ripped the smooth waters into white caps and kicked up spray off their tops. Lightning began to flicker in the dark clouds that were rushing at them. Shannon shifted his footing and reached out ever so gently, lest the priests feel any hint of his magics. He took hold of the crew, spinning their emotions into wards of protection against the evil in that wind, but also into strength. Shannon would be able to keep them on their feet for however long it took for them to outrun Jerome and his minions. Elliot roared orders. Shannon held the rail, his mind on the magics he was working.
"That can't be natural,"
Oirion said, joining Shannon on the steps down to the main deck.
Get below, Father.
Elliot ordered Oirion.
Things are about to get a little rough.
Oirion nodded and moved to get off the open decks. Elliot joined Shannon just as the wind reached them. Shannon was aware of Orion staggering at the force generated by the wind hitting the ship, but Shannon's shields held. The hunter had to feel the dark stain in the magic behind that storm, and if he had not felt seasick before, he certainly would feel ill now. Elliot swore and rushed to command his crew. Shannon set his feet and turned his attention to the crew and the magics they would depend on. The ship shuddered and strained. Waves slammed up over the aft. The sea rolled upward, and for a moment, Shannon was looking directly down at nothing but a seeming chasm of dark magics and blowing water. The ship reached the top of the wave before rushing down the far side. Magics flared in the effort to hold the ship together. Activated power lit up the rails and masts with enough glowing energy that every sailor could see in the utter darkness that was suddenly upon them. Without such magic, the next crushing wave would have ripped them to splinters, crushing bone, casting every man into the depths and their souls, into the hands of the demons behind the storm. As it was, glyphs and runes began to crack and burn. Shannon closed his eyes and stood as solid as the dragon that formed the prow of the ship. Another wave slammed up over the stern, and he felt several sailors cast out their invisible magic ropes to try to hold on. One of the ropes snapped, and its owner was swept away. It was not a good start to what promised to be a very long trial. Silence descended in Shannon's mind. All his focus was on the magics he held in his hands. He could not falter with the energy of the souls now so afraid. If he slipped at all, the result could be devastating. It would affect far more than just those few souls upon this ship. He cooled his mind and slowed down all thought to think of nothing other than the energies he directed. Time seemed to stop altogether, and his discipline held in place. He spun fear and pain into strength and endurance without limits. When he let them go, he would be soul-weary, but hopefully they would be alive, and the dragon's claw in one piece. It was now up to the crew to control the path of the ship. Hitting the barrier was like being slammed by an avalanche. Shannon was driven from his trance. Magics shattered and he stumbled. It was all he could do to catch himself from tumbling down the steps to the lower deck. A wave slammed up over the stern and hit him, causing a moment of disorientation. The crew panicked as his hold shattered, and their own fear hit them all at once. Without Shannon drawing the energy of fear away and making it strength, they suddenly felt it, as well as the weariness they had earned. Many collapsed to the deck, crying out, and too weak to stay on their feet. There was no time to worry about them. Nothing mattered beyond the fact they had just hit the barrier shield. The prow was crushed, and they were still moving forward. The magics on the ship exploded and flared into flames. Shannon threw up his hand toward the barrier. He had only one real option.
Sure.
He called for help. From a knot buried in his heart, the demon he always carried with him brutally tore its way free. The demon's magic flashed out like lightning from Shannon's hand. Shah fed from the power of the pain he caused and used it to shield the ship. It slowed inside the barrier shield itself, as if passing through mud. The weight of the shield was like a humidity so heavy men could drown in it. Staggering, nearly all the crew fell to their knees, many sobbing in fear as they gasped for air. Twisting harder, Shah pulled on Shannon's pain to fuel the magic to hold the ship together and to keep it moving. The dragon's claw shuddered forward against the drag of the shield. Shannon clenched his teeth, trembling in the pain he endured, but it was necessary. There was no other way. Pain was nothing new, but he had to admit that Shah knew how to hit places that hurt in ways that were hard to even explain. There was no real choice. He did not know the magics of the Great Barrier Shield, and likely had no way of working anything, even if he had, not with 2 priests on board. Calling up a demon was bad enough, but at least this way they had hope. Shah would know to hide himself and his magics. He always did. All at once they shot free, the speed far beyond anything they had reached yet. Shah sank back into place, and Shannon fell forward, catching himself with his right hand. He held his left hand to his chest. If he had truly needed to breathe, he would have been panting at this point, but he didn't need air. He became totally still as he focused inward to let the pain pass. The darkness of the storm could not follow them. Jerome could not follow them. Here, it was only wind and rain, but the crew was terrified now, and the magics broken. Lightning and burning runes were the only light. Shannon was shaken from Shah's touch and could not risk helping the men. They would have to cope on their own.
Uncle!
Elliot scrambled up the steps.
Uncle, are you all right?
Fine.
Shannon replied.
Just a little drained.
The ship is damaged. I can't slow her or steer. How far is the coast from the barrier's inside wall? We are inside, aren't we?
Shannon didn't have time to answer, as Elliot crashed into him to the sound of crushing wood and snapping timbers. Elliot's cry was as if it was his legs that had been struck. His ship was as much a part of him as his own bones, and the sound of its hull being crushed apart was an emotional blow the captain would likely hang on to for a great long time.
Load the boats!
Elliot roared, choking on tears. He forced himself up, letting go of Shannon before he stumbled back down the deck. Elliot's voice was enough for the crew to get moving again. Lightning lit up the sky, hitting the water all around them. They could see the spear of stone they had hit, its rough edges appearing and vanishing as they jolted and jerked on the waves. The rock had crushed into the starboard side hull and held the ship impaled. Each wave drove them against the stone, snapping and tearing away more timbers. Shannon moved to help Dave, as Elliot jerked up the trapdoors by the side rails to throw hidden survival packs into the lifeboats. Using what magics he could, he projected his voice over the roar of the storm and the crack and boom of the thunder and lightning. He yelled for the passengers to abandon ship. The crew struggled to get the lifeboats free of their locks and ready to launch, but the jolting of the ship sent the men staggering and sprawling. Shannon reached out and caught a sailor whose magic rope snapped under the strain of the jerking deck, but 2 others who were out of reach tumbled over the rail. Shannon shoved the wizard crewman away and back into motion.
Off the ship!
Elliot roared over the storm and the sound of splintering and cracking wood. The passengers fought to get to the boats through the wind, waves, and wildly swinging deck. Shannon grabbed Dave's elbow as the young man snatched up the young boy. The boy's mother jumped to the boat. She turned at once with her arms out to take him, but a wave slammed into them and nearly washed her over. Dave cast out his own ropes to hold himself against the wave. The boy's mother was driven hard against the side of the lifeboat, likely cracking ribs and having the wind knocked out of her. Oirion was there, helping steady Dave before he helped a couple others into the boat.
Go,
Dave yelled at Oirion.
I'll hand you the boy.
Oirion scrambled across to the boat between waves and reached out. Dave passed the boy over to him and was nearly torn away, but Shannon held on to him, and Dave's cast ropes helped keep him in place. The next wave tore the ship free from the rocks, only to slam it back onto it. The force snapped Dave's ropes and left him gasping and momentarily stunned at the broken magic. Only Shannon's grip on Dave kept the young man from falling off the ship to the churning water below.
Get that boat launched and get Dave off these bloody rocks,
Elliot yelled to Shannon.
I will find you on shore.
Go, go.
Dave yelled to the dwarf as the deck jolted and tilted. The dwarf jumped the space between himself and the boat, barely catching the edge of it as it suddenly swung out and below the port side hull. The ship threatened to come crushing down on the lifeboats, but several of the crewmen cast their own invisible magic ropes to pull the ship back upright just enough that it didn't roll. Shannon could feel the strain of the few men who were able to hold such weight with their magic. It wouldn't last. As the dwarf scrambled into the lifeboat, Shannon all but threw Dave after him. Dave was about to object, but Shannon was in no mood to argue, and Dave saw it in his face. Shannon followed his heir, easily stepping over others to get to the stern. Water crashed up from under the lifeboat, almost tipping it over. The dwarven cleric threw out magic and held the boat safe, but nearly blinded Shannon. It took him a moment to blink past the effects of the divine magics. Shannon reached for the pulley's brake clamp to set them rolling down. He had just grabbed the rope when the big Oirion jumped in the boat as well. His weight made the rope slip as one of the brakes broke and popped open. One end of the boat went down while the other held. Any other man would have had the flesh stripped from his hands, but Shannon's gloves were far more than just leather, and his strength far beyond a mortal man. He caught them from dumping out and crashing down on the rocks below. They swung on the uneven rope with Oirion and the woman both falling into Shannon. He couldn't risk letting go of the rope to help them, but both managed to get their footing. Oirion grabbed the side of the boat and caught the front of Shannon's tunic, his fingers finding a grip at the arm seam. Oirion pulled back to support Shannon against the lean of the lifeboat, as well as the woman's weight. Shannon was a little impressed by Orion's effort to aid him. The grip on him might have meant life or death to another man, but for Shannon, it wasn't truly necessary. A big woman, nearly as large as the Oirion, fought her way to the prow of the lifeboat and grabbed the other rope to untangle it. It took her several tries, jerking hard with her massive strength on the rope. She got it free, and they leveled out just as the ship tried to roll on them again.
Pull us out,
Shannon ordered Dave. Dave cast out a magic rope, safe from detection under Shannon's shields, and pulled them away from the ship's hull looming over them. They swung away from the ship, and the thick ropes whipped free of the pulleys. They hit the water hard, but again the dwarf held the boat from rolling or tipping over with his own form of magic. Oirion saved a young screaming noblewoman from going overboard as Shannon caught the mother who held her son tightly in her arms. Waves picked them up, threatening to drown them. Shannon dared not let go of the woman and her child, or they would go over. He almost reached for another passenger as a cold wave hit them, but he was too far away to aid. The young man went over and was out of sight almost at once. Through the rain, they caught flashes of the ship with its glowing runes and the fires that had started with the exploding magics. Soon even that was lost to the waves, which seemed to have grown worse. The only light was the lightning above, and most of that was blocked by the drenching rain and crashing waves. The storm did not abate, but pounded them without mercy. Shannon was vaguely aware that the boy, who was sheltered between his mother and Shannon, had shields of her making of even more skill than what she wore herself. There was power in the two of them, and he knew in his mind that he should not be anywhere near them, let alone hold them in his arms, but as waves threatened to tear them away, he dared not let go. Rarely was he able to be near any living soul without feeling their energy and emotions, but these two were perfectly shielded to allow him to shelter them. He could save them and would as long as Dave was safe. There were others, though, that lost strength and were torn from the small boat. Shannon let them go. Even with the storm, he could feel their life and energy drain away below the waves. Not only them, but members of Elliot's crew flickered out. Waves pulled Elliot's energy signature eastward, further and further from Shannon and the boat of passengers. If Elliot was on a lifeboat or clinging to flotsam, Shannon had no way of knowing. They had made it through the barrier against all odds, but now what? Shannon tried not to think about what would meet them on the shore. He tightened his shields and began to slowly gather in the fear and pain generated by the dozen people in the boat. Gently, he turned it back to those who created it, offering them endurance and strength. End of introduction. Continue with Chapter 1, Castaways. The Saga of ShaHaNon by Angela MacDonald. Book 1, Princes and Priests. Chapter 1, Castaways.
Anything?
Tavia snatched her dark auburn hair back, struggling to rescue it from a savage gust of cold wind.
Nothing.
Oirion said. He shook his head wearily, his gray hair whipping around in his face as he sank onto a boulder. They had been scouring the shore all day and had seen neither wreckage nor signs of life, animal or otherwise. Life on this lone mountain of stone was harsh and promising to get harder.
A few clams,
said Riven, folding his arms over his chest. He kicked open the filthy red scarf at his feet, exposing a dozen clams scarcely bigger than coins.
We need to move on,
Tavia said, disgusted at the lack of find. They had hunted the shore and found little, and in the few trips out in the grassland that surrounded them, they had found even less.
I don't like it here,
Kelly grumbled. She had made more trips out into the grass than the others, and liked it less every time. Tavia retied her lashing hair with a long cotton string.
I don't like it any more than you do, but at least we have shelter here.
We need to do something. We can't stay here forever,
Riven said, his concern and worry clear in his voice.
Dave.
Oirion looked over to the captain's son, the only sailor who had made it to the shore with them. Dave sat on the edge of a shelf of gray volcanic rock, using the last sunlight to sharpen his Perton dagger. He looked up. His sandy hair swirled in the wind for a moment, obscuring his sun-tanned face.
What do you think?
Oirion asked.
May one hope to find survivors?
Theo interjected over Orion's question. The nobleman was detached from his wife, a rare thing. He stood, arms wrapped around his thin frame, looking unhappy and lost.
I doubt it. Not on this shore. They would have lit fires or come up the beach,
Dave said, not bothering to try to tame his hair. His focus went back to the silver-bladed weapon in his hand.
This peak is the only landmark on the coast. Anyone looking would already have headed for it. No, we're on our own.
I don't like the grass,
Kelly inserted absently. She turned and went back up the path to the cave, with Tavia and Riven following. The cave had been home for them for the last month. It was cold, full of sharp edges, and always damp. They had done their best to make it livable, but none of them liked it. Oirion heaved himself up off the boulder and folded the scarf around the clams. He turned to trudge up the short, steep path to the cave where the others had gone. Riven was clearly disgusted with the meager find, but anything was better than nothing at this point. At the cave's mouth, Riven stood like a stone sentry with his arms folded over his deep dwarven chest. His eyes narrowed as he squinted off to the horizon, studying the clouds that were gathering in the distance. As Oirion reached him, he almost spoke, but merely raised an eyebrow and let the other priest pass. There was nothing they hadn't already said about the grass, impending storms, the lack of food, or the need to move on. They just acknowledged the ally they had in each other and let it be. The wind began to drop off as it always seemed to before a storm. Oirion ducked into the cave through its jagged mouth, plunging into darkness as he did. It took a moment for his eyes to adjust to the low light from the tiny fire in the center of the space. Riven turned from his post as the greater moon Alphen rose over the eastern horizon and paused just inside the cave opening behind Oirion. Once his eyes had adjusted, Oirion moved to the fire and carefully dumped the clams into the hot coals before he took his place back against the side wall. Riven let Dave slip past and move to his own makeshift bed. Oirion couldn't help but notice the crystals that hung from the young man's choker. He might not have noticed anything about the sailor except for Riven's observations about the captain's son's jewelry and shielding. The power within both the choker and the shielding was just another thing here that added frustration to the increasing list of questions and riddles of this place, questions that seemed to have no answers. Neither Riven nor Oirion had been able to pin down the magics, and even as humble as the young man was, it was clear he had picked up training in much more than sailing. They were left stranded without food, maps, or weapons to speak of, on the north shore of a continent forbidden and cut off from the rest of the world. What Oirion would give for that store of mail, swords, and sundry implements of war stacked in the ship's hold? The thought of salvage had been discarded. They had discussed an attempt a while ago. Even if the ship had remained hung up on those spears of rock for some time, the force of the waves would have rendered approach likely impossible or foolhardy at best. It had been a month of misery and near starvation. Now whatever supplies the captain and his men had thrown into the packs and boats as they rushed off the tilting deck were pretty much gone. If the captain hadn't been so well prepared, they would have had to move out before now. Orion's skills were insufficient to keep these people alive, much less lead them to safety, he feared. He doubted that his and Riven's leadership, even combined, would be enough to last for much longer. If the two of them had been here alone, they could have gotten on much better. This time, though, they were burdened with civilians. Oirion couldn't help wondering if God was testing them. He wasn't sure if having two high-ranking priests die, or if leaving these people to fend for themselves was the greater sin. He sighed heavily. He knew the answer. He knew that Riven's dwarven practicality rebelled against the idea of dying in a futile attempt to save them. But to Oirion, the slow death those inside would endure if the two of them abandoned them was unforgivable. It was their holy obligation to stay and aid them. As he reviewed the forms huddled around a reluctant fire, Riven tried not to be bitter or to blame them for any of this. In the faint light, Ivan, like an erect rhino, shifted his massive body this way and that, attempting to fish beneath his mail with an old bone. Riven couldn't help hoping that the unreachable itch would eat through to the man's breastbone. That fashionable monolith, that bald, jewel-bedecked bull, couldn't reach his own itching hump in all that glittering chainmail. The dwarven cleric grumbled at himself for his lack of compassion and empathy. Too many years out in the wilds fighting warped hells in unnamed wildernesses had hardened him and made him a bit cynical. He was less the priest he had hoped to be, and more of the dwarven warrior his family would have wanted, but just enough of each to be neither. He shook his head. What a hollow life Ivan had, killing for gold. Riven had attempted to reform the brute early on in the trip, but the gladiator was in his prime. Both wealthy and famous for it, he wasn't about to admit that his lifestyle was wrong, and certainly not that it might be unholy. Worse still, the man seemed to delight in making others upset. Riven noticed Tavia move from the firelight to her bed. She was laying her son down, murmuring something against his cheek. For a moment, firelight caught her face and gave a hidden glimmer of how pretty she was, even under the burden of her life. During the time they had spent shivering in the cave, Riven had found himself admiring the quiet woman. She had strength uncommon in a peasant, and something else. There was a kind of mystery about her. Her face and arms were brown and lean from day after day in the sun, likely toiling in fields. Her shoulder-length hair was snatched back and tied off with a string. No doubt about it, this was a woman of resource, even though she was compromised by the child in her arms. The kid was a problem. He was a cute little thing. About 5 years old, blonde-haired and blue-eyed, usually with a cheerful smile, he was easy to like. Even Riven had developed some sort of rude paternal warmth for the boy. But now, in this sober moment, he knew that the child was going to cost them a great deal. Worst of all, he was completely deaf. He slept now, a virtual nursling curled in his mother's arms, consuming nearly every bit of her strength that might have been put to better use. Riven looked back out over his shoulder one more time before he turned his back on the world outside. Something could be creeping in all that waving grass, and he would probably never be able to perceive it until too late. Grass and wind, nothing but grass, and steady, never-ceasing wind. It was wrong. Where were the animals? He hated not having a guard on duty, but they had seen nothing, and everyone was tired. He had never had any use for flatlands, But this place, he swore, was infected with some malignant spirit. He climbed deeper into the mouth of the cave, and smelling the smoke of the campfire, Riven paused. There was a safety in smoke, one of the four vapors, a basic substance of the near-lost art of the ancient dwarven priesthood to which his grandfather belonged. Riven smiled wryly at the thought of the old man. He would probably have known how to deal with this situation. But then, with a different priesthood came different abilities.
Haken swist, noge suisant.
Riven muttered to himself, reciting a bit of the ancient smoke incantation, something the old man would mutter whenever he entered a cave. Riven walked into the dancing firelight. Ivan looked up at him as he entered, forgetting his itch. A jovial flash of teeth warned Riven that the man had some stupid jest in mind. Ivan winked at the other great warrior of the group who was sitting across the fire from him, but Kelly didn't give any response at all.
Hungry!
Ivan grunted at Riven, smirking and brandishing the bone like some kind of treat. To Riven, Ivan's voice seemed steeped in gluttony, lust, and stupidity. Another dwarf might have killed the giant for his racial jokes, but Riven, feeling one coming, merely cocked an eyebrow.
No.
As annoyed as he was, Riven was still a priest. At least this time the jest was at Riven and not Tavia. For whatever reason, Ivan was relentless in his torment against the woman. At first, she had ignored him, but she was clearly getting tired and was very annoyed by his harassment. They all were.
A dog refuses a bone?
Said Ivan, dropping his jaw in mock alarm. He chortled and slapped the dwarf on the back over the racial slang.
A treat, I am sure, but no thanks just the same,
said Riven, stepping away from the fire. He picked up a small chunk of wood from the floor of the cave that the others seemed to have missed in the dark shadows. Ivan, still chuckling, tossed his bone into the flames. Riven chafed. Bones contained a being's power. One did not just toss them into flame. Didn't the half-wit know that fire released energies?
Eh hoc mof malheur,
Riven murmured softly, trying not to snarl the words. He dropped the wood into the fire with seeming innocence. Embers and sparks flew up into Ivan's leggings. He might not be a master dwarf, but he had the magics he had learned as a child, at least. Ivan swore and slapped his shins, trying to save his fine elven-beaded boots, then whirled around to spit some threat at Riven. Riven had already walked to the back of the cave and knelt to arrange the beach grass that constituted his mattress. He turned and sat cross-legged, his back against the wall of volcanic tuff. Comfortable, he watched Ivan seat himself, muttering something to Kelly. His expression Riven could not discern through the smoke. Riven had decided that he liked Kelly in a distant sort of way. She had kept to herself on the voyage, obviously hesitant to expose her extensive tattoos. She had dropped most of everything she had carried, lightening the load to keep them from sinking. Ivan had not. He would have killed not only himself, but the rest of them as well, before he let go of his wealth of weapons and jewelry. Outside, thunder warned of the coming storm. The small fire's light barely flickered through the cave's darkness, and talk dropped off as each person tried to find a warm nook to curl up in. Riven hunkered down in dwarven fashion, attempting to conserve heat, and tried to pray. His thoughts strayed back to the fact that he was so uneasy and that he couldn't find the source. His brain felt clouded, and that bothered him, but even as he tried to focus on the problem, his thoughts wandered. He drifted out of trance and into sleep.
I'm so cold,
Cindy whimpered, waking Riven out of his light sleep. He opened his eyes and looked over at the bundle of silk skirts, blankets, and the whimpering nobility. Cindy was whining. Again. That woman sniveled more than anyone Riven had the misfortune to deal with. Theo did his best, always trying to make her happy. It was a full-time job for him. Riven had the feeling that Cindy would be cold, hungry, uncomfortable, or otherwise unhappy even in a palace. Theo was trying to hush her, and yet not give in to the affections she wanted. That woman couldn't care less that they were sharing a cave with others. In fact, Riven suspected that she enjoyed the idea that everyone knew what she was doing when Theo normally gave in. He didn't enjoy it, the poor fellow. Most of the time, no one would say anything. They just wanted her to be quiet and let them all sleep.
Now what's her problem?
Ivan groaned.
Mind your own business, Ivan.
Tavia said. She lay near her son, protective and close. Riven smiled to himself. Tavia was smarter than she let on, and a lot tougher than any woman he had ever met. He respected her strength and felt himself drawn to her. Riven let himself look over at the woman who lay just out of reach of him. That might have been the sort of woman he would have married. A strong woman who could be both a mother and survivor at the same time. Oh well, one would never know, and it was best not to think about it.
It's damn cold in here. Is there any more wood?
Dave asked, cutting off Ivan and his remarks that were already forming. Tavia shot Dave a look that was almost grateful. She was tired, and a fight with Ivan was nothing she felt like doing. It was a waste of her energy, and she knew it. Besides, Riven thought, Ivan was too dull to fight with a woman like that. Tavia needed a man with a brain and the ability to use it. Riven tried to settle back down to sleep, but then he saw Shannon. The man stood a moment just inside the doorway, a dark silhouette against the clouds still faintly lit by the moons above them. Seeing him there made Riven's stomach jump and battle energies rise up as all thoughts of sleep scattered. It was as if his nightmare was standing right there. He told himself,
It's only Shannon, it's just Shannon.
The man was uncanny and upsetting to the priest and Riven, but there was no reason for him to dislike the Purton so much. Polite, quiet, and never complaining, Shannon was one of a dying race. He did have odd powers for sure, but that wasn't too bad. He certainly wasn't the devil that plagued Riven's dreams. He swallowed his unreasonable fears and lay back down. He'd been here too long, and it was taking its toll. Riven lay awake long after Cindy had been satisfied and slept. He looked over to where Shannon remained at the doorway. The tall Purton moved with uncanny grace as he stepped up and tossed a tied bundle of grass on the dying embers. The grass lit slowly and rose up in warm flames. Tension and hunger eased away, allowing Riven to sink into sleep. Outside, the storm finally broke, and the rain began to pour down over their mountain sanctuary. Riven shifted on the stone floor, dreaming restlessly of feather beds and his childhood home. He rolled over onto his other side to look at the small dancing flames of the fire and feel what warmth there was left. He could imagine seeing his grandfather sitting calmly, shaking his head.
You choose your path and take the consequences,
the old man would say. Even an apprentice priest of the old ways would never feel cold. Hell, they would sleep naked in the bitter cold of Castaways blizzards to remind the people of the strength of the dwarven will. They would say that Riven had lost his dwarf and was now just a short human. He hugged himself tighter and tried not to be bitter about his choices or the church that had made choices for him. He had given his blanket up to try to keep Cindy quiet, but that seemed to be a wasted effort. She was whimpering again, and poor Theo was trying to hush her enough that the rest of them could sleep. They were all restless. Riven watched as Dave pulled his blanket over his head, considering him as a source of help in the plight. Even at his young age, Dave was a force to be reckoned with. A muscular young man in his late teens, or maybe early 20s, he was already sporting gold rings in his ears and tattoos on his upper arm. The tattoos were elaborate bands that clearly identified him in the world of pirates, sailors, and the enemies they faced out on the waters. There was power in those tattoos. Riven chewed his beard in irritation at not knowing how to read them. Any common dwarf would know their meaning. He had to remind himself that no common dwarf could do the things that he did on a regular basis. They had their magic and knowledge, and he had his. It was a trade-off that he knew was worth it. This situation just leaned more toward traditional skills that he knew he lacked. Giving up trying to sleep, he sat up, wishing he had the tools to make a set of beads. He had no beads, and his old tattered Book of Saints was lost. He'd lost his book, his satchel of artifacts, and even his pipe. He was stranded here, with not even a smoke to calm his nerves. Perhaps it was God's way of telling him to quit. He twisted his ordination ring on his left little finger. It was a habit of stress that Riven had developed over the years, a mannerism that every priest he knew had. His thoughts moved back to the problems that the group faced. They all disliked the grass, yet they all agreed that they had to move on. The conversation always seemed to die, and nothing was ever decided. He tried to reason out why, but beyond the expanse he saw no reason to dislike it so much. He was a cleric, a priest of a church that was older than any nation in the world, and that ruled most of it. He was trained to fight the mindless and warped beasts of the lands that had been twisted by the use of magic during various wars. He was trained to be able to survive and to purify lands like this one. That was his job. So, why was he hesitating? What was his problem? Why couldn't he think past this uneasy sense that it was all wrong? Riven watched Oirion push himself up and silently pull the blanket around his shoulders. The man slept restlessly when he slept at all. Riven could see the flash of gold as the man's prayer beads came out of some inner pocket. Riven considered walking over to where the hunter was. He didn't feel like talking about the same things again, so what would he say? Oirion might be humble, but he was far from poverty-ridden. Riven wasn't sure he had anything in common with the son of the greatest house in Valrine. It was nice to have another member of the Sixth Kingdom here. They alone, of all the priesthoods, were allowed to possess and master battle magic. It was necessary. They fought the living evils of the world. They were the ones who dealt with the vampires, the ghouls, the warped creatures, and lands. Oirion was famous among the Order as well in the world of politics. He was heir to one of the most powerful families in all Pert. It was whispered one day he would be made to leave the priesthood in order to be made king of Valrine. Riven sighed heavily and bowed his head. Oirion was more helpful than a priest of any other order would have been, and unlike any nobleman Riven had ever met, but they were still hopelessly alone. Riven wondered where Orion's partner was. The healer's presence would have been a great boon, not to mention his legendary skill as a fighter. James, something or other. The pair were famous enough that Riven knew of their exploits. It was a funny irony that Ivan was likely to be, at best, third on the list for skill as a warrior, and maybe lower with Dave and Kelly in the group. Riven couldn't help but wonder if any of the others here had any idea who Oirion was, or how lucky they were to have him along. He certainly gave no indication as to his identity. Tomorrow, he'd talk to him about it all tomorrow. Oirion stood at the bottom of the lone peak, right at the edge of the grass. He ignored the chill and rain of the early morning, looking out at the land beyond and scanned for human life. There was still none within 50 miles. He didn't waste the energy to look farther. He knew what was out there. He had reached out as far as his magic allowed, and there was nothing. The grassland went from the coast to foothills far to the south. Mountains, small and blue, rose up out of the sea of grass, often being lost in the clouds that might be on the low horizon. To the north and the east was the ocean, gray and flat. There was no sign of any sort of life. There were no villages, no ships, no fires, nothing, always nothing. Riven came out, a silent ghost almost lost in the gray rain, and joined Oirion. He stood a moment, his cloak soaking up more rain than it shed. They needed to move on to better shelter while summer still lasted, but something about the grassland didn't feel right.
We have to move out of here,
Riven said softly. Oirion nodded.
To where?
The question hung. Neither one had an answer. Neither wanted to make the call that would get these people killed, but it had to be made. Riven turned and headed back to the cave. Getting soaked wouldn't help their morale or their health. That was all they needed. To get a chill would just top it all off. As little as either of them had slept or eaten in the last month, it was a real possibility. Oirion turned to follow Riven back up the narrow winding path. His mind began to wander. The gray drizzle brought up memories of Jamie. Guilt and grief made him feel sick, so he pushed them out of his head and followed the dwarf back to the cave. Riven was talking to Dave by the time Oirion ducked inside. The cleric was a true dwarf, not the waddling smallborn that people often referred to as dwarves, but a real one, and he had made it over this mountain much faster than Oirion did. Riven was solidly muscled. He had agility and speed that could pass up the fastest human, rival an elf, and even, it was said, compete with a Purton. They were a powerful race, and all were far more dangerous than they looked. A dwarf was a 4.5-foot warrior that had almost unfair advantages. He could see in the dark, had the ability to traverse caves unerringly, and had a sense of smell rivaling that of a wolf. Dwarves were the best hunters and better clerics than any other race except Purtons. Oirion walked over to the only 2 men in the group whom he would have chosen to talk to, let alone live with.
We need to move before we starve up here anyway,
Dave was saying to the dwarf.
Winter comes early this far north, and especially on a coast that has the Arctic current against it.
I agree,
Ivan spoke up, glancing up from picking at his fingernails with his knife. He had an expression of concern, the first look Oirion had seen out of the man that was not total stupidity.
I'm loath to cross those hills and with so few weapons,
Kelly said, barely above a whisper, as if she disliked her own voice. Oirion wondered about the tattoos the big woman tried to keep hidden and what they meant. He considered asking Dave later. The two certainly kept distance between each other, and that made Oirion a little nervous about trusting the woman.
Shouldn't we wait?
Theo asked as he joined them at the fire. The little man reminded Oirion of his brothers. He held back 1,000 harsh remarks that he would have said to one of them. Theo was more suited for the delicate sides of court than trying to survive anywhere outside a palace. Orion's brothers certainly excelled at that type of lifestyle, but had no real skill beyond greed and gossip.
There won't be a rescue,
Dave reasoned.
We're inside the barrier now. No one is coming from the outside to get to us.
He looked up at the other young man, shaking his hair out of his face, and then patiently explained,
The rain won't stay rain for long. If we stay here, we'll starve or freeze to death.
What then?
Ivan blurted.
We go. It don't matter to me. I can defend myself.
He puffed up his chest to show off his fine silver mesh armor.
Besides, if there was something out there, we would have seen it by now. It would have made a noise at least.
Oirion found the man's bravado irritating, but ignored it as thoughts of his own weapons rose in his mind. They had been shipped ahead to his grandfather's house. Now he was missing the comfort of his staff and sword, but there was little help for it. He promised himself again to never travel unarmed.
Maybe we can ask Shannon,
Dave suggested. It seemed to Oirion that he had heard that name somewhere before, but he couldn't think of where. That troubled him. It wasn't the first time he felt that he had met the man, or at least that he should know who Shannon was. The Purton did not bode well with the hunter in Oirion. There was no sign, action, or word to give him a reason not to like Shannon, but Oirion felt that there was something very wrong about him, as well as something sinister about his perfection. Even now, he looked fresh from the bathhouse, cool and collected, unruffled and unsoiled. Hell, the man didn't even need a shave. A month had passed, and he was still flawless. Oirion rubbed at his own dense beard, which had grown over the last few months, and thought how nice it would be to never have to shave again.
I don't like the Grassland either, but I'm no expert. I'd advise we ask Shannon,
Dave said quickly, once again cutting off an argument between Ivan and Tavia. Oirion was grateful for that. He really didn't want to sit through another of those fights, but it was unlike the young man to bring up Shannon twice.
Shannon?
He asked Dave, his thoughts momentarily distracted, returning to the suggestion. Oirion wondered if Dave had said it again to further distract Ivan from his remarks to the woman or for some other reason. Dave shrugged.
Maybe he knows something. He's been out there every day so far.
Go ahead then,
Ivan said, almost daring him.
Go ask him.
Dave gave Ivan a dirty look but got up. He ducked out and went over to where Shannon was standing, statue-like, looking away toward the southeast.
Shannon,
Dave said a little nervously at the man's elbow. Shannon looked over.
We were talking about leaving, but none of us like the look of the Grassland.
It will have to be crossed, whether we like it or not,
Shannon said, speaking in the Purton whisper he always used.
You don't like it either?
Dave asked, almost relieved and partly excited by the confirmation of his own fears. Shannon smiled slightly, as if he understood what Dave was thinking.
Look out there, David. Look close enough, and you will see the threat.
I don't see anything,
Dave said, looking out, trying to see whatever it was, not just rain. He hated to admit it, but he saw nothing he hadn't already seen 1,000 times.
Use your other vision,
Shannon said softly. Dave swallowed deeply and looked over at the man with a little uncertainty. Shannon had been teaching him magic for as long as he could recall. The first lesson was that everything had a power that affected everything else. There were rivers of power that in places trickled, while other places roared wild and untamable. Streams met to form pools, even oceans. Some were calm and sweet, others were roaring and seething. Every thought, action, and breath affected this energy, and that energy affected everything in turn. The more power you had, the more you could see. Shannon had taught him to use this power to scan for pirates, storms, and other dangers on the waters, but there were 1,000 applications of it. This energy was what wizards used in their magic, even if not all of them could see it. If one knew how to see this field, and if that person could understand what he saw, the world and life itself took on a whole new meaning. Dave had not used the power much, not since he had begun to fear the man who had taught it to him, or the church that condemned it. What Shannon asked was dangerous. There were priests here, and what if they saw? He wasn't going to refuse, however. You simply didn't tell Shannon no. It took a moment to shift his vision to that of sight. Then he wondered if he had done it right. There was nothing out there but the grass. There were no animals, no trails, and no movement. He looked over to Shannon. Shannon looked so normal, like any other person. There was no special glow, no hint of the truth of his power. Knowing better than to believe the lie of what seemed to be, Dave looked away, wondering how much he didn't know about his uncle. What else was a mask to hide the real man inside the shields that were worn? The thought only made him feel even more uneasy. He blinked the sight away.
There's nothing out there,
Dave said softly, his voice momentarily tight, but he cleared his throat and looked over.
Takes on a whole new meaning when you see it that way, does it not?
Shannon said, sounding almost amused.
The question is why.
He looked at Dave with ice-blue eyes, the same eyes Dave's father had.
Can we cross it?
Dave asked. He felt a sort of chill that didn't come from Shannon, but made him glad for the man's presence.
We have no choice,
Shannon said, ending the conversation as he looked back out to the grass. Dave turned to the others. They all waited, crowded in the cave door. They moved inside as he walked toward them. Returning, he knelt down by the fire, trying to understand well enough what he had seen to explain it to them without revealing that he had powers, or that he knew Shannon.
Well?
Oirion asked.
There's nothing out there,
Dave said.
No life, no death. There aren't even any crickets, only grass and wind.
Well, there's a revelation,
Ivan said, rolling his eyes in disgust.
Why not?
Riven asked, speaking more to himself than to anyone else at the fire. The revelation was obvious and unnerving, in that he should have seen it at once.
Whatever it is, we fight it.
Kelly said.
If we're strong enough, we'll survive. If not, we will be joining the crickets.
So what do we do? Do we go now?
Tavia asked.
No.
Riven said, considering.
Let's wait until morning. Besides, I think that it would be good for us to do a blessing before we set out, and that could take hours. I need time to prepare.
Do we have any more wine?
Oirion asked Dave softly.
I'll look,
Dave said, getting up to check the last of the stores. Dave could not sleep. He gave up and got up from his bed in the dark, drawing his blanket about his shoulders. What was left of the fire was low and banked for a good reason. God only knew who or what would notice a fire. He stepped away from the others. Standing in the doorway, he watched the clouds move across the faint orbs of the moons.
You should be sleeping,
Shannon said. Dave didn't bother to hide the start the Purton gave him. Shannon had approached Dave in utter silence. It was uncanny. While a fun game when he was a child, it was just unnerving now.
I can't relax. I am worried for the captain,
he admitted.
Aren't you, Uncle?
Elliot is well enough,
Shannon said. He put a hand on Dave's shoulder.
His path is headed south. He is alive, and he is not alone. I can tell you that for certain, and I would not lie. We have no hope of joining him any time soon. But one day, David, you and he may yet sail together again. Pray for his safety, but do not grieve his loss. He is far better off than we are, and I expect he is awake with fear and worry for you. He knows I'm with you and will never leave you, so that will offer him comfort."
He looked back to the place where Dave had lain, unable to sleep.
"Go lie down. I will help you sleep. You need rest, David."
Dave could feel the magic sinking into him already, and knew he would pass out soon. He stumbled back to the place he had been, and did not even have time to cover up. Shannon took the blanket, and kneeling, he covered Dave with it. He nearly moved away back into the shadows, but instead knelt beside Tavia and Travis. Tavia slept restlessly, and the blankets had tangled, so neither she nor Travis had much. He pulled the wool cover smooth over them both, and touched her forehead with a light brush of the tips of his fingers.
"Be at peace, woman,"
he whispered in Krausen. After a moment he rose and left the company deep in sleep to stand watch in the dark. The highest-ranking man of the cloth would always lead the prayers. That task fell on Riven this time. He prepared himself while Oirion set up the small altar and filled the little battered cup from the last wineskin. There was no bread, just leftover bits of dried clams, a few nuts, and a couple of raisins that were laid beside the makeshift chalice. Riven looked at the pitiful sight and felt sorry for these people. He had done more with less, but that was either by himself or with other clerics, never for the people the church was supposed to protect from these sorts of situations. They all gathered around the little altar. Even Ivan knelt with his head bowed, although he held back and did not say any words. Shannon didn't move from the doorway but stood watching. Riven was not going to invite the man. He could join them or not. Centering on prayer, he bowed his own head and let his body relax. Drawing a breath, he began,
"Father, be with us."
He had no doubt they all knew the prayers. It would be a rare nation not to belong to the church. The common language and common prayers helped to bind the people and races together against the darkness and the things that bred in it. Whispering the words of the prayer and letting his power rise, Riven lifted the little cup to bless it, and then the bits of food. Setting them down again, he prayed in silence for God to guide them and aid them in this place. Heart calmed, he lifted the wine and gave each a little sip with the blessing of,
"May God's light fill you."
Then each received a tiny bit of food placed on their tongues, all but Oirion, who took it in his hand to put in his own mouth. With the ceremony over, wine shared, and edibles split among them, Riven lifted his hands in a final prayer and whispered it over the group. He heard them all breathe out in relief as they stayed kneeling together for some time. Then all at once they got up, released from the prayer's power, and moved to the door. Everyone shouldered the packs the captain had tossed into the lifeboat as his final gesture of foresight. The leftovers that they had brought on the raft were down to a few empty bread tins and just the pouches for raisins and candied fruit. But those were empty now. Each pack still had the basic gear that was needed to survive, including a blanket and a few trinkets to trade with. Tavia was prepared to carry 2, but Riven took the boy's pack and blanket. He wasn't about to let her try to carry extra weight in addition to the boy. They all got a canteen that was filled with the last of the wine and some water. Shannon, however, took no wine in his and allowed them to split his share. With everyone ready, as the first light of morning rose up, nearly hidden behind a bank of thick, dark clouds that clung to the horizon, they set out. End of Chapter 1. Continue with Chapter 2. The Grassland. Princes and Priests. Chapter 2. The Grassland. The world was deadly silent as they slid and scrambled down the stony hillside to the grass below. Riven led the way, looking for the best path, putting his dwarven instinct to a small, comfortable test on this lone, steep mountain. At the foot of it, gravel and slabs of volcanic rock gave way to the grass. As he drew up to it, he felt his stomach grow cold. All his instincts told him not to go into the grass, but he had no choice. He pushed the fear down, took a deep breath, and boldly stepped out into the wall of blades and stalks. The thick fronds seemed to tangle around his legs and drag sharply against the exposed skin of his forearms. He felt suddenly as if he was being pulled at, crushed and suffocated. Shannon stepped up beside him, put a hand on his shoulder, and pulled him back a step. The sensation evaporated in a breath of cold that made him shiver. He looked up at the man in black, his eyes watering, his breath ragged.
"Wait,"
Shannon said softly. Catching his breath, Riven studied the tall man. Shannon was watching the horizon as the slowly rising sun lifted above the cloud bank. As the morning sun broke free, Shannon's face was bathed in golden light. The sunlight made Shannon flinch and squint into the brightness of it. The chill and unease vanished as if it was a mist hit by the first warmth of dawn. Shannon let go of Riven's shoulder and let the dwarf take lead again. He really was a striking man, Riven thought to himself as he walked out in the grass. It was no wonder that the elven word for beauty was rooted in the name of that man's race. Blue-eyed, black-haired Purtons were unrivaled in powers or appearance. It was almost a shame the race was nearly extinct, but civil war will do that to a people, no matter who they are. The grass was deeper than the dwarf had thought, well over his head, making him unable to lead. Oirion took the lead for him without comment. It was wet, but not as bad as Riven would have thought with the rain yesterday. It was still wet enough that they were all soaked almost immediately, none worse than the dwarf. He didn't complain but kept up a fast pace. He didn't want to be in this grass any longer than he had to be. Even if the feeling was gone, he remembered it and was trying not to think about it too much. It hadn't even been a half an hour when Cindy began to complain and ask about taking a break. They tried their best to ignore her, but her insistent complaining only got worse and became as irritating as mosquitoes in the ear when you're trying to sleep. Shannon, however, was quickly tired of her voice, and his patience was not going to be spent listening to her all day. He stopped her, catching her arm roughly. Riven turned, expecting him to have a few sharp remarks for her, but Shannon didn't say a word.
"Don't touch me,"
she shrieked. The others stopped to see what he was doing. Shannon drew a long silver and pearl dagger from under his surcoat and in one move slashed her skirts off, ripping them away and leaving her in her puffy white bloomers. She screamed as if it was her skin he had torn off. Theo lunged forward to save her, but Dave caught him in one arm.
"Don't,"
Dave said softly to Theo, likely saving the young man's life. Riven had the feeling it was death to attack that man, especially from behind. Shannon threw the mess of silk at Ivan and shoved the sobbing young woman forward, back into motion. Apparently, Shannon didn't like the grass either. Riven couldn't help but be a little amused at Shannon's abruptness and the woman's reaction to it, but glad for it. At least now she might shut up for a while. The lack of heavy silk would certainly make it easier for her to keep up.
"Don't be upset,"
Riven told the girl, moving her along and letting Ivan take his place in line behind Oirion.
"He did it to help you. He's just a little rough. Besides, it's only a dress, and a woman as lovely as you doesn't need such to be beautiful."
He might have agreed with Shannon about it, but he was still a priest. She smiled a little and then sagged against Theo. He put his hand on her back in a show of sympathy for her, but said nothing to offer comfort, nor did he seem overly upset. Dave shook his head and fell in motion once again.
"There was no need to be so hard on her,"
Oirion said to Shannon as he fell in step beside him.
"She's likely never even been out of a city before. Have a little understanding."
"It is important that we are out of the grass by dark, brother,"
Shannon said, visibly unconcerned for the girl's emotions and distracted from the party. His attention was directed forward, as if he was scanning for dangers.
"Terrifying her won't help her keep up,"
Oirion said, irritated at the tone and arrogance of the man for assuming they were equals. Few would even think of calling him brother. Riven wanted to comment on the blade. They'd not seen it before and could have used it several times, but that seemed rather trivial to throw in just now. Now was not the time. Oirion had said enough already.
"On the contrary, the more she fears me, the better I can keep her alive."
Riven felt that Shannon spoke with more meaning than his words alone could express. As Oirion bit his lip to keep his cool, Riven could see Oirion struggling to not fall into a fight over proper behavior. Oirion wasn't so petty as to fight over what title a man used to address him or how to treat silly girls. But he wanted to. Riven couldn't help but wonder if the stress and situation here made Oirion more particular or less. It was hot, and Dave was sweating profusely. He seemed to come out of a daze. Wiping his brow on his sleeve, he looked around. He was walking along behind Theo at a hard, fast pace. The sun was high in the sky, making it hotter out here than it had been on the mountain, but no one talked or complained as they began to climb up another large hill. They just kept moving. The pace they were keeping was impressive, but no one was panting or grunting, just marching blank-faced and fast. Dave began to question how this was possible. The priests might be able to do this, but the rest of them were not trained for this sort of work. Certainly not Cindy or Theo. Dave knew he was strong, but he was a sailor and had no illusions that he could walk at this pace all day. His strength was in his upper body, not his legs. Looking around past the company, he could see the hills rolling back progressively smaller as they went out to meet the ocean. The lone mountain they had used as refuge for a month rose up, a blue peak of stone far back and to the east of them now. Here in the rocky gullies, a few trees were growing, and although the hills blocked their view, the mountains before them sent a cool, sweet breath of wind at them. He marveled at the distance they had gone, but he wasn't completely surprised. He'd seen this sort of thing before. All the sailors knew that when Shannon was on board, they could face the worst storm and not get tired, no matter how long the storm lasted or how far they went. Even with that skill, the recent storm had driven them into the rocks, and they could not escape. Once, years ago, Dave had asked his uncle how he was able to keep the men from getting tired. Shannon had said that he took their fear and turned it into strength.
Doesn't that make you tired?
Dave had asked.
Yes, it does, but not for the reasons that you might think,
he had said. Dave had always wondered what that meant, but never asked for more details. He feared he might have gotten answers he did not care to hear. Dave looked for Shannon now, and saw that the man was walking parallel to them, his head bowed as if he was searching the ground for something. Shannon always knew when someone was looking at him, and he raised his head to meet Dave's eyes. Dave felt that odd rush of fear mixed with excitement that a man usually only feels when he challenges death and survives. He quickly looked back to his own path. He didn't want to think of his uncle as death, but at times he wondered. He had no doubts that Shannon was keeping them moving, and he didn't want to weary the man any more than he had to. He relaxed and let his mind drift back under the sleepy influence of the spell. As he did, he wondered if Shannon had let him wake up so that he could see and know the truth. Dave wondered how it was that the two priests had fallen under the spell as well. Were they that tired, or was Shannon that powerful? As the sun began to sink below the horizon, they approached the wall of trees marking the end of the grass and the start of the forested mountain. Stone replaced the hard dirt, and a thick moss replaced the grass. The grayish-green moss was the only abundant undergrowth here. The trees were tall and massive. Their boughs reached out, creating a canopy of needles. Massive roots split the stones, making a jagged landscape. The sweet pine and earth fragrance of the forest was a welcome change after the cold, salty smells of the ocean air and hot grasslands. Dave drew a deep breath in response to the new freshness, thankful that they had made it, his mind clearing into wakefulness.
Look back,
Shannon said softly to Dave as he stepped past him. Dave turned to look at the grass. The two priests glanced at each other and then looked back as well. Dave blinked and let the sight rise up into his vision. There was the trail, quite easily seen before him. Swirls of gold, lavender, and pink hung like perfumes over the golden footprints on the ground. Parallel to it, where Shannon had walked, was a dark trail that looked as if the grass along it had been frost-burned hard enough to shrivel and turn the blades black. As he stood looking at the grass, the brilliant sun went down. The grass began to move, even though there was no wind. Riven inhaled sharply as he saw what was out there. The grass began to reach for the energy trail. Each blade waved through the residue, then curled in on itself like barnacles reaching and grabbing at food in the world around it. The thousands of blades moved like some underwater monster as it devoured the trail, folding in on it and then curling back. The grass that was burned in Shannon's wake, however, lay still. Black steam seemed to rise out of the broken dead stems. Dave watched in horror as the grass next to the burned blades reached out, tearing and pulling at the damaged stalks. It was actually eating it. Not just the energy was devoured, but the fibers as well, until there was nothing left but a trail of exposed ground.
What is it?
Dave asked in disbelief. He now knew why there was no life in the grass. The grass ate the energy, ate anything out there. He imagined the hell of being out there now, the grass turning into feeding leeches and sucking all life from a creature. He shuddered at the idea. It was like a nightmare come real. Shannon had to have known. That was why he had made them come so far in one day, and why he had risked his magic being detected by the priests.
We had heard of it, but I never thought I would see anything like it,
Riven said.
Jamie, you'd love this one,
Oirion muttered.
Carnivorous grass.
The young wizard and the two priests turned to find that Shannon had led the others farther up the mountain and away from the grassland. They clambered up after them, feeling a little uneasy at turning their backs on the deadly expanse. In a clearing, the others stood around waiting, waking from the day's trance.
I suggest that we keep moving,
Riven said, as he reached the people in the clearing. He didn't think that he could sleep this close to the grass, now that he knew what it was. He envisioned one of the party members getting up to relieve himself, stumbling into the grass and the death it promised.
Is anyone too tired?
Oirion asked, no more eager to stay than the dwarf. Everyone looked around, but no one said anything, not even Cindy. She started to, but one look from Shannon and she went silent, half hiding behind Theo. That lack of fatigue worried Oirion, but he put it out of his mind. If they had stopped to rest even once, they would be out there right now. The idea made him ill. They didn't make it far before the long hike began to take its toll. They started to stumble and fall, the dark making it only worse. Riven called a rest. Everyone dropped to the ground and didn't get up. They lay back, aching and exhausted. Something had carried them through that hell. He closed his eyes and prayed thanks to God for his aid and blessed the angels that had helped them get through it. They slept late, waking up sore and stiff. Even Riven felt the strain of the hike. He stretched, watching Oirion do the same. For a moment, he almost asked Oirion where Father James was, but decided against it. If Oirion had wanted to talk of the man, he would have by now. Whatever was going on was nothing Oirion chose to share. It was a risk to have a partner. Sometimes bonds went bad, and even men as famous as those two might have had trouble with it. Breakfast promised to be the last of the supplies, down to the final crumbles in the tin of nuts. Fortunately, Shannon appeared with 3 little rabbit-like creatures that he handed to Tavia. She set to work at once preparing and cooking them. The extra rest was welcomed, and the food even more so. Tavia brought a portion of the hot meat to where Shannon stood. He sat at the edge of the camp. He was watching a little trickle of water that escaped the broken stone and then vanished again.
You need to eat,
she said. He had eaten less than anyone, yet provided more than anyone. More often than not, he declined meals that he scavenged up, and this time was no different. He turned those pert eyes on her. He said nothing for a moment, expecting her to just fall back, she suspected, but she had grown up with powerful eyes all around her and was not put off so easily. Shannon clearly had power, but he was not malicious or cruel, only haunted and ancient. How the others could not see that, she did not know.
I ate,
he said in the soft whisper of the Pertan nobility, still used by those old enough to recall the empire as it once was.
I don't believe that,
Tavia told him.
Not even a Pertan can keep going on what you eat.
He put his gloved hand on hers, pushing the little bowl of meat away, and went back to his focus on the little trickle of water at the camp's edge.
If I ate that now, it would make me ill. Give it to the others. I will not eat it.
She almost wanted to argue, but he was probably right. He'd eaten so little, The greasy little rodents would likely turn his stomach. She relented and turned, deciding on who should get it. She settled on Theo, slipping over while Cindy stared at Ivan. Ivan was telling her about the city of Jakarta, where he had a coastal palace. Theo looked up from rubbing his sore legs and saw Tavia holding out the bowl of meat. He took it and whispered,
"Thank you."
He was starving, usually giving his food to his wife. He had been thin to start with, and now he looked ill. Riven said a prayer as they each drained the last drops of the watered wine they had carried. As they finished their meal and fixed their boots, Shannon patiently filled their canteens from the trickle coming out of the stone. It was not sweet, as the mountain streams Tavia knew of, but was drinkable. She wondered if Shannon had put some sort of purifying spell on the water. There were no plants along the trickle, and that seemed ominous to her. She said nothing, but nodded her thanks to the man just in case. Riven took the lead as they headed up over the rough ground southward, with no real idea where to go or what they would find.
"Let's stop,"
Oirion said to Riven. Riven was contentedly picking his way up over the new territory, nearly oblivious of the others. He looked back as they crawled up after him, strung out down the mountain.
"This isn't a good place,"
Oirion said.
"There's a pond back there. We could run back down, see if we can catch something to eat tonight. Maybe get Ivan to bathe."
Riven chuckled despite himself, but seriously considered the idea and the weary group. Ivan definitely had begun to smell after the sweaty hike the day before. The man was not even ashamed of his stench. He laughed and wafted his clothes, sharing the smell with a great chortle. It was wearing on Riven's already low tolerance of the man, and likely Oirion knew it.
"Let's just cut over so it doesn't seem like we wasted the hike,"
Riven said.
"We'll stop for the day. Bathing would be good and they all need rest."
Oirion nodded and moved ahead to scan for trouble. He wanted to get to the water first to make sure it was clean. The trail cut sideways, dropping over a low ridge and winding back down, not that far from the others. Oirion stopped to watch them through the trees and saw Shannon bringing up the rear with a slow, even step, not at all labored. He followed behind Theo, who struggled and panted in the high altitude. The young man stopped to catch his breath, lifting his eyes up to the others ahead of him. Shannon stopped and waited for Theo, then looked over through the trees at Oirion. Oirion felt himself flush with energy that was out of place and uncomfortable. He felt an unlikely surge of violence toward the man, but turned and headed back down the slope toward the pond. The water was about 100 feet across, with bushes along the far bank. A little stream drained into it from the mountain slope to the south. Oirion stood looking at it, his hands on his hips. The water looked clean and clear, but he wasn't so sure. He could scan that there were fish and what looked like a healthy ecosystem, as healthy as a warped territory could be, but he still felt unsure of it. Rushing into unknown waters was a bad idea anywhere, and certainly here was no different. Part of him just did not think it could be that easy. Riven led the group down to the pond as Oirion continued to study the water.
"Hey!"
Riven yelled at Ivan.
"That pond might not be safe."
"It's a damn pond,"
Ivan said, already pulling off his armor as he strode for it.
"Ivan, it's warped,"
Dave objected, trotting down the slope at him.
"You don't know what's in there. Let the priest scan it out first."
Ivan waded in, sloshing up to his waist. He turned around and waited with his hands on his hips.
"Oh, look, it's fine,"
he said, before he plunged in sideways, swimming out farther.
"Ivan,"
Shannon said firmly.
"get out of the water."
It was the loudest his voice had ever been. It wasn't that he shouted or dropped the whisper, but it was loud enough that Ivan heard him. He paused in his swim, as much surprised to have Shannon sound so firm as for the fact that the man objected to the swim. He had thought Shannon fearless, and to have him show caution was nothing Ivan expected.
"Why?"
He had no time to get an answer as he was jerked under. Oirion moved to run for the pond. Shannon grabbed his arm, pulling him back with surprising strength. Dave was already down the slope and into the water. He dove in, barely leaving a ripple behind.
"What the hell are you doing?"
Oirion demanded, pulling free.
"Ivan needs help."
2 men in the water are enough. Help in other ways.
Riven already had his hands raised and threw a lance of blue-white power that hit the water's surface, sending rings of shock outward from it. As the shock waves expanded, a shield that was hiding something in the water flickered. Riven had another lance ready, this one of fire. He hurled it with his body and spirit. It shot through the air, hard and straight. Dave broke the surface, gasping hard. He coughed as he pulled Ivan up to get a breath. Ivan choked and sucked in some air, and then both were pulled under again. Oirion moved into the shallows and used a trick he had learned from Jamie, a lure. He bled out energy into the water, with heat added to fake a strong presence, drawing the attention off the smaller prey and onto him. The reaction he got was harder and faster than he expected. The monster rushed the shore and snapped. All Oirion saw as he leapt back was massive yellow teeth. He tried to escape the best he could with his feet in the mud, but teeth tore his vest and shirt, staggering him forward into the shallows again. The massive gray and black eel-like creature recoiled like a snake as Oirion lost his balance and plunged forward, his arms sinking into the mud. Oirion found himself chest-deep in mud, his head underwater. He rolled sideways hard, getting his head barely out of the water, but unable to get to his feet. He saw the thing coming down at him. The creature dove again with its mouth open, showing 100 teeth pointing in all directions. Its whole body was strong muscle, and its skin was sleek and dark. It moved faster than Oirion was able to. Before the thought fully hit him that he was about to be eaten, Shannon was over him with Ivan's sword. As the creature dove, Shannon swung. The thing's head came off, separating from its body at an angle, innards spilling out. The force of the creature's momentum carried it forward into Shannon. It impacted him, knocking him back. He tripped over Oirion. Unable to catch himself in the soft, deep mud, Shannon hit the muddy water. Both men were drenched in the reeking blood and whatever else that spewed from the wound. Oirion gagged on the smell of it. Shannon and Oirion both had to struggle to get out from under the creature. Shannon got up and turned to Ivan, even as Dave was helping the big man out of the water. Ivan's pants were torn to shreds and his legs were bleeding.
"Do not ever do that again,"
Shannon said. Dave moved as if to block Shannon from Ivan, but Shannon looked down at Oirion. He offered his hand to help Oirion, who was struggling a bit shakily to get to his feet.
And I said, "Help, not make yourself into bait."
Once Oirion was on his feet, Shannon threw the sword, sinking it into the ground at Ivan's feet. Striding out into the water, he washed his face and then pulled his braid out and tried to scrub the filth out of his long hair. Oirion hadn't come that close to death in decades and was a bit rattled by the encounter. He went out as well, but not as far or deep to do the same.
It's nothing serious,
Tavia said, washing and binding Ivan's calves in the only bandages they had.
My pants are ruined,
he lamented, looking at them.
I got these in Culta. Do you have any idea what these are worth?
Less than your life, I hope,
Dave muttered, picking at his own damaged pants. Ivan almost looked ready to cry. He looked up at Tavia, who was putting her little pack back into order.
Are you sure there will be no infection?
He asked, sounding like a worried child.
For a man who gets wounded for a living, you don't seem very at ease about it,
she said, too annoyed at him to sympathize.
Clean blades are not monster claws in a dirty lake,
he objected, looking at her with an odd expression.
Besides, why am I asking you? You probably aren't used to even dealing with men like me. I'm sure you're a little distracted.
Tavia jerked her pack closed and looked up with hard eyes.
Men like you, Ivan? You mean big and dumb? Well, no. I've never met anyone quite as impressive as you.
She stood annoyed.
Haha.
Dave laughed.
It's okay to be flustered with your hands on my leg while I have no pants on,
Ivan said as he got up. She rolled her eyes, then walked away to join her son, who was sitting with Theo under the nearest tree. Ivan flipped a crude gesture at her with his hips as she walked away.
Can you believe that woman?
He grunted to Dave.
She's probably never seen a man so well built.
Or so arrogant,
Riven said, amused by Tavia's lack of reaction to the big man.
Put it away, Ivan.
Ivan grunted and bent over to grab the tattered remains of his pants. He caught Cindy's eyes and winked at her, not the least bit modest about his nakedness. She smiled and dropped her gaze a little. Ivan's mood improved at once.
If she was half the woman Cindy is, then she would like me more,
he muttered. Dave shook his head and walked away. Ivan was impossible. Riven managed to catch a few fish from the stream that fed the pond. Tavia was seeing to the injuries while the others made camp. The fish weren't much, but they would start a meal at least. Shannon brought up a few wild onions and other herbs that made the oily fish meat edible. Turning down any of the meat, Shannon ate a few sprigs of various herbs, lifting them up to show Tavia when she started to complain about his lack of eating. Ivan started to grumble about the fish and the cook when oil dripped down on his embroidered vest, but this time Dave cut him off.
So, Ivan, how did a man from Dakan end up on the ship at all? I mean, Arwen's is a long way from there.
I was actually thinking about buying a place there. I heard of a pretty little place on an island off the coast and wanted to take a look. I always thought it would be nice to own my own island,
he said, forgetting his gripe from before.
What about you?
Dave asked Cindy, in order to avoid having to listen to Ivan brag about money. Cindy shifted and looked to Theo with an odd sort of expression, almost like panic, Dave thought.
We're just on holiday,
Theo said with a shrug.
escaping for a little, you know. What about you, Oirion? Why were you in Arwen's? I thought you patrolled Noyon mostly.
I was headed to Krish. The train to Valreen runs from there. The old northern east-west train shut down decades ago. It's the fastest way home.
He shrugged a little and took a sip of tea, considering that good enough.
Riven?
Dave asked.
I was headed to Castava.
We weren't going to Castava,
Dave said, a little perplexed.
I know, I got on the wrong ship. That's never happened to me before. Odd,
he muttered.
Me too,
Kelly said.
You were going to Castava?
Cindy asked with a shocked squeak.
No, wrong ship. I was trying to get into Norwood, but the shield kept turning me around. Gave up.
She said with a shrug.
Why go to Norwood?
Dave asked.
Curiosity, I guess.
She said, but no one really believed her.
What about you, Shannon?
Ivan asked.
What put you on that ill-fated ship?
Shannon looked at the big man a long moment before he answered.
Bad timing.
I bet it was a woman, hee.
Cindy said with a giggle.
Some forbidden love that he must slip away to be with?
I seriously doubt that.
Riven said.
What about you, Tavia?
Just travel,
She said.
You're not wealthy enough to just travel.
Ivan said.
Really, woman, what were you doing on my ship?
Dave almost corrected Ivan. Only Dave could really claim the ship as his, and he'd never do that around his father. That would be a very bad idea. Tavia gave the big man a look of stone. She was not amused at him or his way of thinking.
She was moving,
Oirion said.
Leave it alone, Ivan. Some of us do not care to talk about our reasons for the trips we were on.
They settled down, and most were lost in their own thoughts until late. The quiet was ended when Cindy shoved Theo away from a whispered argument they had been having.
If you loved me, you would want to.
She stood up, huffing.
Maybe I'm not man enough for you,
She said with cruelty. She spun on her heel and stormed away. Theo shrank, miserable and unhappy.
Do you think there are any humans in these mountains?
Tavia asked, changing the subject.
It'd be nice to sleep in a bed.
It's too hard to say,
Oirion replied.
With all the unstable energy in the air, we can't scan very far that well. Chances are that any humans would be well shielded, hiding from the things that live here.
And maybe they have learned not to swim in strange ponds,
Dave said nicely. Ivan made a face at him.
Ha ha ha.
Riven couldn't help but chuckle. Dave had a twisted shoulder and a black eye from the encounter, but had sustained worse in games on deck.
If all you're going to do is harass me, I'll just leave.
Ivan got up too eagerly and left the little fire and the camp. Riven muttered something about wandering in the dark alone. He pushed himself up and followed.
Maybe he'll get eaten and we won't have to feed him anymore,
Tavia muttered. Theo smiled a little, overhearing. His eyes went after the big man who was striding away. He wasn't fooled. He knew his wife well enough to know it was arranged. It was the same old game she used at home. He'd not planned or expected her to be faithful, but he had at least hoped she would be discreet about her affairs. He tried not to think about the details of his slender wife being with massive Ivan. Relaxing back, Oirion leaned on his pack. He couldn't help but see Shannon through his half-closed eyes. The Purton sat with his back to the lone tree overhanging the camp, watching Travis play with a collection of stones and sticks. Oirion closed his eyes and pushed thoughts of Shannon out of his head. Oirion tried to pray, to calm his heart, and settle the bad mood he was in. All that did, however, was bring up the grief that he felt was about to consume him. Frustrated and desperate not to break down, he sat up abruptly.
"Dave," he said, "you up for some sparring?"
"Sure."
Dave hopped to his feet.
"I saw some pretty solid-looking branches back down the mountain a bit. Look for some staves. Or you want to play with fists?"
"Staves sound better. We could use the weapons anyway."
Oirion followed the young sailor away from the camp and the fire. Theo watched the two men sparring with the staves they had gotten from the trees. Dave was obviously not a master at the staff like Oirion, but he was good in spite of his twisted shoulder. Theo could see that Dave fought in a different style. Orion's weight was kept in the back, in the current style of the Purton nobility. Dave kept his on the front foot in an older style. It was odd that the priest, who was supposed to be trained in ancient arts, was using a newer form of fighting than a sailor. Oirion was very good, obviously holding a great deal back. Theo had heard stories, of course, but to meet the man in person and see him spar was really very impressive. Travis, who was sitting with Theo, watched them a little while, and then went to find his own stick to play with. Theo glanced from Travis to Kelly. She looked from the sparring to Theo.
"You fight?"
she asked. He looked at her a moment, debating whether to tell her the truth or make up some easy lie about being too small for it. She nodded and looked back at them, leaning back on her elbow.
"You know, in the elder days, the sorcerers carried weapons,"
she said in her soft, deep voice.
"They could use them well. I have yet to meet one in these days who cares to carry a blade."
It was a strange topic, and one that made Theo very uneasy. He shifted again and scratched at his attempt to grow a beard.
"Why do you suppose that is?"
he asked diplomatically, almost wanting to kick himself for saying it. This was not a good conversation. She looked back at him with soft, dark eyes.
"I'm told it's because of the way energies ride on both metal and an edge. It makes spellcasting very difficult for them."
"I don't think that's it."
He spoke again before he realized that he was keeping the conversation going.
"Oh, why then?"
she asked him, seeming honestly curious about it. Theo shifted on the ground again and wondered if he was under some sort of spell that his usual shields were not detecting well enough. He rubbed his palm, feeling the power in the scar that he had carved there with a healer's knife. The scar was hard, meaning that it was working against something, so he was under some sort of spell that was encouraging him to talk to Kelly. How odd was that? The woman had barely said anything to him at all. If she was casting the spell, then she was in control of a power that she hid. It was a power that was most likely as illegal as his own. If that was the case, then maybe she knew what Theo was and wanted an ally should things go bad with the priests. He relaxed a little but added a whispered addition to his mental shields.
"It's the energies of the metal blade,"
he said.
"It has nothing to do with the spells. It's just the fact that metal creates an unpleasant sensation, like some people who wear certain jewelry and are allergic to it, causing them discomfort, something like that."
He shrugged, trying to play casual. She nodded.
"You should still wear one and learn to use it, especially in this country."
"Right."
He nodded.
"Maybe I will."
He wasn't going to tell her that he knew how to fight well enough, not great, but well enough in a pinch. He could kill when he had to, even if he had to resort to cheating. End of Chapter 2. Continue with Chapter 3, Orc Blood. Princes and Priests. Chapter 3, Orc Blood. The long rest at the pond was good for everyone, Oirion thought. It had at least given them some space from each other, and even though the night was chilly, it was far warmer than in the cave on the coast. Although it was still summer in Awans, on this continent the coolness of autumn was noticeable. Not only that, what happened at the pond had also taught Ivan a bit of humility, and showed the group that they were prepared to fight for each other. It also showed that Dave was fast on his feet and Shannon was stronger than he looked, but then Pertons always were famous for their muscular strength. For the most part, the group was asleep. Shannon wasn't. He never seemed to sleep. He sat combing his very long hair with his fingers. It was dry now, but he was still trying to get it smooth. It seemed a losing battle. His hair was a vanity, Oirion thought. Loose, it hung down beyond his waist. The ends were blonde, growing darker and turning red, blending into black from his shoulders to the roots. It would appear red at a distance, but when he had it pulled back into the typical braid, it looked completely black. Cindy, Ivan, and Riven were still out and about, but the rest slept. Oirion pretended that he didn't see Shannon. He'd have to say something to the man if he did. He wasn't sure how he felt about having his life saved by the Perton. He decided to forget it. No doubt they'd all owe each other before the end of this nightmare. He lay back, feeling comfortably tired after the sparring. It had helped, and maybe he would be able to get some sleep tonight. Riven returned, dropping down beside Oirion, silent in his approach.
Ivan and Cindy coming in?
Oirion asked, assuming Riven had given both a talking to about manners.
They are on the way.
Riven almost growled.
What have they been doing? It's been hours.
Each other,
Riven grumbled.
I've never met a more selfish pair of...
He let it trail off. Oirion was a little surprised at the thought that Riven had not stopped them.
She's married,
he breathed, almost as upset by the fact that he wasn't surprised at her as by the fact that she had committed adultery.
Apparently she doesn't care, and I don't think Ivan knows what that even means.
And you let them?
Oirion whispered back.
I was distracted with other things until they were already busy.
He looked over at Oirion.
There's orcs in these mountains and something else that's close, but it moves a bit different. A warped counterpart, I suspect. I don't think we need to worry about attack, but one of us should take a watch.
As they spoke, Cindy came into the camp and crept over to where Theo lay. Oirion saw the young man's eyes open as his wife lay down against his back. Theo stared at the little fire. He didn't move, but he was awake, and the two priests knew it, even if Cindy didn't. Ivan came in from the other side of camp. He dropped down and used his blanket as a pillow, hands folded behind his head, and brandishing a content smile.
I'll take first watch,
Riven said, his annoyance strong in his tone.
I'm not sure I can sleep yet.
Theo was awake well before Cindy. He took his and Riven's blankets when he got up, leaving her with just one. Snatching his pack up, he joined Oirion and Travis at the fire. Kneeling, he dug in the pack, looking for something to use as a brooch to pin his blanket around his shoulders like a cloak. Unable to find anything, he just settled by the fire. Mist curled up off the pond. It was light out, but the sun had not yet risen. Theo watched Travis poking at the fire a bit, and then reached over to show the boy how to write hi in Awans. Travis looked over at Theo, who smiled and waved, attempting to explain the word's meaning. Travis smiled and wrote it back.
Sleep all right?
Oirion asked the thin young man. Theo looked up and shrugged.
I suppose you can only sleep so well on the ground.
Long enough and you'll get used to it.
Oirion offered what comfort he could.
Do this long enough and beds won't feel right.
Oirion tried to smile. Theo nodded but didn't say anything. He looked back to the deaf boy, wrote Travis in the dirt with a little stick, and then pointed to the boy's chest. Theo and Travis looked up when Shannon joined them at the fire. He had several bundles of herbs that he handed to Oirion.
Dry those,
he ordered Oirion. Then he dropped a little purse down into Travis's hand and walked away. Travis opened it and smiled. It was full of berries, which he happily shared with Theo. Oirion knelt with the herbs. He ran the bundles through his fingers. It didn't take much to dry the herbs. He did it all the time for Jamie, as he was better at it. One of the things he was better at. The irony was that it was a healer's task. Once the bundles were dry, he wrapped them in a silk sash made from a piece of Cindy's dress that he had salvaged. He laid them aside and accepted a few sweet berries from the boy, who offered them with a smile and put them in Orion's mouth, then hugged him before going back to Theo. Breakfast was leftover fish and nothing else. He handed the wrap back to Shannon, expecting at least a thank you or some note on how well done it was. Shannon merely handed them to Tavia without so much as a word. Once they had eaten the little bit of fish, Riven and Oirion went to the side and knelt together. The two put their hands out, palms up, and closed their eyes. They sank into a trance and began a mutual scan, using each other's power to try to see more clearly. Shannon watched from a distance, while Dave made a point not to. Travis stood up to see better, hopping from one foot to the other as if he wanted to join them. Nothing seemed to happen, but both men rose a bit tired and very thirsty. Once they had recovered and the others were ready, Riven took the lead again. They headed up a trail that Riven had found earlier, hoping that it led over the ridgeline ahead of them. All the humans that they could detect were on the south side of the ridge. They stopped often, but for short rests only. It took Riven all day to find the pass. The faint trail wound up into the slope before them and seemed to vanish into the quickly approaching darkness.
"We will need to camp,"
Shannon said softly to Riven.
"We should go back down the mountain a bit to camp deeper in the shelter of the trees,"
Oirion said.
"The wind will pick up and we don't have any tents. The others at least will need more shelter,"
he argued with Shannon.
"We are still in the trees, Oirion,"
Shannon said, challenging Orion's attempt to give orders, contempt clear in his tone.
"In the trees right off a trail that is likely made by the locals,"
Oirion said, irritation thick in his tone.
"I've gotten close enough to them. I would really rather not meet more of them out of stupidity."
Shannon was annoyed, and it showed.
There's a cave up there.
Theo said softly to Dave, nodding up the mountain.
Do you see it?
"Let's go up."
Dave stepped up with the information Theo had whispered to him. He strode between the two men who faced each other. Theo hurried to chase after Dave, and so broke the argument by also walking between Oirion and Shannon to follow the young man. Theo caught up with Dave at the foot of the boulders before the opening, the others following close behind. Riven gestured to Kelly, who took up the far side. The two warriors then moved up past the others and silently into the mouth of the cave, vanishing. There was a short scuffle from inside. Kelly appeared.
"Clear,"
she said, and went back in. Oirion strode up past Dave and Theo to get to the cave. The cave was larger than they would have thought and had a little maze of rooms in it. The smell was horrid, but it was dry. Kelly carried the former resident out of the back room. It was a small, green-skinned hobgoblin, wearing bits and pieces of clothes that were obviously mismatched. Holding it by the back of its belt, Kelly carried it out of the cave past the others. Cindy gasped and covered her mouth. She whimpered and crowded closer to Theo. Shannon stepped back as Kelly passed. He started toward the door, but changed his mind and strode back down the mountain. The back room was heaped with the loot of the hobgoblin's victims. Riven began sorting through the pile for anything burnable or usable. Ivan moved to join him, but Tavia blocked the man's path.
"Leave it for the priest,"
she said.
"Why don't you go and get us wood for a fire?"
He glared down at her.
"I'll help,"
Cindy offered happily. Ivan relented and followed Cindy out of the cave. Riven looked after them a moment, then muttered in Dwarven as he returned to sorting the pile. Dave ran for the door, gagging when he found a little side room and the source of the reek. Hung from the walls were bits and pieces of human bodies. The bones were all far too small to be even close to adult, and one was a complete skeleton. It was bound up by its ankles, its little dress still on. Theo went to untie the infant. He had tears in his eyes, but he was far from being as sick as Dave. It was not the first time he had dealt with things as sickening as this. Oirion caught up a little blanket from the pile that Riven was tossing to be burned and wrapped the baby's remains in it. Theo took it outside, while Oirion gathered up the rest of the bits and pieces, flesh that had been smoked and dried, and bones that were cracked and sucked clean. Riven had to stop twice, holding the back of his hand to his mouth, as Theo and Oirion cleaned the hobgoblin's pantry. The others found additional chores to do, and tried not to think about what that thing had done in this cave. Theo gathered the collection into the tattered remains of blankets and set the whole mess off to the side. When Ivan and Cindy returned, both smiling and messy-haired, they all gathered at the pile beside the door of the cave. Riven tried to lead a prayer, but couldn't. He felt like he was going to vomit. Oirion lifted a hand and held it over the bodies of the small children. He whispered the prayer of the dead and prayed for the families that had lost them. Then he hit the mess with white fire, incinerating it all into ash. The whole process was done in the few blinks it took for his eyes to adjust to the light. Cindy stood picking a few sprigs of evergreen out of her hair. She looked at Theo and lost her smile. He was not at all amused with her.
What? I fell.
She defended. Theo didn't even twitch. He was furious and holding it in. The young woman actually stepped back a little from her husband's cold, hard look. He turned and headed down the slope.
Theo,
Dave called.
Where are you going?
I need to wash my hands,
Theo said back angrily, not turning and not slowing. Oirion moved to follow him, while Riven went back inside to bless and cleanse the cave and the air in it as best he could. It would take a bit, but it would be safe for a time, and it wouldn't be inhabited by hobgoblins for a while.
What?
Ivan asked Dave with a shrug and a smile as the others went in.
If he was man enough, she wouldn't need me.
Dave shook his head.
Ivan, she's married to a comrade. Don't you have any morals at all?
Ha 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 ha.
Ivan laughed.
Theo, a boy like that doesn't deserve to have a woman while the rest of us don't. It's a woman's right to choose the best man in the crowd. If he was worth his piss, he would fight for her.
You're 3 times his size,
Dave objected.
Exactly,
Ivan said with a grin, and then ducked into the cave after the others. Dave looked off down the mountain at Theo and Oirion, their forms vanishing into the dark. Dave's life often depended on reading people, and he had a feeling about Theo. It seemed to Dave that Theo was not one who was easily angered, but that once he was, he'd be dangerous. As he turned to go back into the cave to help clean up, Dave saw his uncle standing in the dark and joined him, looking down at the two who were retreating.
He's more than he seems, isn't he?
Dave asked Shannon. The tall Purton looked over at Dave. The last bit of light reflected off the ice blue of his eyes, making him look rather eerie, as if his eyes had an inner light. Not all Purton's eyes did that, but Dave had seen his father's do it as well. It would scare the hell out of his crew when his anger reflected in his eyes. Men tended to die at that point.
Not all men reflect their power in their eyes,
Shannon said, and then turned and moved off like a silent ghost down the slope, following the other 2 men. Dave waited a moment and then went in to see if Tavia needed any help with the fire. In the rubble, Riven found very little of use or interest to them. There were a few bits of broken tools, the ratty clothes and fabrics used to make the nest, and rusted oddments. There were, however, a few things that were out of place. There was a helmet made of silver with a fine spine along the top, etched in gold. It was covered in 1,000 or more razor-thin slashes. The chin strap was gone, and along the edge of the helm was a band of metal that once had a layer of material, probably leather, over it. That material was also gone, leaving a row of slightly unpolished silver-headed rivets along the edge. There was an amulet made of some sort of tarnished metal. It held a dull stone that looked rather like a smooth piece of granite, but was far too light. The other thing he found of interest was a belt. It was very slender, made of discs of silver. Each disc had 3 squared rays of the sun off the sides, interlocking the discs as it tightened. The buckle was a full sun with a gold inlay of some detailed spell circle. It was nothing like Riven had ever seen. It was pretty and clearly expensive. The belt, like the helm, was covered in the fine slashes.
Dave?
He invited the young man to come and look at the finds. As a man of the waters, he might at least know the origin of the things. Dave moved to kneel in the firelight beside the dwarf and took a look at the goods. He had no idea about any of it. He turned as Shannon entered the room, followed by Oirion and Theo, and handed the helm up to him.
What do you make of that?
Dave asked him. Shannon took the helm and turned it in his gloved hands.
It is pre-imperial,
he said, slightly raising an eyebrow.
Very old.
What empire?
Tavi asked, suddenly very interested.
Purton,
Shannon said, glancing up.
How do you know that?
Ivan leaned up, getting a better look at it.
It is made of blue silver,
Shannon said.
The art of its crafting was lost in the Elder War.
He ran his fingers around the band.
The grass has been slicing at it for some time, but the original magic lingers.
He turned it and handed it back to Riven.
I think perhaps since I am the warrior here out front, I should have need of a helm,
Ivan said. The others all looked at him a moment without saying anything.
It's too small for you, Ivan,
Tavia said.
Your head is way too big.
She said it with a straight face, but Kelly smirked, and Dave had to cough politely to hide a smile.
What sort of magic is in it?
Kelly asked.
It might be restored and used to aid one of us in our travels, and it would be more easily decided who is to have it if we know what magic it possesses.
I would say the only use it has now is as a helm,
Shannon responded.
The magic is too degraded by the grass tearing at it for the last few thousand years for it to be of any other use.
So who should get it?
Tavia asked. There was silence in the group.
Do not look at me,
Shannon said.
I do not want it, and no matter what I say, Oirion will argue with it, so ask him.
He walked over and took a seat at the back of the little room. Oirion considered it and then nodded.
Maybe, Riven, you should wear it,
he said. Riven set the helm aside and tossed the amulet to Shannon. The man in black held it and turned it in his hands. He smiled faintly and then tossed it to Dave.
Recognize that?
Dave turned it in his hands and studied it for several minutes, desperately searching his brain to know what it was. Simply giving up on an answer to Shannon was nothing he was about to do. Just when he was certain that he had no idea, it came to him. He looked up at the Purton, who was giving him a funny little crook of his head in his measure of a smile.
How the hell did this get here?
Dave queried.
It has been here a long time, and the grass has stripped it clean, but it predates the barrier.
What is it?
Cindy asked.
It's sort of ugly looking.
It's an amulet of the priesthood of the Vons,
Dave said, smoothing the worn, tarnished metal.
It's very old.
Priesthood of the Vons? Ha!
Cindy laughed.
The Vons aren't gods. They're just men.
Not the House of Von,
Kelly said.
The Vons, the angels who saved us from the Elder War, the Great War, and built the Empire. Armand, the Great One who served and protected the Portans, who built the power keys of Ulam Bak and Amen-Ra, was the father of the line of the house. His daughter was the first empress of Pert, and the Vons are more than just men. They are the descendants of the Vons, the angels. In the elder days, the Vons were prayed to for help and guidance. Some still are, as gods. There is no difference between the angels of Pert and the gods of the rest of the world. It's all just in how the race honors them and what name they use.
They all looked at Kelly silently for a moment, unsure of what to say. Dave tossed the amulet to her. No one objected. Riven handed Shannon the belt. He looked it over a bit.
It is blue-silver as well.
He tossed the belt to Tavia.
And the spells are less corrupted on it. The belt was made to defend itself. It is also made to be worn by a woman.
I'm a woman.
Cindy objected.
Why does Tavia get it?
Because she's not a bitch,
Theo said under his breath. Dave fought a smile, bowing his head.
What did you say?
Ivan demanded. Theo looked up at the man.
Because she's not rich,
Kelly said.
If you think she needs a pretty belt, why don't you give her yours?
Theo said to Ivan, his tone flat.
If you're man enough to have a wife,
Cindy said, standing up angrily.
You would try to get me pretty things.
Shannon held up a hand to stop Tavia from giving the belt to Cindy.
You have more pretty things than you can wear in a lifetime,
Theo said angrily.
You let him ruin my dress. You don't try to please me, and now you let a peasant woman have a belt that I wish to have,
she said in Owens, her voice rising in pitch and volume. Theo looked at her, unimpressed.
I am so sending you to Voldane,
he muttered in Imperial Purton. Dave looked over at him, a bit startled. Voldane was a palace off the coast of Owens, on its own island, built to house the insane kings. The Lord household had one of those crop up every few generations.
What?
She shrieked.
Don't you dare try and talk to me in that language, Theo.
She spat his name.
If you have something to say, be man enough and say it.
Theo was all but twitching with anger as he looked at her.
It's a belt, Cynthia,
he snapped back.
And she is the one cooking, and you haven't done a damn thing to help anyone. So enough.
I am not a peasant, and I don't see you helping, Mr. High and Mighty.
That will be enough,
Riven said, his patience worn out.
Sit and say no more on the matter. If you don't like the decision, then complain to Shannon. He made it.
She turned to look at the man in black, ready to scream at him, but fell silent.
Wise girl,
Shannon said softly, a bit amused at her sudden lack of fight. She sat slowly, letting it go. Theo stared at the fire and pulled his blanket up, as if trying to vanish. The meal was bits of roots that Riven had found and boiled up. It was bland and bitter. Shannon accepted none of it and left as they ate. He returned shortly thereafter with a few sprigs of herbs. As usual, he gave them to Tavia to make the tea. The tea was far better than the mashed root and was all Shannon took. Cindy ended up crying about the root tasting too horrid and that the tea had no honey. They all ignored her as they drank the tea. Without comment, they sank into their beds to try to get some sleep. Cindy went to Theo and curled in under his blanket with him. She wanted to be warm, and she wanted to be sure she had control over him. Her hand found his skin, and he was just too tired to fight her. She even tried to be quiet and discreet about it. After she fell asleep, he slid away from her and went outside. He made it a ways over the boulders and away from the cave, and then vomited. He tried not to cry, scared someone might be worried that he was hurt and follow him out. He hugged his arms against the cold and wished something would jump out of the dark and eat him. Just end it. He had hoped that he would not have to deal with Cindy much, but he knew now that was not to be the case. She would scream until he let her into his bedroom, and the moment he failed to please her, she would use rumors of his lack of interest in women to control him. He had married the girl because he felt obligated to marry, and she was as good as any. Sometimes her abuse of him made her touch feel almost as foul as his mother's. At least Cindy was just selfish, not evil. It was an unfair comparison, he knew, but knowing didn't change how he felt. As he stood there in the dark, it started to snow. This far north, winter came early. Theo wiped his mouth and then headed back, shivering and sniffing, as much from the cold as anything. Shannon was outside the cave, holding a blanket. He put it around Theo's shoulders, engulfing him in warmth.
You shouldn't wander alone,
Shannon said.
Why not? I might get killed.
Theo half laughed.
I wouldn't be so lucky, but thanks,
he said, and then ducked back in. He didn't sleep next to his wife. He found a spot as far from her as he could. He'd rather sleep with a hobgoblin right now. The snow continued to fall during the night. When they woke, the ground was covered in a foot-thick cold white blanket. Shannon had already gone hunting and returned with a small deer of some sort. They boiled it for breakfast, and Oirion dried some into jerky strips using basic magics of his order. The dried meat was split up between them, all except for Shannon, who again refused food. Once they had eaten, they packed up and took time to turn their blankets into cloaks. Riven pushed the helm onto his head and then moved out of the cave into the cold morning. He had to hunt to find the trail under the snow. A chill breeze cut through their clothes as they left their shelter to follow the dwarf. It was a hard hike all day as the trail twisted up the mountain. It only began to wind downward out of the bitter cold as the sun went behind a bank of clouds on the western horizon. The day left most of them bruised and sore. It was dark as they reached the lower slopes and the tree line. They were still in the snow and had to find a shelter soon. Riven spotted a great tree with spreading boughs, its massive branches seeming sufficient to hold out the snow and the wind. They were all freezing cold, hurting from the snow and wanting to just get out of it and rest, but Cindy was the only one whimpering about it.
That tree isn't right,
Theo whispered to no one as he stood looking at it.
Shannon,
Dave said, overhearing. He waited for Shannon to reach them.
What do you think of this tree?
He asked. The tree was far larger than any other around it, dominating the hillside. Shannon looked at it for a moment.
We cannot camp here,
he said. Oirion looked back at him as he pulled the boughs apart to let the others in. The others quickly moved under the boughs to get out of the cold.
And why not?
Oirion demanded.
The tree is alive,
Shannon said.
Yes, I realize that.
Hey, we aren't the first to camp here,
Cindy said, delighted.
Look at the bones.
As she darted toward a pile of bones, the tree shivered and woke up. It began moving its limbs in an effort to trap them inside. The mood instantly shifted to alert. Cindy screamed. Riven yelled and shoved Kelly back out from under the tree as best he could. Cindy screamed again and tried to get out as the boughs grabbed at her. All those under the tree were grabbed up by the branches like hands around kittens, trapping them in the writhing tree limbs. Ivan roared and tried to get to his sword, but his arms were already too tangled in the grip that held him. With a shout, Kelly grabbed the branch that held her and wrenched it hard, tearing herself the rest of the way free. She tore Travis free, dove clear of a sweeping attack, and rolled out over the snow. The tree whipped its branch around fast and tried to sink a limb down through her, but missed, piercing the ground hard like a giant spear. Riven punched the rough bark tentacle that had grabbed his leg and was holding him upside down. As the branch exploded with fire flaring up the limb, Riven was dropped. He rolled to one side and scrambled back to avoid two other limbs retaliating against his magical attack. Regaining his balance, he threw up his arms with a dwarven shout, creating a magic shield. As fast as the shield went up, it was hit so hard that Riven felt his wrist fracture, but the branch was stopped short, as if it had hit a dwarven shield of magic silver and bone. Oirion was swept back as he tried to get to Tavia. The force hit him hard, sending him rolling. He recovered quickly and threw a ball of fire at the tree's trunk. It hit the target dead center like burning oil and set the whole thing alight. The tree reeled back and dropped its victims. They gasped for air and struggled to escape. Shannon grabbed Travis, keeping him from running back to his mother. Kelly saw and moved to help the others without having to worry about the whereabouts of the child. Dave ducked in past the dripping flames and thrashing limbs to rescue several packs that the others had shed in their effort to escape. The tree lashed out, flailing its burning boughs as the fire climbed up its giant body. Then it went still and burned like a torch in the night. It didn't crackle or pop as pine would, but released a black smoke that smelled more like fat than wood. Theo remained where he had been standing, a look of awe and shock on his face.
Did you see that?
He breathed.
Yeah, I think we did,
Dave panted, handing Ivan back his now scorched pack. They fell back in retreat, helping each other along the way. Quickly, they left the area and went deeper into the forest with Shannon in the lead. He carried Travis, who clung to him, his face buried in Shannon's shoulder. Riven brought up the end, pushing Cindy along as she stumbled and sobbed for rest.
Keep moving,
he told her under his breath, pushing her forward again. They stopped at a great tree that had fallen over, creating a sort of shelter with its long dead branches and root mass. Shannon tucked the boy in under the massive trunk and went to cut fresh boughs from the nearest tree to form a more solid shelter. Riven and Dave moved to help him as Oirion knelt to make a fire. Ivan helped the women break branches clear so they could all easily climb in under the trunk without stabbing their heads on the broken limbs. They all crawled in to share warmth and to get out of the wind, which was picking up. Shannon gave them time to settle down, standing guard by the opening, then slipped away to go hunting for the morning. Shannon had found a meal, some sort of small rodent animals. They looked like squirrels, but he already had them skinned and ready to boil, so nobody could tell for sure. He also produced several little sprigs of herbs that he'd scavenged from the last bit of summer in the mountains. They didn't talk as they ate and tried to keep warm.
It'll be better below,
Riven said to the weary group.
Once we get moving, we'll drop off the ridge and warm up.
It was a hopeful incentive that got them all on their feet and trudging down the steep slope after him. Shannon took up the rear as Riven led them with a steady pace. They traveled most of the day, picking their way down into a gorge, following it until it began to climb toward another ridge. No one was up for another night like the one before, so Riven set to camp searching long before dark. He found a place that was open enough, set before an exposed chunk of stone that ascended like a solid wall behind them. They took the time to drag over enough logs to build a defensive front that would also block the wind, and settled down as quickly as possible. Riven and Shannon both left to go hunting for whatever food they could find. Oirion sat back against the wall, wishing Jamie was there. He could find things to eat. He could pull meals out of nothing with such ease, it made Oirion rather annoyed at times. Although Jamie lacked skills in many of the tasks of camp, he did what he could, while Oirion saw to sleeping arrangements, scans, and setting perimeters. On days like this, any help would be better than nothing, but most especially finding food. Cindy began to giggle as Ivan tickled her.
"Stop it,"
Oirion scolded Ivan.
What harmless fun?
Ivan said. Oirion was not in the mood.
"Just sit and be quiet. This area is not friendly."
He leaned his head back, wishing the big man would just lie down and go to sleep. They all hurt, and here he was wrestling with Cindy. Riven returned, carrying some sort of animal. None of them could even guess at what it was. Suddenly, the dwarf drew up sharply and looked around, lifting his nose like that of a dog sniffing for a scent. He caught the scent again and confirmed it.
"Stay put and stay quiet,"
he said, and raced off up the mountain.
What is that?
Ivan asked, as the same smell reached him on the rising night breeze.
"Orc,"
Oirion said.
"Keep quiet."
Riven returned shortly, and without comment dropped to the fire and began to cut up the unidentified animal, obviously unconcerned about the orc.
"It was only a lone youth. It was no threat to us,"
he told Oirion as Shannon returned. Shannon knelt by Tavia and unfolded a corner of his surcoat full of apples, old and a bit withered, but apples nonetheless. He said nothing but left the camp at once. Orcs were no threat. An army of orcs could attack this group and still be no real threat. The dwarf underestimated the two big warriors and the powers within this group. Youth rarely saw past the immediate, and to Shannon, the dwarf was still young, even at 200. Shannon had hopes for Theo. Even Cindy had potential that the dwarf readily overlooked. Circumstance was often the only difference between women like Cindy and women like Kelly. No creature was more adaptable than a human woman. Shannon had seen the truth of that 1,000 times over. His thoughts, however, focused on other things. Fear was what Shannon could taste in the air. The other was blood magic. He followed them both now, silent in the woods, fleeting and fast. Mountains and forest were as much his home as they were to the dwarf. He moved quickly through them. Although Shannon could smell the juvenile's fear lingering farther down the mountain, the trail he followed wasn't that of the young orc. Its fading trail was moving away from what Shannon was tracking. The youth was nothing compared to what it was fleeing. Shannon followed the energy up the mountain and over a wooded ridge. The trail led down to a clearing. Torches lined the edge of the open space along the tree line, illuminating the area. A massive stone altar stood in the center. Shannon knew what it was long before he got there. It made him wonder what kept the two priests from sensing the real threat. Both of them should have felt it for hours now. He was mildly disappointed in them. Stopping, Shannon stood at the edge of the clearing to look over the local power. Let the dwarf worry about the campsites. Shannon needed to know what to hide them from. 5 wizards, none of them very powerful, were spaced around the altar. Several of them were chanting the weakest of the blood incantations, as the 6th member wildly raped a victim covered in a white cloth and bound to the altar. Everything was cheap, from their old stained robes to the candles they used, which barely stayed lit in the gusting wind. They had mixed elements that didn't even work together, causing their effects to counter each other, denying them any real power. The mistakes started at the very basic levels, with the blood spells on the side of the altar. Not one of them was right. The Shroud of Silence, or its childlike attempt, pinned on the woman with sharp needles through her skin, was woven improperly. It was nothing but a piece of cloth. 2 of the 13 candles around the circle's edge had actually gone out. The rudimentary demon seal spilled on the ground in black sand was broken from careless feet. It was utterly useless. They were left defenseless. Not only that, the men had poor pronunciation, were off rhythm, and not speaking in unison. Whoever had taught them was either very stupid or making sure they didn't achieve much. Shannon had seen it all before. It was typical of the rustic, untrained peasants desperate for power, but by far the worst attempt to gain it he'd ever seen. It was crude and unnecessary, He removed men like these and this sort of behavior in the rest of the world when they happened to cross his path. Normally, he would have moved in to kill them immediately and then cleaned up the evidence, both physical and magical. The cleric in him would not die. Despite it all, he still had that. There was a difference, something that kept him from doing so this time. The power that came from the victim was not human, but neither was it elven, nor dwarven, or even Pertan. It was far more animalistic, a power that he had never tasted before. As Shannon circled the scene, the man on the altar backed away. He was so giddy from his climax he fell to the dirt, destroying any last vestige of wards drawn in the sand. He was rolling on the ground, feeling the pleasure of the power rush that he had just stolen from his victim. Shannon was disgusted at their fumbling and annoyed at the energy they were spilling into the currents, negative energies that he would have to deal with. It was intolerable. Shannon stepped out of the trees and into the torchlight. These men would all die tonight, and Shannon would burn the area clean of them. As he approached, the power played off his shield. Its fingers tried to seduce him, like some sort of familiar lover, tempting him to lie down and taste what he knew would be enjoyed. His shields held without strain, and his discipline did not waver. The balding man, who was at the head of the altar, grabbed the cloth that covered the woman. He ripped it away, tearing her flesh. Shannon actually stepped back in disgust. It was not human. She was an orc. The bloods around the table lunged in, finding the bleeding rips in her skin. Each began to drink in the blood and the energy that was in it. They were trying to provoke her to use power to stop them and, in turn, give them energy highs. It was a high that no drug could rival. With such incompetence, any of 1,000 accidents could happen, resulting in the foolish wizard's painful deaths. Their own destruction was low on the list of bad side effects. Of all the things he had seen, this ranked among the most disgusting. There was something very sickening about intelligent races sucking power and life from those barely more than animals. He could learn about these lands from the mind of one of them. That was all he needed, just one, and it would take only a moment to rip the information from the man's memory. He began to lift his hand, but stopped when the orc looked at him. The orc's eyes did not fit her body. There was intelligence and control there, not the animal hungers that ruled the orcs of the rest of the world. He stopped, a little impressed that she could even see him. The shields that he wore usually hid him from anyone who didn't already know he was there. The world overlooked him, yet she saw him.
"Help me,"
she pleaded telepathically. Shannon let the gathered power relax and approached the altar. The bloods were so preoccupied with their feast that even if they had the power to see him, they didn't. He walked around the foot of the altar where the leader was still on the ground, moaning and limp with pleasure. Shannon stepped up onto the altar. He did not want any of the fools to bump into him. Standing over her, he looked down at her, considering her plea. He was drawn to her, his mind filled with 1,000 questions of how, why, and what. He watched her curiously, almost in disbelief that she could see him. Her dark eyes followed his every move. All the curiosities and the desire to learn that had lain dormant so long rose up. For a moment, he forgot everything else but the pursuit of understanding, the same pursuit that had filled a library with his writings and his studies. It had been many centuries since he'd even had his interest sparked in the least. She was orc, yes, but she was also part human. It was the human blood in her that began to prick at his shields and made the hunger buzz in the back of his head. Only thousands of years of hard work allowed him to get so close to so much power and blood, yet still remain in control of himself, let alone to be disassociated from it. She watched him, her own magics numbing her to the pain that would turn her blood into liquid power for those who fed on her. He was fascinated. All the orcs he had run into were far from mastering their powers to the level she was using. He used a whisper of his own magic to look deeper into her mind as he squatted down to examine her. His energy brushed against her, showing him what had created her. Her father had been a human blood, and she had been conceived in this same sort of ritual. It was likely that her mother and her mother's mother were part human as well. He wondered if she was self-taught, what society she belonged to, how old she was, and how she was able to be so calm about this. He had so many questions. He really didn't want to have to kill her. He began to consider the best way to get the information from her without leaving a mess, witnesses, or risking his identity. He was considering turning the Bloods into ash and helping her up when she acted. With a burst of power, she snapped the chain that held her arms down. Her claws shot out of her knuckles, and she sank them into the side of Shannon's thigh. His leg almost buckled from the force of her punch alone. He cried out, as much in surprise as in pain, and grabbed her wrist to pry it away. He almost screamed as she stopped numbing herself, allowing the pain to flow through her own body, sending explosive power into him. She had bypassed his shields and went right into his bloodstream. In this manner, her pain, fear, and life became raw energy to him. His shield shredded from the inside out as he felt the power awaken the beast within. That part of him that he fought and hated but hungered for roared to life. The monster within himself was almost as quickly blown away by the energy that was sent to him, creating a state of euphoria more powerful than any drug. His body was washed with the pleasure. It came in waves so strong that for a moment his heart felt whole. His eyes rolled back and he was rigid and unable to move as blood and fiery pleasure coursed through his veins. She fed him information with her soul's energy. It came too fast for him to understand or care about. Some part of his mind still worked, desperately fighting the consuming pleasure that burned him from the inside out, threatening to destroy him and break him down to what he had been all those millennia ago. She was no stray catch. She was, at the very least, a master level in magic, and she was doing this all with the intention of creating an ambassador between races. She had no idea who or what he even was. He struck at her with his last bit of rational thought, almost frantic to stop her. The power that shot from his hand went at her in a blast of red light. She screamed as the flare consumed her, the force of it shredding her face. Blinding light shot out of the rips in her flesh and into the men who had attached themselves to her. They were hurled back, blood running from all the holes in their heads. They crumpled where they fell, some of them even charred about the mouth. Only the man who had been reeling from his earlier thrill was left alive. Silence followed. Shannon stood over the dead Orcan woman. The altar was cracked down the middle by his blast. The shields that had hid the ceremony were gone. Even from here he could taste the two priests, their emotions, the heartbeats of the small company lost in the mountains, and that of the man who stared at him in awe and fear. Shannon slowly got to his feet. He stood intoxicated by the power and pleasure of the encounter. The blood wizard, still on the ground behind Shannon, scrambled to make a break, running for the tree line. Shannon leapt from the altar, crossing the span of the clearing. He grabbed the man by the back of the robe and spun him around, pinning him against a tree, the man's fear too sweet to let escape. Shannon grabbed the man's groin, crushing it in his grip, adding pain to the sweet elixir of fear and blood power he was swimming in. Shannon shifted his hold on the man and crushed his face with an elbow strike, amplified with power. He absorbed one last gust of energy just before the man died. He turned away. There was a cleric close. The blood of a cleric would give him enough power to leave this continent instantly. The blood of a cleric could maybe heal his heart and allow him vengeance. The thought jarred him back, out of the darkness. The cleric was riven, and he was closing in. Catching his breath, tears on his cheeks, Shannon stepped back unsteadily.
"It's Riven,"
he whispered to himself.
"It's Riven."
Almost in a daze, he touched his leg. The blood that had run down his leather pants smeared onto his hand. He looked at his hand a moment. His leg almost gave out under his weight as he stepped back, moving away from the dead man at his feet. Fighting for control of his thoughts, he reached down and put his hand over the gash in his leg. Using the new power that was rushing through him, contaminating him and tainting his energies, he blocked the pain. He needed to use up some of the orc woman's power that was within him. It was poisoning him, tearing at his soul and his shields, threatening to rip it all away. It was a foul power, like having eaten rotten meat, making his stomach churn. Usually that didn't happen right away. Luckily, it wasn't enough to destroy him or the work he had put into his shields, but it was dangerously close. He could swallow it, use it to keep his leg from bleeding more, and to hold the leather of his pants closed. He could use it to burn the clearing, hiding all the truth from Revan and escape unseen. The power and the sick energies would be burned up in a few hours, but the putrid taste would linger. The damage to the inside of his shields would take much longer to repair. She had no idea what she had almost done. His instincts were already resetting themselves to be more careful. He could not risk such an encounter again. Shannon was becoming ill so fast that he took only the time necessary to clear the circle and hide his arrival at it. It was still hours until dawn. He needed time and a drink of fresh water to recover. Water would help. Its inherent energy would cool and settle the power raging in him. It would sink into his body like a cool balm and bring him back down out of the high. He dropped gratefully beside a small creek that ran down the mountain, not too far from the clearing. He washed the blood from his gloves before scooping up water to sip at. The water sped the process of coming down from the high. Still, after all these years, this revolted him. He still cried every time and vomited until he was able to taste his own blood and bile in his mouth. He held himself tightly, shivering with a cold sweat. This time was no different. His soul came screaming up, and he fell to his knees and elbows with weakness and consuming grief. It still tore at his soul, what was left of it anyway. He no longer prayed as he once had. God didn't hear the prayers of the damned. Tears ran from his eyes, burning his cheeks, and his leg throbbed where he had been stabbed with the orc's claws. Holding his pounding head, he curled over and struggled to let the feeling pass, trying not to control what was happening. It never helped. It just made it that much harder, leaving him exhausted and feeling weak, inside and out. After all the years, all the centuries of this, he hadn't been able to escape it or accept it. This battle he fought was tearing at him, tearing at what was left of his soul and his sanity. He could feel his sanity slipping through his fingers as his soul was burned away a little more each time. He wanted to scream at Jerome for doing this to him, to scream at the church for allowing it to happen, at God for not helping him, but he had already. He had screamed until his throat was torn, his body weak, and no words were left unused, but it did no good. He hoped that he would be able to rebuild his shields well enough that the priests wouldn't see, smell, or taste this, and that he would be able to block them out and the temptation that they were to him. They were both powerful men, and they had the power that a vampire craves the most. It was the very power that was stolen from him. His heart ached for the energy of life that was amplified in a priest. His heart ached at the hollowness that had once been filled with the very same golden power that flowed through Riven and Oirion. He took another shuddering breath and tried to stay relaxed and let it happen. He pushed away any thought of the priests and tried to swallow more water.
"Where have you been?"
Oirion demanded, as Shannon entered the clearing where they all rested. Oirion was on edge, jumpy for some reason other than the fact that he didn't trust Shannon. Instead of an answer, Shannon gave the priest a steady look and moved to the pack he had set down earlier. Oirion was dangerous. Now was not the time to get into a fight with the man. Oirion would go to war with Shannon if he even got a hint of what Shannon was. Knowing that, Shannon gave Oirion a wide berth. There was nothing about the night that he wanted to think about, let alone talk about, and sure as hell not to Oirion.
"There is blood activity in the mountains. Where have you been, Shannon?"
Oirion demanded, a bit more sternly. The rest of the camp began to stir as Orion's voice woke them. Shannon momentarily thought about telling Oirion the truth, and about how much easier his life would be once Oirion was dead at his feet. Oirion would attack him, and he would have no choice. The problem of Oirion Hennon would be solved.
"Do you think I did not sense that?"
Shannon asked, barely keeping his annoyance out of his voice.
"Riven went looking for you,"
Oirion said,
And for the source.
Are you accusing him of something?
Dave asked.
No.
Oirion said after a moment, glancing at Dave.
Just pointing out that I don't like him vanishing on a whim and not telling anyone. These mountains aren't safe.
I'm touched by your concern, Oirion,
Shannon said, as he lifted his canteen in a mock toast. Part of Shannon was impressed with Oirion and his ability to maintain without Jamie and in Shannon's company. Another part just wished the man would go away forever. Riven returned to the camp, looking a little tired and a bit disheveled.
We need to move now,
he said, picking up his pack. He looked at Oirion and switched to the old imperial language that was only taught or spoken by priests of the Sixth Kingdom anymore.
There are vampires in the mountains.
He left it at that. They both knew that, as they were weaponless and burdened with the group, they would be the next meal for any vampires around. The blood of two priests was nothing that would be passed up. Riven took the lead immediately, making them leave their little fortified camp without a meal or time to even fully wake up. They were moving before the sun rose, and the dwarf set a pace that left the slower members far behind. Shannon brought up the rear, letting the two clerics get farther ahead. The farther away they were, the better. When Tavia could no longer find their trail, she sat down with her son, letting him rest in her lap as she waited for the others to catch up to her. Cindy was the first to join her in the small clearing, dropping down close and wrapping her blanket tight to try to warm her thinly clad legs. After a few moments, Theo joined them and sat down, trying to catch his breath. Then Shannon entered the little clearing. Tavia looked up as the tall Purtan walked up to where they were seated.
I lost their trail,
she said.
It is just as well,
Shannon answered.
Theo and I can go aside and catch some fish while you get a fire going. It might be a while.
He gestured Theo to follow him, and they left the trail they had been on, making their way through the trees. A small stream rolled and splashed along a twisting little bed. It was pretty, except for the fact that it had ice along the edges. Theo had the sinking feeling that he was going to be getting wet. He was already in pain, and cold water promised to only make it worse, but he said nothing. Shannon moved along the stream to choose a spot that he liked. He knelt, polished a smooth stone at the water's edge, and then looked up at Theo.
Pay attention. I'm not going to show you this twice.
He gestured across the stream.
You want to find 2 stones that have a suitable spell surface.
He pointed to the smooth stone across the water.
You want the stones to reach into the water, preferably to the bottom. Ideally, you are below a small waterfall.
He motioned to the waterfall he had chosen.
You start with a rope spell.
He drew on the center of the stone with a sorcerer's spell. It created a cord of energy that served as a rope. Theo knew it well enough. It was very basic and used in a great many ways, but none of them very practical as far as Theo was concerned. He knelt and paid close attention as Shannon built a net of power across the stream. He doubled the net and allowed it to let things in, but not out. A fish could swim upstream or downstream into the trap, but not escape. That being done, Shannon then conjured up a very basic barrier spell. He made it small and started far upstream. He then slowly brought it down, pushing everything in the water down to his net. Theo watched, amazed and fascinated by the magic and the very useful application of it. Shannon showed him how to sort the things in the water, letting the undesired through the barrier, but keeping what he wanted. By the time the barrier reached the net below, all that was left were a dozen fish to choose from.
Those are warped negatively,
Shannon said, pointing at 3 of the fish, brightly striped with red bands. He pushed them back upstream through the barrier spell. That left a type of fish that looked rather like some sort of trout, but was speckled with leaf and grass patterns. They had bulging eyes that rolled to look in all directions.
Those don't look right either,
Theo said.
Nothing here is right,
Shannon said.
You must choose the best you can and try not to ingest negative warp. There have been those who go into warp zones to hunt the energy they lack. They try to take it and make themselves stronger. It is a very old sorcerer's trick, but today we hunt for survival. Make your choice and let the others go with your goodwill. They will have a positive response to being prey and will pass that energy on to their young. Thank them. Always thank them.
Theo looked at him uncertainly. Shannon gestured toward the water and then stood aside while Theo spent several minutes trying to grab a fish, unsuccessfully. Shannon showed him how to make a rope loop on his fingers, then simply drop it into the water, tighten it around the fish, and lift it out. Theo smiled at how obvious and simple that was. He used the rope, neatly snatched 5 of the fish out and laid them on the ground. Theo looked to his teacher, pleased. Shannon gestured toward the water.
Release the rest with thanks and dispel the energies.
Theo did as he was told. He had learned to shut up and obey when someone offered a new magic. Most of what he knew was learned from those who were never supposed to be teachers. What he learned in secret and in passing. He had failed his regular lessons on purpose until neither his mother nor her henchmen bothered teaching him any more. He had worked very hard to seem inept before her, and had taken a great many beatings to prove it. She ignored him now because of it, and thought of him as a waste of her time. He could not hope for more, but finding teachers of any sort was difficult, even with her attention elsewhere. To find out that Shannon was able and willing to teach was something that almost made him glad to be here. Shannon rose from the ground and let Theo pick up the fish he had caught. Without a word, the tall man led the way back to the camp. Tavia had a fire crackling warmly. Boughs were laid out to sit on. Theo held up the fish to show her, rather proud of the catch.
You catch those?
Tavia asked with a smile.
More or less.
Theo said, not denying Shannon was behind it.
Shannon showed me a trick.
What's with their eyes?
Cindy asked.
Oh, they are just that sort of fish.
Knowing his wife well enough, he lied about it to avoid another scene.
It's nothing, Cindy. They are just big-eyed river trout.
Oh, well then, you may cook them now,
she told Tavia, who sighed and took the fish. Cindy beamed at the other woman's surrender to her command. She slid over for Theo to sit. He was feeling good enough, thinking of the new magic and how to apply it to other uses, that he chose to sit beside her. She snuggled up to get warm. He had to admit that her warmth was nice, so he shared his cloak with her and put his arm around her. He forgot at times that she was only 18, still a child in many ways. At heart, she was a nice girl. There was a reason he had married her. If he could just get her to accept that being nice wasn't weakness, they might be all right together. For the first time in weeks, he had not thought of Ivan or smelled him on her. She smiled and kissed his cheek. He looked over at her.
What was that for?
He asked in Awen's.
You're adorable,
she said, her eyes glowing and warm. He almost smiled at that. There was so much more to Cindy than she ever showed, and it hurt him that he did not inspire her to be brave enough to show it.
You can be,
he told his young wife. She grinned and snuggled closer. He let her, draping his arm around her. His thoughts went back to the magic he had just learned, and he contemplated the many uses of it. The fish was unexpectedly good with the bones cooked away and the meat light and sweet. They ate the hot meat with relish, having no guilt about not sharing with the others who had gone on ahead. They burned their fingers a number of times, but after the cold of the last few days, the heat of the fish and the fire they were gathered around was welcome. Not even Cindy had anything but praise for the meal. They ate and rested a bit before they put the fire out. Shannon led the way from their little camp up the mountain, following the trail of the men who had left them behind. They climbed up the next steep slope and were headed down when Riven came upon them, backtracking to find them. He was relieved to find them all well, but a bit annoyed to find them in a good mood and not at all concerned for where he was. He looked at Shannon, feeling insulted by their lack of response. Shannon gave absolutely no response to the dwarf's look and kept his usual pace.
I found a track not too far from here,
Riven said.
A track?
Cindy asked.
As in a road?
Yes,
he said.
We knew there were humans this way, that's why we did the scan.
I thought the local energies were too warped for a true scan to work,
Theo said. The dwarf looked at the slender man, almost irritated at the remark. However, he was more surprised than bothered that Theo had said something.
We got enough from the scan to know to come this way.
Maybe there is a city near. and we can get a real bath. And I so need to get some personal items.
Cindy said with a little giggle. Theo glanced at her but didn't say anything as they started after the dwarf. They climbed up over a low ridge and dropped down onto a narrow track. It was an old, rutted road that wound down through the mountains. It had recent signs of use. There were tracks of numerous horses in the mud, apparently from several days past, and footprints here and there in soft spots. The recent tracks were certainly from the men whom Shannon had met in the circle. Oirion and Riven could only speculate on who had caused them. They kept close watch on the ground in the tracks, but said nothing of them. By the day's end, they had made it a good ways down the mountain, and thus far had found no other sign of humans. As the sun began to rest on the horizon, they came upon an old building. It looked as though it had been burned out at some point, but had been used as a camp since then. There was a bit of wood still stacked up in the corner, and the fire ring was no more than a week old. Shannon was not with the group, and Oirion grumbled about him vanishing again. They all took time to set up the camp. Riven noticed what looked like arrow holes in the back wall of the half-burned dwelling and inspected them. After he had studied them for a moment, he suggested to Oirion that they fortify a bit, just in case they needed to stay a few days. Oirion agreed without any argument. Ivan and Dave stepped up to aid them in the gathering of fallen trees and any stones they could find. Shannon returned just after sundown. It was getting dark as the moons rose above the mountains. He had another of the deer creatures. This one was a little buck. Shannon had snapped off the horns before he brought it to them, but made no comment about it. The meat of the buck was tough and tasted bad, but they ate it anyway. They dried what they didn't eat and stashed it in their pockets and packs. No one said anything about the meal of fish they had earlier, and for once, Tavia didn't ask Shannon if he had eaten. She had the feeling that he ate better than any of them and just didn't bother to tell. There was no way he could live on what little he ate in camp. She decided to watch more carefully for that sort of thing. Travis left his mother's side and went over to Dave. He crawled into Dave's crossed legs, snuggled in to be warm within Dave's shield, and watched as Dave worked on sharpening his dagger.
You know it's sharp,
Ivan said.
You'll shave it to nothing.
Dave looked up at the big man and smiled.
It's also spelled and needs no sharpening,
he said.
It helps me relax,
he explained with a shrug.
Don't you have something that you do before a fight to help you clear your head and not worry about it?
Ivan grunted.
I look forward to battle,
he said, folding his arms over his chest and leaning back against the wall.
That's not what I meant,
Dave said. Ivan looked grumpy about the thought of it and took a moment to respond, stretching out his legs.
I pick fights with sailors.
Dave looked up at Ivan, half smiling. Ivan held a straight face for a moment and then laughed at Dave.
Ha 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 ha. I pray. Ha ha.
He got up chuckling about it and walked just out the doorway to piss.
You do anything to unwind?
Dave asked Riven.
I would usually smoke, but I lost my pipe to the ocean,
he said as he chewed on a twig. He tossed it aside, realizing what he was doing.
What about you?
Riven asked Kelly, trying to keep the conversation light and easy. She looked up from cleaning her fingernails and shrugged.
I like to make lace.
Cindy offered happily.
And Theo can draw well.
What about you, Shannon?
Riven asked. Shannon turned from the darkness he was watching, through what had once been a window.
He kills people,
Dave said in a cheerful tone. Shannon glanced at him, then back to the darkness.
That's not funny, Dave,
Cindy said. He responded with a shrug. The conversation dropped off, but it was a while before they were all tired enough to try to fall asleep. It was cold, and the fear of the local creatures kept them on edge, but they eventually drifted off one by one. Riven tried to stay awake and watch Shannon, but he fell asleep while Shannon still stood at the window, looking out to the north. Rose-hip tea was added to the dry meat for breakfast. They dragged themselves back to their feet with the hope of finding a village before dark, and maybe more food and a bath. The old road led them down to a deserted village. It had been abandoned for some time, the buildings half burnt and collapsing. Riven and Oirion stepped aside to do another joint scan. Then Riven chose a new direction, and they all left the derelict village behind. They climbed the ridge and followed an old wash down to another small, rutted road. The wagon tracks wound down and out of the forest. It led them into an area of very poor farmland. It looked to Shannon as if the local farmers were still using wooden, single-tine plows. The plow ruts were more like little ditches than the rows of a well-tended field. He caught Tavia muttering to herself about the farms. She apparently found them rather offensive and already blamed the local lord. Only an idiot would have his farms handled so poorly. The village was far smaller than they had hoped, but it had several shops. A few people stood about, looking at them curiously.
Why do I get the feeling we are out of place?
Dave muttered as they walked. Shannon chose a long, low building and went to the man who stood in the doorway. The man gripped a tall staff. He was blind in one eye where a scar crossed it. Old and wizened by age, he appeared half-starved and very concerned. He bowed his head, looking at them as if expecting them to attack.
"What can I do for you?"
he asked, in a very ancient form of the continental human tongue, although altered a bit from the form Shannon had learned as a young man. With a small dose of the tainted magic that was still coursing through his veins, Shannon could understand the dialect clearly, and when he spoke, it was as if he was a local. With just a fraction more power, he could share this magic with all the others. The last thing he wanted was to have them seem like strangers. He suspected he would be doing that sort of thing for them a great deal.
We require a place to rest and wash, and some food supplies.
The man shifted a bit on his feet, uneasy of the strangers.
We have items of trade,
Shannon added, to help the man relax a little. The old fellow was clearly uneasy, but he nodded and let them into the building behind him. It was a common hall, the best and closest to an inn the small village had. He led them to the table in the back corner.
"We don't got much,"
he said.
"What do you need?"
Weapons,
Riven said, using his own magic to communicate with the man.
"No weapons. You gotta go to the Baron for that."
He looked at the dwarf, a bit startled. He looked back at Shannon.
"We got a few packs of dried goods and clothes better fit for the weather."
He eyed Cindy.
"What have you got?"
Shannon slung his pack off onto the table and dug into the bottom. He pulled out a small silk pouch. He gave Ivan a look that said to keep his items hidden. He set the little pouch down and untied the string, revealing what was inside. There was a well-cared-for collection of buckles, buttons, and fishhooks. These small items were things all of them had in their packs. Shannon, however, had added to it. He had several of the hobgoblin's teeth and a few claws of some other animal. There was a small necklace with a shell on it that he had picked up from the cave, something that Riven had discarded as junk. Shannon had, however, rewoven the cord with new sinew and added several little bone beads to it. A little old man pushed up to the table to see the items. He waved his hand over them and nodded. He picked out the teeth and the necklace, gesturing for them to sit at the table.
"What do you have need of?"
he asked.
Clothes for the weather and tools for the dwarf,
Shannon said, sitting with calm, smooth confidence. The others moved to take their seats with far less grace.
"We can see to that,"
he said.
"but you can't stay here."
He gestured to a younger man who quickly went to get the gear. He fingered the necklace he had taken. He looked up at Shannon.
"You felt the circle."
We did,
Shannon said.
"Yes, I thought so when I heard strangers were here. It is best you go. You may stay the night, but then you go."
You do not wish allies against the trouble?
Shannon asked. The man smiled faintly.
"That would in turn only cause more trouble."
He looked them over. His eyes settled on Cindy for a moment, and then on Tavia.
"A pity. The last few years have been hard on the people."
He smiled at Travis, who hid behind his mother's legs, peeking at the man. He turned his attention back to Shannon.
We killed a hobgoblin in the mountains,
Riven said.
I suspect he has been part of the hardship.
The old man nodded.
"He slips our best trackers, but he hasn't come around here for some time now."
Then the child was not from here?
Riven asked.
"No."
The man looked troubled and a bit sickened.
"Not one of ours. Not this time."
He looked back as the other man returned with a load of clothes. He laid them on the table and spread out what he had gathered. Most of it was too small for the party, but it offered clothes for the women, Theo and Travis. They chose warm wool pants and vests. There were also a few hats that Shannon passed out. He handed the only cloak to Dave and pushed the rest away.
If you've more to trade, you could go to the barony, but I'd be careful. The Baron's not the most trustworthy of men, and he may try and keep your women, but he'll have weapons and more to trade.
Is there a place we can bathe?
Riven asked, accepting a roll of leather from the man. It contained a small set of tools. The old man nodded.
There's a hot spring in the back. I'll show you.
He led them all from the open hall to a back room. Tubs lined the wall, each with its own little room. Water ran from a hot pool down pipes along the wall and poured into the tubs. He nodded and left them to the bath. After the very welcome baths, Shannon paid for their small meals with the belt buckle and a few fish hooks that were left in his pouch. They slept on the floor of the common hall, using the blankets they carried. Oirion woke to find that the embers of the tavern fire had sunk low. He crawled out of his blanket to add another log. As the light grew brighter, he noticed that both Shannon and Cindy were gone. He moved to try to find them without waking the others. He crossed the room and went out the door. He thought it was the front, but it turned out to be a side door to the backyard. He stepped out and stood a moment in the chill. He was about to turn back when he saw Cindy. He was so shocked, he stood staring in disbelief. She was naked in the cold, wearing nothing but her hair and an amulet. The amulet was radiating warmth around her. She was oblivious to the world, with her hands in her hair as she rocked with the motion of the man beneath her. Oirion was so stunned he didn't even know what to do. She ran her hands over her body and opened her eyes. She saw him standing there and watched him as she continued with her task. He had never met a woman so bold and so open about it. He couldn't even move. He wanted to grab her and scream at her for her utter lack of morals and total lack of commitment to her marriage vows. On the other hand, he had never seen anything quite so erotic before. She rolled her eyes and arched her back, gasping with her pleasure. Oirion broke free of his shock and turned to run back inside. He ran right into Shannon, who grabbed hold of his shoulders. Oirion was out of breath and not in the mood to deal with Shannon. He almost shoved him aside when a shout rose from the village and a bell began to ring. The door was flung open from the street.
Hobgoblins! Grab hold of your boy!
A man roared. Shannon and Oirion both ran for the front as torches flared up. The building was lit up and the village was full of shouting alarms and citizens armed with whatever they could grab. Oirion was right on Shannon's heels as they hit the street. Shannon grabbed a pitchfork that leaned on the wall near the back door, and Oirion snatched up the makeshift staff he had left just inside the front door. They hit the rush of green, horrid little creatures in the street outside the common hall. There were a good number of them, shrieking and scrambling all over. They were everywhere, on the buildings and in the street. Oirion shouted as one leapt from a rooftop. It had a screaming child in its arms. Shannon threw the pitchfork and sent it through the thing's legs. It fell in its run, and Shannon rushed down on it. He snagged up the toddler in one arm and crushed the hobgoblin's head with his heel. He set the toddler safely down, and jerking the pitchfork free, he sank it into another's chest and kicked a third in the face. Oirion was swarmed under for a moment and lost track of the Purton. Riven, Dave, and Kelly were all there. They attacked together as a wall of force that broke the momentum of the hobgoblins, who clearly did not expect such skill and power. The hobgoblins turned to flee, shrieking and howling as they scattered. The warriors were not about to let them go so easily. Shannon was the first to chase after them. They were fast and could see in the dark, but so could he. Oirion was not so well off as a Purton or a dwarf in the dark, but this was what his life was, and he moved better than a human should be able to, the power of his priesthood rising to give him sight. He raced after one that he could see just ahead of him. He caught it trying to rush up a tree and jabbed the staff upward, knocking the creature off the branch. It came down with an attack and a scream. It caught Orion's shoulder with its claws and tried to bite him, but Oirion tore the thing off his arm by the scruff of its neck. He swung hard, crushing it against the tree. Unable to find any more goblins, He eventually turned and headed back down the mountain, returning to the village just as the sun began to rise. There were several buildings on fire, but he was tired from the long run and the short night, so he didn't offer any aid. He came around the building to find that most of the village people had gathered. He could see some of the others there as well. Dave moved back to Oirion.
Get any more?
Dave asked.
Just one. Is everyone back?
Shannon's not back yet. Kelly brought in several children who were stolen a few nights ago. There were knights after the goblin horde. 2 of the knights are fathers of the babies. They are rather happy about the return of their children and the fact that they are still alive. We are going to be taken to the Baron to be rewarded for our help.
Oirion nodded. Maybe God was watching over them. End of Chapter 3. Continue with Chapter 4, The Baron's Guest. Princes and Priests, Chapter 4, The Baron's Guest. Even as the villagers worked to put out the fires and repair the knight's damage, the knights led the company from the small cluster of homes. The 3 knights who carried the children rode on ahead to the barony, while 2 others led their horses and walked with the travelers. The knights were poorly geared, their horses more farm beast than war horse, and their clothes little better, but they were friendly and happy to talk about their troubles dealing with the goblins and other creatures in the area. Theo talked with them comfortably and as if they were truly knights worthy of such a title. They seemed to like him rather well, and were content to talk with just him. That was something all the others were grateful for. They headed up another ridge, challenging the snow and cold at this higher elevation. They didn't follow a road at all, but hiked through the forest with only the knowledge that their guides had of the area. Storytelling dropped off as the hike grew more difficult. The wind seemed to steal the breath away, and the cold was enough to keep everyone focused on their feet and hands. At the top of the ridge, they sheltered inside a large but shallow cave to warm up and rest a bit. Oirion eased back against the stone wall, his joints aching from the weather and altitude. He was not used to this. If Jamie were here, he would be close, sharing a shield of warmth and laying a hand on the aches to melt them away. Oirion closed his eyes and tried to not think about life without the only friend he had in the world. Unable to escape his thoughts and grief, he focused on the group that was with him now. Not in 30 years or more had he dealt with this many people for so long a time. It was an odd sort of change. He had forgotten all about the night's highlights in the backyard until he saw Cindy. She smiled at him, a different sort of smile than she had given him before. She bit the tip of her finger, dropping her eyes a little to look up at him. He was so shocked at her open flirt that he didn't even know what to think. His brain just stopped. She laughed at him and ran the tip of her tongue over her lips. He was trying to think how to react to that sort of boldness when Riven suggested they keep moving. They began heading down into the next valley. Oirion was upset about his utter lack of reprimand, and worse, the reaction his body had for the suggestions she had made. He wasn't able to think of anything else. At least he wasn't thinking about Jamie and what would wait for him back in Pert. They hiked the rest of the day before reaching a small rutted road. The shortcut paid off when the walled complex came into sight. As they approached the manor, the sun went below the mountains, leaving them in an early false dusk. They were cold and tired, but picked up the pace to get to the walls as fast as they could. Walls were something not often seen in any of the cities or villages that were built over the past 500 years anywhere else. These walls were tall and made of thickly mortared stones, indicating a preparation for attacks. Such effort would not be spent without good reason. In his youth, Shannon had fought and trained against and within many walled structures. He could see right away that the wall would only work against the most crude sort of wars. Any serious attacker with enough men or horses could easily pull the wall down. The gate was weak and wider than necessary. The battlements were low and, like the gate, too widely spaced. The walls had handholds across the entire surface and would be easy to climb for just about anything with fingers. No one said anything as they entered the complex and escaped the wind. Out of the wind, the reek of the place hit them at once. The waste of the people was dumped out into open gutters, and the place stank of disease. Shannon noticed Riven's distaste, as Riven muttered something in Dwarven about it. Dwarves were a very clean race, and this place was surely revolting to him. It would be as revolting to him as laying rotting corpses in the streets would be to the humans in this company, except Ivan, perhaps. Shannon wasn't sure if Ivan would care about even such a situation as that. The man was as emotionally detached as any person Shannon had ever met. It was like he had shut off all connection to his own heart cores. If nothing else, it made being around him easier, even if his stories and endless performance of greed and bravado were an annoyance. They moved up the street, if you could call it that, to the manor in the center. The manor looked as if it had once been a barn or warehouse that had been converted to suit the name placed on it. The overall shape was a plain rectangle with a second and third floor. Additions had been built onto it, all of different sizes and peak angles. Some of the additions had windows, but those were open without glass or screen. The yard was unkempt with neither gravel nor grass, but covered in the mud of the area, sticky and red. There were several weary-looking horses in the yard and a collection of farm birds, damp and miserable-looking. They scratched at the mud, attempting to find something worth pecking at. A lanky gray pig was napping on the front step. A dozen piglets squealed over which ones got to lay on the step and nurse. For once, everyone had the same sentiment as Cindy as she made a sound of disgust. Kelly, though, seemed remarkably unoffended by the state of the place. She followed the guide without comment. He handed the horse off to the other and stepped up to the door to knock. The man wrapped a heavy ring that hung on the center of the stout, weather-beaten door. It wasn't long before an elderly woman opened the old door for them. She pulled it wide and let them inside without a word, bowing as they passed her. She seemed to be expecting them. The silent big man who served as a guide took them through a labyrinth of dark, narrow halls and small chambers. They went into a larger room, thick with the smoke of the fire in the hearth. The torches on the walls also let off their own stinking black smoke, making for a haze that stank and stuck to the teeth. The lord of the manor stood up sharply from his meal. He was a gaunt man in his late 50s. His gray hair was carefully combed and his clothes were embroidered in bright designs. The color drained from his face when he saw them. They obviously were not who he was expecting. Shannon noticed the man's dismay, but what caught his eye was the scroll case on the table and the book beside it. He had seen both before. While he couldn't place where just at the moment, it gave him the definite feeling that they needed to be on their way as soon as possible. The fact that the items seemed so familiar was disturbing in itself, but more so was the idea that the Baron was expecting important company other than them. It was of instant concern, and Shannon was ready to leave immediately. His plan to let them rest, and even leave those who wanted to stay, had changed. No one would be staying. He had spent too much time with them, and with the right magics, he could be tracked via any of the company. No, he had to keep them together for now. If the man dared to refuse Shannon anything, Shannon would take steps, any steps that were necessary. Even as Shannon made up his mind, both of the holy men grabbed for swords that they no longer had. Their hands closed over empty air. They were trained to recognize bloods, and were sworn to destroy them as swiftly as any evil creature. At least the two priests could tell the Baron was a blood, a fact that did not redeem the disappointment Shannon had of them for not sensing the circle the other night. But at least they weren't utterly devoid of their training. Shannon glanced at them and put a hand out to stop them from moving forward. He would argue with them later, but first he had to get a handle on the Baron. The Baron looked at them, a bit scared and nervous, and then his eyes settled on Shannon as Shannon's magics caught and held his attention.
These people aided the villagers in the fight with the Hobbs. They got your grandson back. Charlene felt they deserved a reward.
Their guide said softly.
Of course, yes. What can I get for you?
He asked in a deep, rich voice. He cleared his throat, still unable to take his eyes off Shannon.
We need food, baths, new clothes, and weapons. I also require detailed maps of the area,
Shannon said. The Baron motioned to the table.
Please sit. Be welcome. I will see to the food, baths, and clothes myself.
He left them alone, taking the knight out of the room with him, using a curt gesture.
What do you think you're doing?
Oirion demanded of Shannon in a harsh whisper.
We cannot eat here, we cannot sleep here.
Then do not eat,
Shannon said coldly.
but let the others eat.
He picked up the book, an old book that had a complex lock on it. It was not something that this weak-minded baron could possibly hope to open, so he had to have a master to whom the book belonged. Setting the old worn leather book down, he picked up the scroll case. He suddenly recognized the energy in it all too well. He nearly dropped it. Good God, it was his. How in the hells had it gotten here? It had been thousands of years since it had last been seen. How had it gotten to this man, in this place, and why? The only person who was still alive and would be keyed into it was Jerome. Only Jerome. Shannon set the case down carefully, trying to hide that he was shaky. Energy prickled the skin of his face, and his hand hurt painfully as he rubbed at the old scar. His entire body felt too hot and ached. His shields burned and vibrated, warning. He should not be here.
How can you deal with him? He's a blood. I'm sworn to kill him,
Oirion said, roughly turning Shannon by the shoulder to face him. They stood toe-to-toe. The insignificant baron was the least of Orion's problems just now, even if he didn't know it. Shannon would have put him in his place, but he had his mind on other things.
Not tonight,
Shannon said, grabbing Orion's arm as the priest turned to follow the blood.
If you want to kill him, fine, but not today, and not as long as we are all here. You want this whole village chasing us? Sit down and eat. Put your morals to bed.
His patience was wearing thin. He needed to think, and having Oirion on a crusade wasn't going to help anyone right now. Another time and place, Shannon would have encouraged Oirion to deal with the idiot. After all, as a hunter on the border of Norwood, that was the priest's job. Even though Oirion didn't know, he had performed that service many times for Shannon before. But right now, Shannon needed Oirion to calm down and to get some space between them and this barony.
You're defending him,
Oirion accused, almost in shock.
Shannon's right,
Riven said softly.
We need to eat to get supplies and weapons. I don't like it, but for the lives of the others.
He said pointedly, but didn't finish. There was no need to.
You and I can come back after we leave. You'll surely return with us to eradicate the evil here.
The dwarf's meaning was clear. He wanted Shannon to come back and prove his loyalty to the group and not to some brotherhood of bloods. Shannon nodded slightly.
Of course, brother. I would be more than willing to remove the Baron.
He pushed Oirion out of his way as he let go of his arm. He needed to get some space between him and those two. The short contact with Orion's arm was enough to make his head start buzzing and his chest constrict. What was left of his heart had stopped even trying to beat. He took a piece of bread out of a basket on his way to the window. The others fell upon the mutton, puddings, and gravy. The greasy richness of the meal appealed to all of them, except Shannon. Where had that scroll case been last? Had Jerome taken it from the palace in Norwood, or had it been with his things in Ulambach? He hadn't thought about it in so long. He was a little surprised that he even recognized it. How it had gotten here, and why, was more important than where it had been. It couldn't have been chance that it was here, where he was, at this moment. He knew even before the storm had hit them and had driven them so far off course that it was Jerome's doing. The magic of the Great Barrier had been his to learn, but he simply did not know it well enough. Everything had been cut short. He could not explain how they survived the passage, how the case could be here, or why Jerome was involved with either. Shannon turned from the window, refusing to let questions he couldn't answer drive him crazy. He looked at the thing on the table, debating if he would take it back or leave it. Better to deny that he had been here. He would leave it. He wanted nothing that could tie him to Jerome, and that scroll case most certainly could. Oirion waited in the doorway of the room that the men were sharing. The bath and meal had helped, but he was still rebelling against being here and not killing the blood. It was evil men like that who had turned Jamie. Every part of him wanted to hunt the Baron down and rip him apart. In the hallway, Shannon came around the corner from the bathroom. He looked little different from the bath, though his hair was still damp and unbraided. The Baron appeared, jumping out of a side doorway in front of Shannon. He bowed, breathless, wiping his bony hands on his tunic front.
My lord,
he said, all but panting.
Is all satisfactory?
It serves,
Shannon said simply, not slowing for him.
Is there anything else that I can do to please you better?
I require pack ponies and supplies, as well as weapons for all my people. We do have some trade.
Of course, but your lordship does not need to leave. I'd be honored to have you grace my house.
No, my companions and I must be leaving. Today.
I beg you, sire, stay,
he pleaded rather earnestly.
I expect you to personally see to the packs, Baron, and I will remember you by how well they are seen to.
The man bowed deeply.
Of course. Forgive me for wishing to keep you. Grand hunters such as yourselves must be in great demand.
Good day, Baron,
Shannon said, dismissing the Baron to his task and continuing up the hall to where Oirion waited. The Baron's graciousness was forced, but full of desperation. Shannon was certain they had to leave, and soon. Somehow his lure had not held, and that meant the Baron was protected by very powerful magics, most likely by Jerome himself.
What the hell was that about?
Oirion demanded, as Shannon entered the room.
You have your magic. I have mine,
Shannon said. Riven looked up from where he sat picking at his beard. Shannon had refused the long robes that seemed to be the style of the men here. It looked suitably dramatic and noble on Dave, he noticed. It was not so flattering on Ivan, making him look clumsy and somewhat like an ugly bearded woman.
He's a blood and he's fawning all over you, sire.
Oirion spat the last word, throwing it in Shannon's face.
He recognized you. He fears you,
Riven added, sticking up for Orion's bold challenge of Shannon, more out of curiosity than moral debate. Shannon knew, but it was irritating.
So do you.
Shannon turned his cold blue eyes on Riven. The dwarf had to fight hard to not shiver. Shannon smiled slightly. The dwarf was so much more than he let on. He was so much more than even he knew. It was almost fun to poke at him, but now was not the time.
You would deal with bloods?
Oirion demanded, taking the focus off Riven, to Riven's great relief.
So will you, if you hope to live.
Shannon returned his focus to Oirion, his voice getting an edge to it.
I don't think that you understand the importance of the situation. That man is a blood. He's no longer human. He's a monster. He is soulless.
Don't preach at me, priest,
Shannon snapped. He was angrier than he should have been. There was nothing that Oirion had said that was even remotely worth getting upset over. There was no reason for him to lose his temper at Oirion, but he was beginning to. Between the scroll case and the events of the last few days, he was off-center, and his shields dangerously damaged. He could still taste the wild tang of the Orcan woman in his mouth. He could feel the stink and vile of the goblin's cave on him. And now Jerome had crept up into the forefront of his thoughts. Even so, what Oirion was saying was nothing Shannon hadn't felt or said at one time himself. Oirion was trained to react and move as he did. Shannon knew that, and was further annoyed at his emotional involvement and how easily Oirion could get to him. He focused on his shields, tightening them a little, blocking out the burning temptation that was Orion's nearness. He wanted to shout at Oirion to just leave him alone, but he only clenched his teeth.
You're defending him again,
Oirion argued. Shannon forced himself to turn away from the priest and sat down on the bed. He sent his own anger into his shields and forced himself to consciously breathe, steady and slow.
I will do what I need to, in order to keep the others alive. If that means that I play mind games with the local lords, then I will, and you will back me. You do not have to like it, but if your rash temper gets those people killed, their blood is on your hands, Oirion. You have no choice.
He made himself speak as softly as he could and not show how upset he was getting.
There is always a choice,
Oirion insisted. His strength was unexpected, and the other men were slightly impressed by it, as was Shannon, but he was even more irritated by it. Dave got up. An accent was whispering into Shannon's words, proving that he was getting rather upset at the man who was challenging him. Dave had seen Shannon kill men for a lot less. Shannon heard it himself and understood that Dave was hearing it as well.
The lines are not always so exact,
Shannon said firmly.
There is more to the world than just black and white. There is not the right or wrong that your church would have you believe.
He needed Oirion to back down.
What would a man like you know about the Holy Church?
Oirion challenged, trying to antagonize him. It hit Shannon wrong. He stood sharply, but Dave jumped in front of him. The young man put his hands on Shannon's chest, blocking access to Oirion with his body. Shannon used the cool touch, the gentleness of his great-nephew, to keep control. He focused on Dave and used the young man's shields like cover.
More than you think,
he said in a cold voice over Dave's shoulder.
We need food, weapons, and money. I will see that we get it by whatever means necessary, and it should not matter to you how I do it.
He dared not meet Dave's eyes, not yet.
It does matter,
Oirion said.
I have sworn to kill all blood.
Do it on your own time. You endanger everyone with your personal crusade. Keep it up, Oirion, and I will hand you over to the first real blood that I find. I hear the blood of a wizard priest is highly valued.
What sort of man would even suggest that, or are you a man at all?
Oirion asked, covering his shock with a hateful remark. Shannon's cheek twitched as he clenched his teeth. Anyone else would have died very slowly for that remark, finding out personally just what in hell Shannon was. Shannon could feel Dave trying to help, trying to make it easier, and he was. Shannon allowed the soft touch to keep him in place.
We needed shelter. I got us shelter. We needed clothes, so I got us new clothes. We needed food, so I saw that we were fed. We need weapons, and I have seen to it that we will get them. You might not like the way I do it, but so long as you use the shelter, eat the food, wear those clothes, or you are defended by the weapons, you have no right to lecture me.
Shannon saw Riven narrow his eyes, trying to see beyond the surface, and to look at Shannon on a deeper level while he was seemingly distracted by Oirion. The dwarf would see nothing more with sight than his naked eyes could see. Shifting his powers from a mere look to a touch, Riven went to poke through Shannon's shields. His light tap on Shannon's shield was doubled and tripled and then reflected back at him. It hit him so hard and fast that he grunted and lost his breath, nearly toppling back off the stool he was sitting on. Shannon did not even have to look away from Oirion. These two were no challenge for him, and the fact he wasted effort to even talk to them made him resent them both. He vaguely hoped Riven had cracked a rib or two.
Here and now is not the time or place for moral debate,
Dave said softly, almost pleading.
We need each other, and the women need us even more.
He met Shannon's eyes, his fear evident, but testing the promise Shannon had made to him as a child that he'd never hurt him. He looked back over his shoulder.
Shannon said that he would return with you to deal with the blood, if that's the problem. If it's something else, then it can wait until no one else is involved.
This will be settled, Shannon,
Oirion said coldly, but he stepped back.
If it were just you and me.
But it is not,
Shannon said firmly, proud of Dave, but still angry at Oirion. Oirion grunted and turned from him. Dave waited until he felt Shannon relax a measure, and then stepped back, actually shaking a little. He looked up nervously for Shannon's reaction to his bold intervention.
We do need you, don't we?
Dave asked in a whisper, his voice almost failing him. Like all of Dave's questions to Shannon, it meant much more. He wanted to know if this place was so dangerous as to require Shannon's power to stay alive.
The priests maybe not,
Shannon said softly,
but the rest of you do.
He understood Dave's questions. He always had, and Dave usually understood the answers.
What do we do?
Dave asked. But the real question was, were they ever going to be able to go home? Shannon gave his nephew what comfort he could.
One thing at a time, David.
He let it go at that, grateful for the young man. Shannon was not sure how long he could deal with Oirion. It was bad enough to run into the man at all, and now to have to face him without respite was a constant attack that he was not sure he was capable of dealing with. Dave was a needed buffer.
My question is, do we really have to go?
Theo asked no one in particular.
Yes,
Riven said.
There is something very wrong here.
Isn't it your job to fix it then?
Ivan asked smugly, followed by a cheerful quirk of a smile.
Not at the expense of the lives of the common man.
Riven said calmly.
If it was just Oirion and me, we would stay and cleanse this area, but there are others to consider.
Riven smirked back at the big man.
If the people knew he was a blood, they might be grateful for a better lord, and we might be welcome and give them all a better life,
Theo said.
The sooner we leave, the better,
Riven said with a finality that ended the conversation. Shannon was glad that Riven felt the same way and had taken up the explanations. If he had made the same argument, Oirion would have fought him, and it would have likely divided the group. That would lead to the near-certain deaths of most of them. Not that he should care, he reminded himself, and turned to the window to work on shielding and repairing the damage of the last few nights. They didn't have long to wait before clean clothes in their sizes were brought out. The woman was young, her face was gray, and her eyes were cast down. She set down the basket and, without a word, dashed out as fast as she could. Despite how Ivan felt about wearing peasant clothes, he dropped off his robes and pulled on the new clothes with no remark this time. They were neither damaged nor dirty, and he needed them. They were a bit small, but surprisingly, they fit him well enough. He imagined they came from some great blacksmith. Shannon alone kept his old clothes. No woolen fabric would do. He simply folded the extra set and put it aside to be taken.
How much are we trading for this?
Dave asked as he laced up the front of the woolen tunic.
Too much,
Riven grumbled, rolling up the pant legs.
Not much,
Shannon said. He pointed to the pile of Ivan's things and shook his head. Ivan looked at the Purton a moment, almost spoke, then began to pick out his jewelry, knives, and trinkets, replacing them on his body.
Ivan keeps his jewelry, but Cindy loses her silk?
Theo asked, watching the big man buckle up his studded belt.
Maybe being sparkly is a bad idea when we are in the wild places, you know.
Cindy's silk is a vanity without meaning,
Dave said with a shrug as he dropped back into his chair.
Ivan's things, he earned with sweat and blood. And besides, they're worth far more than a basket full of coarse wool and thin-threaded leather gear. Look at this stuff. Any strain and the seams will burst.
Ivan gave Dave an odd look for a moment and then grinned.
Well, how about the weapons you suggested we might get?
He asked Shannon. After a short wait, the Baron showed up. He then personally led them to a small but full armory. The women arrived from the other direction, dressed in the same gear as the men.
Practical,
Dave said, pointing at the clothing they wore. Kelly grunted.
Sorry it took us so long to get here,
Tavia said.
They thought to give us dresses.
Kelly objected to the dresses.
Cindy huffed.
She even made me give back the one for me.
She caught Theo's arm, making a little pout face. Dave muttered something, and then followed Shannon into the armory. He could see at once that the weapons were not of the quality that he would have liked, but they were better than nothing. In the doorway, both Ivan and Kelly lit up. They eagerly went forward to find what they thought they needed.
Help yourselves. Please take whatever you need,
the Baron said. Shannon motioned the others into the room. Oirion was about to object, but Riven moved him along with a grunt and a shove.
Theo.
Dave handed the blonde nobleman a basic sword. It was plain with a simple hilt, but light, well-balanced and strong. It had a double edge and sharp tip, versatile and easy to learn.
I'd rather not,
Theo said, backing away a little uneasily.
Take it, you'll be glad of it. I can teach you to use it if you like,
Dave said. Theo took it reluctantly, almost as if it was going to bite him, more out of the hope to make a friend than to have the weapon. Dave took one very similar but larger for himself and picked out a few hunting knives, tossing one to Theo.
David, Theo.
Shannon motioned them over to the racks where he stood, picking out armors for them. Dave led the slim man over to Shannon.
Hold his hair up, Theo,
Shannon said, taking Dave's belt and new weapons. Setting aside his new weapons, Theo gathered up Dave's long, sandy hair a bit nervously. Shannon took a coat of mail and helped Dave into it, hooking up the front of the armor. He handed Dave a heavy leather tunic, and then buckled on the sword belt and hunting daggers. Adjusting the new gear, Shannon inspected him and nodded. Taking another chain shirt off the rod, he motioned Theo over.
I don't want to,
Theo objected. Dave pushed him over. Suddenly, Theo couldn't breathe. Shannon terrified him, and it didn't help that every time he got emotional, his lungs tended to fail. He struggled to master his body, his breath wheezing loudly.
What's wrong with you now?
Ivan demanded.
He has weak lungs.
Cindy dashed over, trying to comfort him, but only got in the way. Shannon pushed her back with an annoyed look. He grabbed Theo by the shoulders and turned him around to face him. The tall man took hold of the wheezing Awen's man by the throat, and almost immediately Theo could breathe. Breathing still hurt, but it wasn't as impossible as it had been before.
David, hold up his hair,
Shannon said, as if nothing at all had happened. Dave did, and Shannon edged the old iron mail up Theo's arms and onto his shoulders. When it was on, the weight was too much. Theo almost hit the floor. Shannon hooked up the front and then handed the sword back to him.
You're a brute,
Cindy gasped at Shannon. She pouted over Theo, making him feel embarrassed and far from being a man.
Don't you know he can't wear that? He's too weak.
Theo hated her for saying that, and they all saw it in his eyes.
David, get her into something that offers a little protection.
Shannon turned from the young woman as if she hadn't said anything at all. She huffed, stomping her little foot. Ivan and Kelly were loading on as much as they could carry. Their greed exceeded their reason, but Shannon let them. As weak as the blades were, they would break and need replacements along the way. Let them use their strength to carry a supply station, if they wanted. Tavia had put on a hunter's vest and was testing out the slender bows of the people here. Shannon went to Travis, picked the boy up and put him on the table. He, as well as the others, needed to be armed and protected a little. An adolescent hunting vest fit Travis like a long tunic. The tooled leather would protect him better than nothing. Shannon strapped a knife on the boy and strung a wallet across his chest. Shannon pulled a few feathers from an arrow and put them in the wallet, something for Travis's fingers to play with, at least to keep them off the knife until Dave taught the boy to use it. Shannon looked around for a weapon he could use. He watched as Theo picked a bow and quiver off of the wall with an almost guilty look. No one but Shannon seemed to even notice. Shannon looked down at the slight blond man and took a bow off the wall for himself, as well as a quiver for one hip and a sword for the other. Theo gave him a wary smile and stepped away, but kept hold of his chosen weapon. Shannon scanned the group, was satisfied, and led the way out. The sun was still well up in the sky. They could get a good ways before dark. A sense of urgency was building, and he wanted to be on the way so badly that he felt ready to take off at a run. 5 hairy, abused-looking, gray and white ponies waited in the yard, loaded with large packs. The packs were full, but were made of worn leather that looked ready to rip apart. Shannon doubted that the supplies inside were any better, hardly worth the silk of Cindy's dress that was traded for it all. The Baron watched them, nervously shifting his weight. He wanted to talk to Shannon, but he had nothing to say to the man. Kelly took the lead rope of the ponies, and they left the village without any goodbyes or looking back. Once on the road, they picked up the pace and headed south on an only slightly better road than the one they had come in on. Oirion took the lead. He wanted to get away from the village, and Riven was keeping pace in the middle. Shannon didn't object. He needed time, his shields needed work, and the farther away from Oirion and Riven he could get, the better. The back of the line, with the greatest possible distance between them, was the best place in this situation. He tried to push the thought of his scroll case out of his mind and focus on one problem at a time. He had shields to build, energy to purge, and this unplanned side trip was getting worse by the day. There was a lot more going on than just another random attack to make his life more difficult. The shipwreck alone might have been bad enough, but one thing after another was being aimed at him, and he knew it. They needed to get away from this place as fast as possible. They had stayed on the beach far too long, and now they were going to have a hard time making up for it. They hadn't gone far, just a few miles, when Oirion suddenly pulled them aside. He had spotted a clearing just off the road. He turned to Riven.
I think that we need to decide what we're going to do. We can't just wander around for the rest of our lives.
It was obvious that he was more concerned with getting too far away to make it feasible to turn back and go after the Baron. Let Shannon try to play his games. Oirion was not about to allow it so easily. He knew Shannon's skills were needed to keep all these people alive, but there was something that needed to be done first. Then they needed to get these people out of here.
Why not just stay at the village? I mean, the Baron seemed to like us enough.
Cindy said, taking on a motherly tone, trying to sound adult.
That's not an option,
Riven said.
There are two things we can do. One is to split up and seek our lives in the populace, hoping we don't break any cultural laws, or we could find a place together and work toward making a good life for each other.
Everyone looked around at that. Did they like each other that much? Did they dare break up?
Or we could go into the cities and find work there and still stay together,
Ivan said, for once sounding like he had some measure of a brain inside that stubbly head.
Once we split, we're split. If we stick together, we can always split up later when we know this place a little better.
Theo offered, agreeing with Ivan, displaying an obvious grimace.
So what do we do?
Tavia asked.
We don't have the money to buy a place, and I doubt that we'll stumble onto an abandoned dwelling that is big enough and in good enough condition to have ready by winter.
We could go to the local lord,
Cindy suggested brightly.
Explain the situation and tell him that we are really all nobles. Surely he'd let us stay with him.
I wonder if there are any slavers.
Theo mused.
Cindy would fetch a good price, I'm sure,
he said, looking critically at her. Kelly had to turn away to hide a smile. Dave caught it and almost laughed. Cindy just tossed her hair with a snort at the comment.
You met the local lord,
Shannon told her softly.
I was not very impressed with him, or his house.
Surely there are real nobles around here. That man was just a poor baron,
she said, sounding almost scared that there weren't real nobles around to save her.
Is there any place that is marked on the map that he gave you?
Riven asked Shannon.
No.
Nothing,
Oirion insisted.
Abandoned places are not commonly put on maps,
Shannon pointed out to Oirion, who had picked up a habit of challenging everything he said. That was going to get old really fast.
Let's look,
Oirion pressed. Shannon took out the map that the Baron had given him. He rolled it out, using a touch of power at each corner to hold it flat. Both Riven and Oirion were trained to hunt blood magic. He'd rather not have to deal with their training right now, but he wanted them to know that he was in control of his power, not just under a shield of someone else's making. The map was old, and the language used was an old form of the continental language, not the common language that all humans and most other races spoke. No one here, except for Shannon, was going to be able to read it. The names were rather simple and uncreative, but told what the areas were like. He hoped not, but he was sure the names were earned. There were places called the Forest of the Damned and Deathwood. There was the Bog and the Fire Swamp. The grass that they had just passed through was nicely named the Grassland. He suspected that all the names were mildly put, understatements that were very descriptive if you knew the place.
I can't read that,
Oirion grunted.
It does little good.
It does not say much,
Shannon said.
And it does not say anywhere. This is a nice abandoned castle. Move on in.
Oirion gave Shannon a withering look.
I can find a place,
Dave said, trying not to smile at Shannon's humor.
If that is what we want to do.
Dave knew that Shannon could easily find what they needed, but for some reason, the man wasn't going to do that. Whatever that reason was, Dave was going to trust that it was a good one, and so nervously volunteered.
Anyone object?
Riven asked. No one did.
Let's get off the road and up into the trees.
Riven said to Oirion.
We can go back and see to the Baron's religious state while the others rest and Dave does his thing.
They climbed up the mountain for several hours and then set up a small camp. The three leaders headed back down the mountain at once. Dave walked just outside the camp, sat on the ground, and relaxed. Shannon had taught him long ago how to look for things magically, how to lift out of your body and seek out whatever it was you were looking for. It was just another application of the same sight that he used to view the grass. It might take a while, but he would find something that would work. Surprisingly, no one even asked how he was going to do it. The three reached the village at dusk, ducking in just before the gates were closed, taking care to not be seen. They didn't really have to do much to hide from the villagers, but the hunter and the cleric were too well trained to be lax, even though it seemed safe. In the backyard of the manor, they tested the kitchen door and found it still unlocked. Slipping in, Riven shook his head at the untidiness of the room, questioning the safety of the food they had eaten.
"I'll check the front hall,"
Oirion said softly, not even noticing. He scowled at Shannon, who was rubbing his left hand. Shannon hadn't even realized he was doing it, with all the other things on his mind. But when Oirion noticed, Shannon jerked his right hand away, flexing his left, daring the man to say anything. Oirion almost did, but Riven opened the door to the hallways.
"I've got his room,"
Riven said, and turned toward the stairs. Shannon headed to the library. He was after something else. He wanted that book, or at least to find out what was so important to be so strongly locked here, not in some Purton library. Riven followed the hallway up to the stairs, and then scanned to find the blood. A light scan was all he needed to reach the fellow. It was as if the Baron's power had amplified 100 times. He wondered if the Baron had known they were priests, and had hidden his power and corruption somehow. Riven found the man on the 3rd floor, in an area that was surely once a hayloft. It was a large, rather lavishly decorated room, filled with a wealth that he certainly hadn't shown to them. Perhaps the Baron was not as hospitable as he had seemed. The room was draped in red silk, with large velvet cushioned chairs. Gold caught the glow of a mage lamplight, and glimmered down from gold chains over the room. Rugs covered the stone floors. The walls were whitewashed and covered with tapestries of great battles. He almost moved into the room, but the Baron wasn't alone. Riven ducked into the long folds of a velvet drape at the side of the door. He carefully pulled back a bit of new stiff velvet. It still smelled of the dyes used to get the red color. This wealth was new, and that immediately did not bode well with the dwarf. Wealth like this was not gained by such men for good reasons or with good motives. He could see the Baron, but that wasn't all he saw. His heart stopped in his chest when he saw the one man that he had thought was without sin, but there he was. Why was he here? What was going on? Was Riven mistaken? He reeled at the shock of it and cringed back into his hiding place. The Holy Pontiff stood in the room with the Baron. Riven closed his eyes and focused on breathing, trying to keep calm and not jump to conclusions.
"Where did they go?"
the Pontiff asked the trembling Baron.
"I don't know, Eminence. Please believe me."
"Are you positive that there were 2 priests with him?"
"Yes, Oirion and Riven. I told you all this."
"Are you positive that the man's name was Oirion?"
"Yes, they all called him that."
"How disappointing,"
the Pontiff sighed.
"We always have such high hopes for our children, and yet they let us down time and again. Such is life. He disobeyed orders. He was to stay in Norwood, and now he will have to pay the price for his disobedience."
"Your son, Holy—"
The Pontiff gestured vaguely.
"I comfort those on death row as I can. Sometimes it even postpones one's demise for a while. 9 months or so anyway."
He chuckled softly at some fond memory.
"But he is of no moment. I can always have more if the desire ever suits me again. You mentioned that there was a young blonde man in the group."
"He didn't speak and they didn't catch his name. Teo, maybe, or something like that."
"Yes, well, it is the other one, the Purton, that interests me."
"He is powerful."
"Yes, I know. He and I go way back. Honestly, the first man that I ever loved. Another disappointment,"
the Pontiff added bitterly.
"He was too attached to that wife of his. I warned him, and he paid, as will Oirion. I don't take disappointment well."
The man smiled slightly.
"Where did they go again?"
"I don't know."
The Baron was almost in tears.
"Oh, do think. I only have so long before I have to go back to the real world. My little hunting game is on a timetable."
Riven was in shock. The Pontiff was insane. Had he lost his mind when he went through the shield? Then Riven's sharp ears heard a man approaching from up the hall. The man smelled so strongly of blood that it made Riven gag. He knew that the foul taste and gut-wrenching sensation of it would surely jar the Pontiff back to himself. He himself was barely keeping from being sick. Surely the pontiff would suffer just as bad, if not worse. How had the people here kept this vileness hidden from them?
From the mind of an old server woman,
the blood was saying as Riven listened again, focusing through the overwhelming nausea.
And?
The pontiff asked impatiently.
They headed south. The priest was in the lead. The Pertan followed up last. If he is Tyrell, he doesn't seem to be the leader of the group, and I can't imagine the King of Norwood taking seconds to anyone.
It's him, all right. I'd be able to taste my old partner anywhere. You don't have a man inside your soul and not feel his presence. South, you say?
The chuckling madness of earlier was gone now, and the man was the serious man that Riven had seen on the Holy Throne 1,000 times. Riven answered to only one other, but usually to him. He had often knelt reverently at the pontiff's feet. The idea that there was deception made him feel cold dwarven anger. Wasn't his faith tested enough?
We'll wait until morning. It should prove an interesting hunt. I went to a lot of work to set this up.
The pontiff chuckled.
I've waited thousands of years for this.
The men wonder what your orders are about the others.
The 2 priests are for you personally to do what you wish with?
Thank you.
The blood bowed deeply.
Indeed, both are royal blood, so enjoy them. As for the others, they are for the men. All except for the Pertan, he is for me. But we will do whatever it takes to capture and secure him. If that requires a broken bone or a few, that is quite acceptable,
he said pleasantly.
Perhaps we should head out now. Surely he will feel you, as you feel him.
I don't think so. Not after what the demons did to him. They are very good at what they do. Did any of the group seem to suspect who he was?
Not as far as I could tell. As I said, he seems to have little, if any, authority in the group.
He was ever humble,
the pontiff recalled, putting his hand on his chest with a sigh. He laughed softly again.
That will make the hunt easier if nothing else. I always told him his humility would be his downfall.
Riven turned half-blind and slipped out of the room. With only thoughts of escape, he fled down the hall. On the stairs, he nearly ran into Oirion coming up.
We need to go now. He has allies with him,
Riven said. Not even waiting for the other man to follow, he ran down the rest of the stairs to the hallways below, sick to his stomach and his mind whirling in horror. He needed fresh air. He needed to breathe. The pontiff was mad. He was going mad. That had to be it. Oirion hesitated and then followed Riven back outside. There was fear in the cleric, and if that was true, the priest had not the arrogance to assume that he would fare better. In the yard, they waited for Shannon. It wasn't long before the man came out.
Let's go,
Riven said.
We need to get far from here and fast.
Shannon didn't object. He nodded and let the dwarf take the lead. The others were not at all happy that Riven made them get up and move, but he left them no choice. They headed out at once, deeper into the mountains, due west, any direction but south.
Riven,
Dave said, joining the dwarf in the front.
I found a place. It's some distance, but it'll work well, I think.
Can you lead us there?
Riven asked, knowing that he should ask how the young man had done it. But he was too upset to bother or to care. He just needed to get them away from this area. He was not to be the subject of a hunt without a fight. He knew that there was more that he should be thinking about, other than the fact that the pontiff was allied with the Baron and something about Norwood. But at the moment, his mind wouldn't slow enough for him to think. In dwarven fashion, survival mode took over, pushing aside everything that wasn't necessary. It was said in the nations that whatever didn't stay with you when the rush took over wasn't worth worrying about anyway.
I think so.
Is it south?
No, it's northwest.
Then do it, Dave,
Riven said.
We need to move fast. We have become the quarries of a very sickening hunt. Our lives and our souls may depend on speed.
I'll keep that in mind,
Dave promised, looking a little sick but keeping his tone light. Riven noticed Dave glance over to Shannon, but Shannon was busy destroying the evidence of the camp.
Good,
Riven nodded. He liked the young man, even if he did seem to look up to Shannon as much as the rest of them feared him. Dave didn't get in the way, and when he was involved, he had something to offer. Riven suspected there was more to Dave than anyone had any idea of. He had no doubt that Dave knew more about Shannon than he was telling. He wondered what else Dave hid, but for right now, and as long as Dave was on his side, He wasn't even going to ask. As Riven fell back in the line, the conversation that he had overheard ran through his mind. There were things that he didn't understand, and others he didn't want to. He looked back to Shannon, who had taken up the end position. A fearful chill went through him that seemed to draw the eyes of the man. Riven looked away quickly and followed Tavia, his mouth dry and his thoughts a scramble. It wasn't like him to get upset. He had trained for years to not go into the survival mode, but it failed him tonight. A lot of his training had slipped since he had gotten here. He wasn't sure if it was the pass through the shield or if it was the company. He refused to look at Shannon and kept marching, pushing those in front of him. His faith in the church and the way that it was all progressing had been crumbling for years. Over and over, he had asked himself what it was that his heart rebelled against. Now it was worse. How could God let things get so bad? How could he be true to a faith that let a madman rule it? His stomach rolled and tightened at the thoughts he was having. Fear and repentance rose up in him. Prayers of forgiveness for his weakness of faith replaced thoughts of all else. Dave halted just after sundown, and everyone dropped to the ground. Riven was tired. Normally he could go on for days without stopping, but the shock of what he had seen and overheard last night had drained him. Still, he couldn't sleep. He watched Tavia make a meal of cold meats and dark rye bread for Travis and herself before she joined the others in lying down to sleep. Riven watched Shannon through half-closed eyes, trying to settle his nerves. Shannon was seeing to the ponies. He ran his gloved hands over the weary little animals. Riven wondered if it was fashion that made Shannon wear those gloves, or if he had something to hide. The man wore black, chin to toe, a copy of the cleric's uniform of 1,000 years ago. The clerics had worn green or white in those days, never black. In his youth, Riven had met a few old priests who still had that style in their wardrobes. It was an eerie and unsettling sort of twist on what was once a holy and recognized thing of the church. It was hard not to wonder why Shannon would do that. He had to be well enough educated to know what he was wearing, maybe even old enough to have seen the clerics in those uniforms. Again, 100 questions about the man rose to mind, snuffing each other out until Riven's head ached. The pontiff's words burned in Riven's mind, and that certainly didn't help.
My old partner. Once you have a man in your soul. First man I ever loved.
Those thoughts made him shiver and want to challenge the man in black. As if to stop him from doing anything rash, those thoughts were set aside as he remembered what the pontiff had said of Oirion. Riven looked over at the priest then, feeling a little ill. Oirion was already asleep. He looked younger when he was sleeping, almost innocent and childlike. Oirion was a celebrity in the right groups. He was the grandson of an earl, a wealthy one at that. The idea that Oirion was the bastard son of a convict and a holy man was extreme. Such a thought would not be believed. Riven wondered how a noble's grandson had ended up as a powerful priest, a hunter. That wasn't common. Riven decided that if what he had overheard was the truth and not a madman's insanity, that Oirion had no idea. Riven was sure that the pontiff would have carefully covered the truth, even from the boy involved. All of a sudden, Riven began to wonder about Oirion, where he had grown up, exactly why he had become a priest, and what his childhood was like. All the questions that he doubted he would ever have answers to. Still, it gave him something to think about besides Shannon or the pontiff. Maybe he had misunderstood, but it was easier on the mind to think of Oirion as the spawn of a corrupt priest and a convict than some of the other things that he could be dwelling on just now. Riven felt a light draw from Dave and looked over at him. Dave sat cross-legged across the camp from Riven, his face relaxed and his mind elsewhere. Curiously, Riven looked at the young man with sight and was surprised. Dave sat in a nimbus of pastel green light. That was the color of elven magic. On top of that, the power cores of the young man glowed faintly behind an ever-cycling shower of blue light. Riven realized with awe that Dave was a rather powerful young man and that he had some advanced training, some of it on the basis of the priesthood. Before now, the shield he had always worn was undetectable. Now, with the magic he was doing, Dave's shields were visible as his focus and energy went out in search of a new home. Riven wondered if the shield that Dave used was the same type that Shannon wore. His mind found something even easier to think about. Impressed, he let himself wonder where a sailor's son had learned even the rudiments of the magic that was flowing through him. He had the skill of a wizard in his 60s. Dave couldn't be more than 20 at the most. Riven quickly gained a whole new perspective of Dave and had greater respect for him. He also knew that wizardry was all but a crime in most countries, and growing more so. Dave had to know that the priesthood was supposed to remove wizards. They met before they became threats, or to convert them to the priesthood before they fell to the lust and wilds of their powers. Riven hoped that Oirion didn't see what he saw. He wasn't about to move against Dave, but Oirion was all priest, and he wasn't likely to even hesitate to consider the consequences. Besides, Dave's power couldn't be that bad. It did, after all, seem to be built on the same powers as a hunter or a cleric. The young man could pass for a member of the Sixth. That had to mean something. End of Chapter 4. Continue with Chapter 5, Lot's Mountains. Princes and Priests, Chapter 5, Lot's Mountain.
Eat.
Tavia woke Oirion and handed him a chunk of bread folded around the last of the cold meat. She passed such out to everyone, but always to Oirion first. Travis carried one over to Shannon. The little boy offered it up. Shannon knelt and took it, removed the meat, and handed the valuable nutrition back to the child. Travis smiled sweetly before he took the meat and went back to the fire. He sat down next to Theo to eat and began to hum to himself. The boy always seemed to hum the same little song whenever he was happy, like a cat purring. The thought occurred to Riven that it was odd that a deaf child knew a song.
You need to eat,
Tavia said to Shannon from her place at the fire. Shannon held up the bread he had kept as proof that he was in fact eating.
That's not enough,
she objected.
You have eaten hardly anything at all. A man needs to eat more than just bread and water.
Shannon just walked away, out into the trees. She sighed and shook her head, like only a woman can when a man doesn't listen to her, and went to cleaning up. Riven didn't approve of Tavia's concern for the man. He treated her poorly and rudely. But then he realized Shannon treated everyone that way.
This is nice,
Ivan said,
to be out of that blasted cave and with something besides beach trash to eat.
He sighed, leaned back on his elbows, and seemed utterly at ease in the situation. Riven wished that he could be so light-hearted about all this, but his stomach was so knotted he could barely eat. Shifting where he sat, with the little meal that Tavia had made for him in his hands, he caught himself muttering the dwarven words of empowerment into the food. The words hung there, half said. He had spun back to his youth and habits of that age. Maybe it was the company or the strain of the trip or any other of 1,000 things. But he had not thought back to his abandoned past as much as he had in the last month. He was used to being alone for months on end, in areas so dangerous that all thoughts were of focus and goal. No distractions. They got you killed. He pushed it all away, get to safety, then he could think. The mountains that Dave led them through were barely large enough to be called mountains, but the heat of the sun on this landscape of stiff, gray, angry-looking bushes, tall, spindly pines, and coarse grass made them a much harder hike than the mountains to the north. He knew that on a map they appeared as one range of mountains, but down here hiking through them they were definitely different. Even the feel of the air was different.
Where are we?
Dave asked Shannon as they rested in the afternoon, sweat running down his face. He wiped at it. Shannon watched the drop of moisture run down Dave's temple.
Lot's Mountains,
Shannon said.
That doesn't mean much to me,
Dave said, a little annoyed that Shannon had not correctly given the information he wanted. Shannon met his eyes a moment as if realizing what he had done.
You are going a bit southwardly. You might aim for the north side of the next mountain.
So, you know where I'm headed?
I followed your trail. You need to be more careful. Oirion is not yet ready to see what you are. He might force the issue.
I can't shield and work at the same time.
I cannot keep hiding what you are doing from him either.
Shannon took the little thongs at Dave's throat in his fingers and tugged a little.
You are not using all you have at your disposal. You need to, not just for Oirion. He is not your biggest problem. If those who hunt us learn who you are, we are both in trouble.
Dave didn't want to say anything to that. He knew the power in the choker he wore, and he knew he wasn't using it. The fact that he couldn't take the choker off scared him and had become the source of his fear of Shannon. He looked up at the man he once all but worshipped as the most awesome man alive. He'd once been so proud that he could talk to Shannon while the sailors shrank back in fear.
It's not a power I want to use. I would take it off if I could, but you know that, don't you?
He swallowed hard, a little surprised at himself for being so bold. He'd seen Shannon slit a man from his pubic bone to his chin while holding him up, just for telling Shannon it was sacrilegious to wear the cleric's uniform as he did.
You could at least tell me what it is.
It will protect you,
he said in Norwood.
Not if Oirion got his hands on it.
Take it off then, David. If you truly think that I would give you something that would harm you in any way, then you know me less than I thought you did.
Or maybe I know you better than you think I do.
Dave tested, his heart pounding. Shannon didn't even twitch. He kept the same stone expression that showed nothing. He studied Dave's face, and his look moved down Dave's throat to the choker in question.
And yet, for it all, you are still able to stand here and say such. It is not me you fear.
All men fear what they don't understand, and uncle, I don't even know your name.
He left it at that, his heart pounding far too hard for him to carry on with any sort of dignity or thought.
Let's move,
he called to the others and took the lead again before anyone could object. They were either climbing up steep slopes of loose stone or scrambling down the far sides, trying not to send showers of stone down on the people below. It didn't always work, and they were full of bruises and stones, in both their hair and in their boots. The ponies moved slowly over the rocky terrain, slowing the group considerably. As evening drew closer, they all had sore feet and palms from the day's hike. They were glad when Dave found a small stream. It was hidden in the only true greenery that the mountains offered. They stumbled up to the creek and dropped down beside it, stopping for the day. Shannon entered the little clearing last. He looked at them, then turned and left them. Dave was relieved that Shannon didn't mention their earlier talk. He fell back, tired and sore, but glad to be much farther north than they had been at the day's start. Riven unpacked the ponies, but no one bothered to pull out food or do anything more. Exhausted, they just fell asleep where they had dropped. Oirion woke in the night. The moon was up. Silvery streams of light shone down through the trees. It was quiet, except for the creek. He lay still, listening to the gurgling of the water. It seemed loud in the cool night silence. He wondered what had awakened him. Forcing himself not to fall asleep until he knew, he sat up on an elbow to look around, to be sure that everyone was here, and all was well. They were all sleeping, even Riven. He lay back down and almost fell asleep, but memories of Jamie came up, jarring him awake. Oirion and Jamie had been partners for 65 years. God, 65 years. He stared up at the night sky. The stars were bright as ever, spanning from one horizon to the other. They were as close as brothers. Closer, maybe. He was certainly closer to Jamie than any of his true brothers. But then, his brothers were nobles, and he was a priest. Now Jamie was just gone. No, worse, he had been turned, and had joined the vampires that they had hunted. Jamie was dead, and in his place was a soulless enemy, one that Oirion questioned if he could kill so easily. It was different when you knew the man that he had been. He rolled over, trying not to think about it. The church had been hunting the warped beasts that were forever altered by the magic of the Mage Wars, and over the past 500 years, they had nearly eradicated the vampires. Many didn't even believe that such things existed anymore, but Oirion knew better. He'd seen them. More than that, it had been his life for the past 33 years to hunt and to fight those things. He was tasked to cut them down, burn their unclean bodies, and hopefully save their lost souls. In all that time, He never thought Jamie would fall. Oirion drew in a deep breath. He couldn't push it away. He felt responsible for the loss of Jamie, and he couldn't help but wonder if he had listened to his friend's ramblings the night before he disappeared, maybe he would have seen the danger. But Jamie could talk, and he did, a lot. When the man found something that was interesting to him, he would go on about it for days. Jamie was a lore master, a healer, and a hunter. Any sort of thing that was about history, anatomy, or the things they hunted would totally consume the man's thoughts until he had exhausted the source of information. He'd have loved this place. Jamie had found a ruin the day before and was headed there in the morning. Oirion had gone after his partner too late. He got there just in time to see Jamie walk away with the old vampire. Oirion felt sickened thinking about it, just as he had then. He pushed himself up and looked for anything to distract himself from the grief. He saw Shannon. Something about that man created unlikely emotions in Oirion, and that upset the priest, almost as much as thoughts of Jamie, but in a different sort of way. He told himself that it was a spell of some sort. He couldn't imagine that any such emotion was real. Still, Oirion couldn't help but feel awe and some strange form of affection toward that man. It was the sort of thing that one is supposed to feel for his king, his father, or a revered teacher, perhaps. But Shannon was not any of those. He was a stranger who set Orion's priest wards on fire and caused his instincts to tremble. It wasn't just Oirion who was oddly affected by Shannon. Riven seemed to defend Shannon, even though the cleric had to know as well as Oirion did that there was something very dark about the quiet man. Oirion was sure that Shannon used forbidden magic, but he had no proof. Despite himself, a sort of pride filled Oirion as he looked at Shannon. Shannon was sitting up, leaning against a large rounded boulder at the edge of the camp. He had a book in his hand, holding it as the moonlight fell on him, like some sort of mystic painting of the dark angel Malkazadon. He was almost too perfect to be real. Shannon had one foot tucked under his other knee. His hair fell long over his shoulder. He was combing it with his fingers as he read, trying to smooth out the curls. Pertin curls were a thing that Jamie had always wanted to study. The race had hair that would curl when wet, but if it was smoothed out while still damp, it would stay straight until wet again. Jamie had wild curls that he couldn't even begin to tame and had to wear his hair long and tied up. Jamie had been fascinated and a bit envious of the ability to control one's hair. Shannon turned the page and looked up as if feeling Orion's eyes on him. Oirion instantly went defensive and fought the spell. He was sure that it touched anyone who might prove to be a threat.
"You know it's unnatural to read in the dark,"
Oirion said, the thought coming to him as he said it.
"I heard that vampires can see in the dark, though."
He said it as an accusation. Shannon didn't respond right away, but when he did, he was calm about it, and there was no hard emotion to it.
"So can elves, dwarves, and Pertons."
"I've never heard that Pertons can."
"There are many things my people can do that we do not talk about."
"Why, you're just human."
"No, Pertons are not human. You should know that. We are neither elf nor human. We predate both and have abilities of both, some of which we keep to ourselves."
"And yet your people are dying out. Honestly, I've only seen a handful of you in my life."
"War does that."
"It's a pointless war. The von Armands are dead. They have been for 1,000 years. I understand that insanity was a family flaw. Clinging to the idea that there is any hope to the contrary must make insanity one of the racial attributes you kept."
"That sounded rather childish, even for a ShaHaNon,"
Shannon said, turning back to his book. Oirion turned his back on Shannon and lay down. He had nothing more to say, and he wasn't sure that he could keep up the conversation anyway. He always seemed to either get angry or be at a total lack for words when he talked to the man. Shannon, implying that he was petty and small, as his brothers and father were, was enough to make him angry on its own. But then, maybe Shannon knew that and said it just to piss him off. It seemed to Oirion, as he fell asleep, that he had heard the name Shannon from Jamie. But when, and what about? He would remember someday. As he fell asleep, he realized Shannon knew exactly who he was. He had used ShaHaNon as an insult, but Oirion had never told any of them his last name. They ate well that morning, thanks to Shannon. The meal was simple porridge, but had fresh berries and a bit of honey in it. They were all rather surprised at how good it tasted. Tavia studied the berries a bit.
These are warped.
Everything here is warped,
Riven said with a shrug.
The more we eat things that are so warped, the more it will affect us,
Tavia said.
Everything here is warped,
Riven said again. Dave took over the lead again and continued to cut north and west through the low, rough mountains. They traveled through hills that bordered the north edge of Lot's mountains, hills smaller than the mountains they had crossed the days before, but no less difficult to travel in. Shale and prickly vegetation made footing difficult and falls painful. They had to take their time and chose paths carefully. Riven often had to take over for Dave to get them around areas that were too hard for the smaller members of the company and the ponies. As it was, on one of the slopes, the shale gave way under Ivan and sent Rock and Man sliding down the face of the hill, setting off an avalanche. Shannon managed to keep his feet. He grabbed up Travis in one arm and Tavia with the other, but the rest rolled and slid down the slope. Two of the ponies lost their footing and slid down part way but were uninjured. Riven, who was at the bottom, was buried. He burst out of the loose stone with a shout of frustrated anger, shaking stone and dirt out of his hair and off his cloak.
Anyone hurt?
Oirion asked, wiping blood off his cheekbone where a rock had cut him. Cindy sat down and started to wail. When Shannon set Travis down, the boy ran to Cindy and held her head to his little chest, petting her hair.
Nothing serious,
Dave said.
Theo?
Theo sat on the ground, covered in dust, bits of rock in his hair, and a cut in his scraggly little beard. He took Dave's offered hand and got to his feet.
We need to camp,
Riven said.
My ankle is sprained.
Kelly grunted at her torn pants, but said nothing.
Here.
Oirion handed over the staff he had used to save himself from the fall. Riven took it, and they began to limp from the rock slide, trying to find some place to camp. They were all moving too slowly. Shannon had them stop to rest, while he went to look for a site. Oirion almost argued, but didn't feel like yelling over Cindy's bawling. Theo ignored his wife and just sat on the ground with his head hung low. When neither Ivan nor Theo paid any attention to her, she went to Oirion and flung herself against his chest. He was still glaring after Shannon and almost fell over with the force of her comfort-seeking. She grabbed hold of him, gripping the fabric of his clothes and burying her face in his chest.
Why is God punishing us like this?
She cried. Oirion tried to nicely push her away from him, but she held on tighter. She was going to make quite a scene.
Shut up, Cindy,
Dave said angrily.
You'll bring orcs, or worse, down on us.
Shut her up,
Kelly said, glaring off at the trees on the slope above them. Oirion half swore and put his arm around her. She calmed down and held back her screaming until she was just sniffling and gripping his tunic. He wanted to push her away, but she was not going anywhere. Theo glanced up and looked at Oirion, but didn't say anything.
Why don't you go sit with your husband?
Oirion half hissed at her. She tightened her grip. She made a squeaky little noise, earning a dirty look from Kelly. Oirion was stuck holding her. It was not at all what he wanted to be doing, but at least she blocked the wind that was coming up. He was still holding her when Shannon returned. Shannon stopped, looked at Oirion with such a look that Oirion had no choice but to shove the woman away. He pushed hard enough that he could escape her. She opened her mouth to scream, but Shannon pointed at her.
No,
he said firmly. She closed her mouth with a little snort of hurt, childish rebellion.
It is not far to go,
he told the others. He led the way without bothering to help them up or aid them at all. They limped along after him, up another little gully, and into a narrow cut of land. It put them out of the wind in a sheltered grove of trees. A small stream trickled along the side wall of the cliffs that met here. The cliffs were low, but high enough to hide them and offer shelter. Shannon had already gathered enough wood for a night's fire, and Kelly saw to it. Tavia held her son close. As always, Shannon left camp without a word, and quickly returned with a small prize that proved to be a decent meal. Theo couldn't help but wonder if the little badger-looking animal had been caught using a mage rope and a net. It was almost enough to distract him from the bruises. Tavia made an herbal tea from sprigs Shannon had given her earlier. It turned out to be the better part of the meal. Oirion found Cindy watching him every time he looked up and couldn't help but notice as she sucked the bones clean, obviously for his benefit. It was one of the most uncomfortable meals he had endured in a long time, and it promised to be worse later, as he couldn't hope to escape her. He chose to go to bed far earlier than his mind wanted, just to put his back to her. He curled up in his blanket and wished the young woman to go back to pestering Theo. He doubted he would sleep, but he dropped off almost as soon as he was settled. He woke up with a bark that jarred him out of sleep. It was not an orc call, but it was something very similar, and it was close. He grabbed for the staff he didn't have and remembered that he had given it to Riven. He saw Shannon, in the dark, shifting to get a hold of an arrow. No one else seemed to be awake. Shannon stood at the side of the camp. The low embers glowed, just enough to see him in the dark of the overcast night. He had a bow in his hand and held an arrow between his fingers. He was focused out into the dark. He was so still, so relaxed. It was hard to be sure it wasn't just Orion's eyes playing tricks on him. It was almost startling how fast Shannon moved. He had the bow up, aimed, and an arrow shot, all in one move. The arrow hit whatever it was sent at with a wet thwack. There was a moment's delay, and then something dropped to the ground, uneasily close to the camp. It wasn't the only one. Shannon turned to the other direction, pulling another arrow out of the quiver. He held it as before, his fingers loose on the string, bow down. Oirion saw then that Shannon's eyes were closed as he loosed the second arrow. There was another thunk, followed by a thud. Shannon stood again, still and unmoving, firing a third arrow into the darkness. Ivan moved to sit up. A small tumble of rocks just out of camp warned them that they were still not alone. Shannon moved fast and silent, stepping on the big man's chest, keeping him from getting into the line of fire. He had another arrow in between two fingers and his focus beyond camp. Turning, he shot sideways, getting another wet hit. The target grunted once and then toppled, falling on a bush with a crash. Shannon ducked fast and low, snatching up the staff that lay beside Riven, and dropped it on Oirion as he crossed the camp in a run. He moved out of the light. Oirion rolled up to his feet with the staff in his hand and ran after him. Oirion went into hunter mode. With the power and magic of his priesthood, he had enough night vision to traverse the forest. He thought the moons had come out to give him such sight. It had never been so strong before. He was bruised and sore, but that was nothing new. He leapt down the ravine, using the boulders and solid stones as sidesteps. He was down it in a rush, not far behind Shannon. At the base of the wash, Shannon shot another one. It looked like a man at first glance, but it smelled awful and was even taller than Shannon. It toppled as Shannon raced past it, already focused ahead. Oirion caught up to him, and they sprinted across an open slope to the next grove of trees. They both dropped down shoulder to shoulder. Shannon sprang the string on the bow and slid it into the case across his back. He placed his hand on his sword, looked over at Oirion, and nodded sideways to the trees. He held up his hand, fingers up and palm out, and then turned the palm to himself. It was the code for 10.
10?
Oirion mouthed.
Are you crazy?
He asked, making the motion for big, fist down, then turning up an opening. Shannon patted Orion's shoulder, smiled, and then moved, jumping up and over the brush to attack. Oirion had no choice but to follow him, jumping the row of brush before him. Attacking the group of locals, Oirion came down on one, swinging his makeshift staff hard, cracking it against the thing's shoulder. He ducked below a swing and pivoted to drive his elbow into the creature's other side. He backed up his hit with power that crushed the ribs and exploded internal organs. Whipping the staff around and forcing another one back, he pivoted around behind a third. He busted the staff across its back and then dove to clear an attack. Quickly recovering, he spun around, driving his broken staff end into the gut of one of them. He ducked, jumped, but couldn't avoid the next attack. His feet were swept out from under him, and he barely rolled clear of a death swipe from a club. He somersaulted hard and used the motion to his advantage, springing onto his feet. He pulled his sword in a flash, but it was hit with a club and sent flying out of his hand almost as fast as he drew it. He was left with only a dagger, of so little use against these large creatures, he never even considered using it. Diving back between the feet of one of them, he came up with a fist of power. It hit the creature's shield, barely staggering it back.
"Shannon!"
he yelled, not at all happy about being drug into a fight that was looking very bad for him. He ducked and increased the power usage, hitting the thing with a blast of power that was not in his fist, but emanated from it. That staggered the creature back even more and made its shield pop and fizzle. Oirion grabbed up the other half of his broken staff and set it to hold power, not just solid force. He cracked one creature across the stomach as he ducked past it, and then managed to leap high enough to crack another across the skull. This time, he got the satisfactory result of having it drop dead, its skull crushed. Spinning, he hit the next on the arm that was swinging for him. He struck it with the half-staff, blasting the arm off in a bloody mess. He dropped low, striking its leg, causing it to buckle. As the creature dropped to its knee, he crushed its face in with a blast from his hand. Oirion jumped back as the one he had stabbed in the stomach with his staff end swiped at him, close enough that its claws tore his tunic. Oirion sent another blast at its face from his hand, landing lightly on his feet as the big thing collapsed backwards. He energized his staff end with power and threw it at another that was moving in with a club held high. Backed with power, the 2-foot staff end shot straight and stabbed into the creature's armpit. It howled as blood poured out from the wound. Oirion then threw 2 successive energy blasts at it. The first energy struck its target, causing the creature's shields to fizzle and burn out. The next blast penetrated, crushing its skull. It felt good to drop the thing so neat and clean. He normally kept his wizardry hidden, but here he was throwing power balls, shields, and energizing his weapons more and more. It felt rather good. He was just getting warmed up, and his body felt much better than it had in a great while. But the battle was over. He and Shannon had killed them all, and neither had taken serious injury. Oirion looked around the rather tight battle scene and realized that he had killed 6 of them. There were 5 more that he could see in the immediate area, and more off to one side.
10?
he asked Shannon.
It was 10 when I counted them last,
Shannon said with mild amusement. Oirion had no time for a response, as a new opponent attacked them. It was huge, looked rather like a giant pug-faced wild pig, and was being ridden by one of the things they were just fighting.
"You've got to be kidding me,"
Oirion yelled as he looked for a weapon.
Oirion.
Shannon tossed Oirion the dropped sword, even as he backpedaled from the rushing charge, throwing up a shield. The shield, while totally invisible, was powerful enough to take a massive charge that drove Shannon back to the ground, but it also brought the pig monster up short with a bloody nose. It squealed, enraged, and tossed its head. Oirion nearly laughed at Shannon's expression. Clearly the Perton had not expected the thing to knock him back. Oirion moved to attack with the sword that had been tossed to him. He charged toward the creature and then saw its energy shield go up. He had just enough time to turn, but couldn't stop his charge. He spun enough to take the shield hit on his back, but the shock still slammed him with enough force that he was blown forward to his knees, dropping the sword and momentarily seeing stars. His cloak was burned and his hair was singed. As training demanded, he didn't stay there to recover, but moved, rolling to the side. The move saved his life. The pig reared up and came down on the place he had been. As it was, the hooves came down so close that the cloak he wore was caught and torn by the pig's hoof. Orion's roll was brought up short by the hoof on his cloak, and he was half pinned down. He wasn't able to get to his feet nearly as fast as he knew that he would need to, but Shannon was there. Shannon grabbed the sword with one hand and Oirion with the other, pulling him up. As he pulled Oirion up to his feet, he pivoted so that he and Oirion ended up side by side, shoulder to shoulder. It was a move that Oirion and James had never been able to master fully. They moved as one against the rider's shield, hitting with their shoulders and with power. After a hesitant hold, the shield exploded inward. They hit the pig, both of them backing the hit with more power. Shannon sank the sword into the hilt, and Oirion punched it hard enough that his fist exploded through the flesh and into its chest. Pivoting out to get clear of the creature's weight, they stood in the exact stance across from each other. The pig struggled to keep its footing. Shannon took a running leap onto the monster's back, catching its rider with a jolt of power that killed the rider at once. He grabbed hold of the big head and swung his body around, using his own weight to snap the creature's neck, landing clear of the dead opponents, right at Orion's elbow. Oirion had to catch his breath. He almost felt like laughing, like cheering, like giving Shannon a hug, even a kiss. That fight and the victory felt good. It had felt incredible to fight with Shannon like that. He couldn't help but realize how well he had moved with Shannon. It was just as well as he did with Jamie. Unsure how to respond to the flood of rather unlikely and strong emotions, he cleared his throat, trying to think of something to say. He couldn't summon up anger, only camaraderie, and a strange sense of intimacy with Shannon that he couldn't explain. He knew that he shouldn't feel any of that for Shannon. It was just a fight. But he did feel it, and it made him feel stronger, lighter, younger, and excited. That was much more than should be felt, no matter how well they had fought together. He had to admit that he wouldn't have taken on those odds with Jamie. The whole thing was just a bit unsettling. Instead of talking, he cast a scan. He felt another scan already spinning out from Shannon. It was so smooth and so well shielded that he wouldn't even have felt it, except for the fact that he was scanning exactly the same way at the same moment. There was nothing else out there, and Oirion relaxed.
That was interesting,
Shannon said.
Interesting?
Oirion looked over at him and almost laughed. It was a great many things, but that wasn't one of the words he would have used. Jamie might have used it, but not Oirion.
That was not the word I would have used. Insane is better.
He looked over and saw Shannon pull the sword from the giant pig, or what was left of it. Shannon actually had a small smile teasing his face. He looked over at Oirion. Oirion wanted to say something to Shannon, something to make peace between them, but he just couldn't. Oirion was far too aware. He knew that anywhere else they'd be on opposite sides, even though at that moment there was something spinning between them. He just couldn't get past the fact that Shannon was Shannon, no matter how good it felt to be beside him. Oirion turned away and watched as the light seemed to drain out of the world about him. His sight went almost dark as the clouds began to rain on them. He nearly tripped over one of the things he had killed and suddenly felt very tired, very cold, and very old. He headed back up the steep shale-covered trail to the others. Shannon stood where he was, with the sword in his hand. It was broken and useless. Not even enough of the blade was left to shave down into a dirk. He tossed it aside and tried not to admit how good that had felt. He had spent the last 7, almost 8 decades, trying to block out Oirion. One stupid move, and there he was, right back with Orion's power playing at his cores and threatening to dig into his soul. For Orion's sake, he had to make sure that it would never happen again. He closed his eyes and let the rain touch his face. He slowed his energy and refused to think about Oirion or Jerome. He just felt the cool rain and calmed his cores back into silence. The creatures were flat-faced, with tusks that pointed upwards. The tusks had to be more for looks than for function, Oirion thought. These animals, if they could be called that, were huge and had arms as big as Ivan's thighs. Even Ivan seemed a bit humbled by them. Those found around camp were all shot through an eyeball. They were also armed and armored. Shannon had taken off bits of their armor and was working it clean. Riven was cleaning jewelry that he had pulled off of them. Though the gear was far too big for them, Ivan would gain a new sword. There were several smaller daggers that could be added to their limited stock, and they would all get cloaks. At least these pieces were better quality than the items they had acquired from the Baron. Riven took an armband off of one to study it, and then saw that they all had the same one on. He realized that the bands were magic barriers that hid the creatures very well. The magic was geared to the scans of any sort of priest, as well as that of a wizard. There was more to it, but of magic that Riven did not recognize.
You knew we were being followed?
Oirion asked Shannon. Shannon tossed a chunk of something into the embers of the fire, a piece that he had pried off the inside of the armor he was working on.
Yes.
And you said nothing?
No, I do not think I did,
he said, as if thinking about it.
Why not?
Oirion demanded. He was more himself now and very aware of how good he had felt after that fight, not just physically, but toward Shannon as well. He felt both guilty and disturbed by it. Whatever it had been, it wasn't normal, which bothered him and made him short-tempered. Shannon didn't look up at Oirion, but turned and tossed another piece of dark grime from the armor into the fire.
Perhaps it should be asked as well. Why did 2 clerics fail to know? You disappoint me in your lack of skill again.
He added the last word almost to himself, but they heard him well enough. Riven was not amused at that, and neither was Oirion. He started to respond when Ivan butted in.
I have to agree with them, Shannon. You should have at least had us set up defensively. What if you had failed? They could have all rushed us at once.
They would have killed you all, and I would have been on my way, unburdened by slow wit and lack of skill,
Shannon said, looking up at the big man, his tone sharp and cold. The camp was very quiet and very still. Travis stood, uncertain what to do, as the rest decided if they were going to fight about it or not. The boy moved and found Dave's lap to hide in.
I see you're in a bad mood tonight,
Ivan said after a moment.
Oirion killed more of them than you did. Hurt your pride a bit, did he?
Shannon looked at the Aziran. He had so many responses for that, but the truth was, he did hurt from what Oirion had done, but it had nothing to do with pride. He calmed himself a fraction. It was best for the priest to pull away and choose to be angry and stubborn. Shannon didn't want to talk about it or admit that he was affected by it. The idea was just too terrifying.
You have a death wish tonight, Ivan?
Shannon asked.
You know what? None of us feel up to a fight, and we all need to sleep,
Dave said.
Shannon decided his skill against the number, and he moved. He chose the best option for support and did so very well. Neither of them took injury, and the big fellows are all dead. I don't see what trying to tell Shannon there was lack on your part will gain you. Perhaps a nice shots, Shannon, and the thanks, Oirion, are all that needs to be said. Let's drop it and see if we can get some more sleep before morning. I don't think we'll want to stay here.
No one argued, but the 2 priests and Ivan were not at all happy about it. Shannon kept to cleaning the armor and ignored them. It was a cold night for all of them, and they were up early despite how sore they were. Tavia built up the fire and set a little pot to heating water. Shannon was gone, but he had left the cleaned armor and other scavenged bits in a pile where he had been sitting.
What's his problem?
Ivan asked the silent camp.
We all try and watch out for each other. Why is he so opposed to being part of our group?
He did fight for us. He's still here, and, like it or not, we would have starved without him,
Dave said.
That's why I don't understand,
Ivan said.
He does his part, but then he's so cold and so arrogant that sometimes I just want to crush that perfect face.
Oirion half smiled at that.
You and me both, my friend,
he said. Ivan shot Oirion a grin.
I seriously doubt that Shannon has a friend in the world, and I don't think he wants one,
Riven said.
But he does seem to have a great sense of duty and honor to him, hidden under the arrogance, if that is actually what it is. I don't think picking fights with him is a good idea. He may just leave, and that wouldn't be so good for any of us.
They were quiet again when Shannon returned. He had collected an armload of things off the bodies of the dead left from the fight he and Oirion had won. He picked out several little belts and tossed them to Riven.
Split it up. We will have to move.
No one argued with that, although several of them wanted to. The armor that Shannon had cleaned, he gave to Kelly. She was injured from the fall and in pain, yet not saying anything. No one objected to her having the armor. She looked up to nod her thanks, but Shannon had already moved on, putting the other trinkets he had picked up into his pack. They began their daily march with Dave once again in the lead, headed to wherever it was he had found. They crept through the mountains at the slow pace of those who were injured. Dave tried to keep a decent path going, but after several backtracks, he traded the role with Riven. It was several more days of the same steep slopes, low cliffs, and shale rock slides, before the rough hills changed into rolling green sweeps, carpeted with groves of aspen and birch. There was the smell of life, and the air warmed noticeably. It seemed that things had begun to go their way. Cindy was thrilled, and became more so, when she saw a shepherd out with a herd of something, not quite sheep, not quite goat. She cheered and moved to run forward. David grabbed her and covered her mouth. She jerked away.
We have found new humans,
She objected.
I intend to have a bath and a good meal tonight.
He's not human,
Riven said softly.
Well, yes, he is. Look at him,
She said, rolling her eyes. She huffed and put her hands on her hips. Theo muttered something in Awens. Nothing anyone heard.
No, he's not,
Dave said, grabbing her arm from walking out there again.
Oh, and now the cabin boy knows all about this place?
The contempt and arrogance, typical of all nobles Dave had met, made her voice lift a little.
He's more than a cabin boy,
Kelly said. Cindy looked at the big woman and relented.
You only say that because you think he's cute and want to wrestle him down.
Cindy rolled her eyes, but Kelly wasn't amused by her and looked tempted to hit the smaller woman. Shannon pulled out the bow he carried and loaded the string, his eyes scanning the meadow before them. He hooked off the quiver and held it out to Riven.
Bless those,
he said softly, his eyes never leaving the clearing before them.
Any blessing in particular?
Riven asked, not really sure what the man wanted or meant. Shannon's cheek twitched as he clenched his jaw in annoyance.
Be creative,
he said. Riven considered it for a moment, then cast the highest level of sanctifying blessing that he knew onto the batch of arrows. He handed the quiver back to Shannon. Shannon reached over without even looking, took one arrow and notched it. He drew back the bow and held it steady as stone.
That bow will never reach even half the distance,
Oirion said, displaying obvious disgust at what he considered a juvenile attempt with the bow. Shannon waited another moment and then released the arrow. He snatched another and fired again before the first arrow had even hit its mark. The first arrow came down, burying itself in the shepherd's back, down to the fletching. Shannon fired a third arrow. The shepherd turned and got the second one in his side.
Nice,
Riven breathed, impressed at the double heart shot, then flinched as the third went into the eye of another that rose up from the ground. It wasn't alone. There were 3 more that were rising up out of the grass, but Shannon anticipated each. He continued to fire and managed to get an arrow into all of them at a fatal mark. None of them were stopped. They moved toward the group at a steady pace.
Ghouls,
Riven realized. His skin prickled with the approaching battle heat.
Keep control of yourself, Master Dwarf,
Shannon said calmly. He turned his back. As he did, there was a strange flux of power that caused each arrow to flare with the holy power imbued in them by the blessing. They exploded, and the flesh was blasted away in a flash of white light. The open wounds revealed the red and black swirl of smoke that was inside the bodies.
Oh, that's not good,
Dave said.
Is that the best you had?
Shannon asked Riven, obviously not happy about the lack of effect.
You could have told me they were ghouls. It might have helped. I would have put banishment on them as well.
Shannon looked over at the dwarf with a hint of irritation on his face.
You're a cleric, Riven, not a village monk.
He drew his sword.
Why did we attack?
Dave asked.
They didn't even know we were here.
Yes, they did,
Tavia said, seeing others from the rear slowly walking toward them from behind. While some had stayed with the herd, far more of them had circled around to the rear, clearly planning to catch them from all sides. Cindy squealed and grabbed onto Ivan. He swelled and drew his sword.
We can chop them down,
he said with a lot of bravado.
Ivan,
Dave said.
That one has no head. I don't think we can chop them apart.
What do we do then?
Theo asked, nervously rubbing at his palm.
Run?
Dave asked Shannon. Shannon looked at the boy who clung to his mother, his eyes wide as he stared at the ghouls that had appeared from behind them. They were half destroyed by time and past battles. They were getting closer all too quickly.
They will only follow us,
Riven said.
Oirion, have you any training in white fire?
Not much,
Oirion said,
but enough.
Dave, help them.
Shannon grabbed Travis in one arm.
The rest of you, with me.
He stepped into a run with the boy clinging to him. Riven pointed after Shannon, stopping Ivan from staying and fighting with them.
Your weapons will do no good. Go and protect the women.
Ivan started to object, but when he saw how far ahead Shannon was getting and Cindy falling behind, he ran out after them to help the woman. Oirion looked at Dave. The young man met his look and swore under his breath at Shannon as he drew his sword. He raised power just as Shannon had showed him in the trance lessons he had received as a boy. He never forgot those. White fire, like sun on an edge, ran down his sword with a skill and potency that a bishop might envy. He turned and ran at the ghouls who were following after Shannon and those with him. The two priests did exactly the same, and the three of them hit the ghouls from behind. Dave's sword chopped into the head of the one that he ran down. The white fire on the sword cut through the red and black mist, causing obvious pain to the creature. The demon inside the body turned to face him, faster than the possessed body could follow, twisting it like a wet rag. Dave wasted no time, slicing the demon across the head again with the return swing of his sword. The demon screamed and tried to swipe at him. Dave swung the sword around, hacking the arm off, and then circled the blade around again, slashing into the chest of the dead man and the screaming demon inside. The mist scattered and the body dropped. Turning, Dave barely got his sword up in time to block an attack as an armed ghoul came up from behind them. The ghoul's sword snapped at the contact. White fire flashed out, burning the demon. It fell back screaming, its body on fire. The cheap weapons that the Baron had given them didn't hold up long, and Riven was reduced to throwing white fireballs at them. After a few moments, the ghouls began to raise shields that blocked his attacks, and he was forced to retreat.
Okay, run,
Riven said. Riven took the lead, and they ran through the forested hills as fast as they could, ducking the limbs and jumping fallen branches. They cut back to the south and headed up the nearest slope. With more agility than the ghouls, they were more likely to outrun them on the difficult terrain. But as they ran, the steep shale gave way. They began to slide toward a cliff lip that wasn't seen until after they hit the loose stone. Riven shouted and flung out power cords, attempting to slow his descent. With a roll, he got a hook of power into the mountain and slid to a stop. Dave cast a very similar spell, one that he had used more than once to catch himself and others from washing overboard. Oirion managed to stop himself without power, clawing at the loose rocks as he slid down the slope. He came to a stop at the brink of the precipice, lying on his back. His feet were dangerously close to the edge with his arms out in an attempt to keep himself from going over into unknown depths. All he could do was lie there and pant as bits of stone trickled out from underneath him and disappeared over the edge.
I really hate this place,
he muttered in Valrine.
Haha.
Dave chuckled a little.
Here.
He reached his hand down toward the priest. Oirion looked up at the man who lay almost a body length above him, his hand reaching down. He had to decide what he felt about Dave's use of magic. With the cliff just inches away, any shift of weight was all it would take to send him over the edge. He had to consider it fast.
If I move, Dave, I will go over,
he said softly. Dave hesitated a moment, then offered a rope of power. It could grab Oirion and pull him up to save his life, but Dave made it clear that Oirion would have to reach for it. It was Orion's choice. Oirion held, unmoving, until shale started to fall down on them, indicating that the first of the ghouls had begun to follow them down the slope.
Come on, Oirion,
Dave said.
Now is not the time for this. Just take it.
Oirion reached, but it was too late to do anything but just barely touch Dave's rope of power as the avalanche of rocks began falling on them. The entire sheet of shale broke loose and cascaded over the edge with them on top of it. Ravan swore colorfully in Dwarven just as the whole hillside gave way. The fall would have killed normal men, but they all used magic to take the brunt of the shock away, landing on another slope and rolling and tumbling down again. It was the rain of rock on them that was the most painful part. They tumbled backwards and rolled head over heels, slipping and falling down the slope. At the bottom, Dave was jarred to a sudden stop as his head cracked against a rather large tree. He watched for a breathless moment as the ghouls above them began to slide down, oblivious to the injuries that their stolen bodies sustained. Riven grabbed Dave's arm and jerked him up. They scrambled free of the avalanche and headed down the hill. Riven was bleeding from a deep gash on his cheek just above his beard. Dave was cut as well. Blood was running down his face, but now was not the time to worry about it. Getting to their feet, they stumbled onward, ever downhill and southward, until they reached a small gorge that made them have to stop and choose a path.
Do they ever stop?
Dave panted as he leaned on his knees to catch his breath, trying to wipe the blood out of his eye.
No,
both Oirion and Riven said in unison. Oirion looked at the dwarf briefly, drew a deep breath, then ran and jumped over the gorge. He grabbed for a hold as the bank he had landed on gave way, dropping rocks and dirt down into the deep rushing water at least 50 feet below him. Swinging his weight around, he got past the loose bank and onto the solid ground. Catching his breath, he rolled up and looked back at the other two men. Riven swore under his breath as he looked across to the caved-in ledge and then back to the ghouls who appeared out of the trees behind them.
Here.
Dave grabbed him by the back of the shirt and the belt, as sailors commonly did to help each other leap ship to ship, or ship to shore. Riven nodded, counted to 3 under his breath, and with all his strength and the help of Dave, he jumped for the nearest section of bank. Oirion grabbed his hand and swung the dwarf clear, even as the light touch of his feet made another section of the undercut ground give way with a loud crash. It left the gorge too wide to be jumped. Dave looked down both ways and could see no other place to cross. He wasn't going to make it.
Upstream or down?
He asked.
No.
Oirion held out his hand as far as he dared, with his feet braced as far out as the solid ground would allow.
Between the two of us,
he said, and then offered a rope of power. It was different than the one Dave made, and not at all like Riven's. Dave took it and thought how like Shannon's it felt, smooth and cool, thin yet strong. He gripped it in his hand and cast his own back to Oirion.
On 3,
Oirion said, as he took a hold of Dave's rope and braced his legs. Riven grabbed the back of Orion's belts, and on the count of 3 they all pulled hard. Dave ran and jumped. Oirion and Riven threw themselves back with all their weight to add to it. With Dave's pull, Oirion stumbled forward a step, dangerously close to the edge, but he was stopped by Dave as he came flying across the gorge, slamming into him. Grabbing each other, they got steadied as the ghouls poured out of the trees at them. Several ghouls went over the edge of the gorge, and 3 tried to jump the span but failed, plunging into the abyss below. Out of breath, Dave, Oirion, and Riven stepped back with relief.
Let's find the others. Ha ha ha.
Riven chuckled a little as he brushed off his tunic. He was rather glad that this time they got to just walk away, and it wasn't their job to destroy each ghoul and hunt down their master. Their job right now was simply to survive. Normally, he would be setting up camp right here and would stay and pick them off one by one. End of Chapter 5. Continue with Chapter 6, an all-day hike. Princes and Priests, Chapter 6, an all-day hike.
Do you think we're still being followed?
Kelly asked, as she washed Riven's scalp where it had peeled away from his skull during the fall.
Not by the ghouls,
Riven said.
They're gone.
I meant by the Baron,
she said.
Yes.
Shannon stood with his arms folded over his chest, as far from the blood as he could get, but still close enough to protect them. He knew they were far from safe, and his presence was part of the reason the local creatures were not coming any closer.
Can we outrun him?
Tavia asked.
We cut southwest,
Shannon said.
There is dark power over there,
Dave said.
The land has been warped.
He winced in sympathy for Riven.
There is no other way. We cannot outrun them, and we cannot hide from them. Our only chance is to get them killed,
Shannon explained, his head buzzing with the pain and the blood of the men in camp.
Keep in mind that the whole continent is warped, and we cannot escape that either.
Like it or not, Riven understood the thinking behind Shannon's choice.
If we're dead, then it won't matter,
Oirion said in a disgusted tone, rubbing his black and green ankle with the tiny bit of healing salve that the Baron had given them. He doubted he would heal as fast as Riven had, but maybe the salve was better than he thought it to be.
There are worse fates,
Shannon said, his tone getting short.
If we're dead, if is a big word,
Riven said.
I have been in warped lands, it's what clerics do.
Do you usually take civilians in with you?
Oirion asked pointedly.
I didn't say it would be easy, but we do have a chance.
He knew they had to try, even if it meant the deaths of some of them. There was no hope for any of them if no risks were taken.
Is there a chance?
Dave asked Shannon.
Can all of us get through the warped lands?
If there was not, I would not suggest it.
Why are we being hunted?
Theo asked suddenly, as he watched Riven sit through the cleaning that had to be very painful. Riven looked to Shannon.
Obsession,
Shannon answered simply.
I don't understand,
Theo said with a weary sigh.
It's a game,
Riven said.
If we can escape long enough, then they have to wait until next year to try again.
Like a fox hunt?
Cindy asked, excited.
Exactly,
Riven said.
Then we need to outsmart them.
She giggled.
My father says that only the smartest foxes live because they are smart enough to outwit the hunters. He says they are the cleverest animal in the countryside.
So we go into the forest?
Dave asked with a measure of trepidation.
I guess so,
Riven said, no one else speaking up.
Shannon, did you happen to check ahead? Do you know what's up there?
An all-day hike.
Imagine that,
Oirion muttered. The hike that they were on was not that difficult compared to what Riven and Oirion were used to, but with the injuries they were suffering, it wasn't easy. Shannon was constantly trying to find a balance between hidden escape and easy enough trails so that they could keep moving and still maintain a measure of safety. Shannon watched Riven work his magic to hide their trail while trying to find their pursuer. It was almost at times as if the dwarf was holding back, afraid to see, to know who was chasing them. The dwarf was a strong cleric, but he was playing on a level that he was untrained for. Shannon was, more than once, tempted to tell him how to alter what he was doing, just a little, to achieve better results, but he couldn't. The teacher in him twisted with frustration, and the priest in him yearned for the friendship and fellowship of a brother, but that was not going to happen, and he knew it. He looked away, feeling his heart tear in hurt and betrayal. Jerome had promised to destroy everything that Shannon loved, if Shannon didn't swear and surrender to Jerome's demands. That one vow, at least, Jerome had fulfilled.
Shannon.
Tavia was at his elbow. That woman was almost as quiet and skilled in the woods as the priests were. He wondered how she had gotten that way. It was more than just instinct, and while the other men saw only her pretty lines, Shannon noted the more telling features of the woman. She offered a little cup of the soup that she had made with the herbs and roots that she had been collecting as they traveled. It was thin, but it was a drink that would give them far more nutrition than anything in their packs. He took the battered little cup.
Join us at the fire,
she said softly, inviting him to where the others sat around enduring more of Ivan's stories, the latest about a hugely fat woman patron who had thought to seduce him. It was a crude and rather distasteful story in Shannon's mind.
I will stay here,
he said, looking from Ivan to her.
Perhaps with you at the fire there might be more to talk of than Ivan's greatness.
He could just send her away and return to his dark thoughts, or he could tell her the truth so she would not ask again. She was not one who took lies or who accepted excuses that were nothing more. The little truths that he had told her had gone much farther than anything else.
At my age, my eyes are very sensitive and slow to react to light changes. It is better I stay in the dark.
She considered that and nodded a little.
Then I won't ask again, but you would be welcome to sit with us and be a part of the conversation. It would be a relief to us all if Ivan had less opportunity to brag.
I imagine all that would happen is that Oirion would get louder and find any chance he could to insult and annoy me. It is better for morale that he and I do not test each other's tolerance.
She smiled.
All right, maybe you're right about that. But if you got Ivan to stop, even Oirion would be grateful. He looks ready to cut the man's tongue out.
Shannon looked back at the group and could see that only Cindy was even listening to Ivan. The rest were either trying to ignore him or glaring at him. He looked at Ivan, who was going on about how bad the fat woman smelled.
Rather like a walrus too long in the sun.
Ivan,
Shannon said. He said it twice before the man looked over.
What?
Does it not occur to you that the priests do not like your stories?
Ivan looked at him with utter lack of comprehension. Shannon put a finger to his lips.
No more stories for tonight,
he said in his Iran.
Just be quiet.
Ivan opened his mouth to speak, but closed it after a moment. Shannon nodded to him in politeness and turned back to the dark. There was a long, heavy silence after that.
It's late. We should get some sleep,
Riven said.
Shannon, I will take first watch if you want.
They turned south, away from the city that Dave had been aiming for. Those who knew how close they were felt depressed about having been turned away, the city being within mere miles, but the closer dangers of ghouls and the ravine blocked their way. They might have been able to circle around the ravine, but there would remain ghouls to be dealt with. They didn't want to go south because of their pursuers, but in the end it was decided that south offered the better long-term options for putting distance between them and those who hunted them. Even if they had made it to the city, that was no guarantee that they would not be hunted down. They camped in the trees and ate dried meat seasoned with some herbs that Shannon had found that day. Shannon stayed out of camp and didn't bring anything back when he returned. After 4 days of a lack of food gathering, Theo made use of the stream they camped on. He went upstream a ways, looking for whatever he could find to work the magic. He was by no means as skilled at it as Shannon, and his net took far longer, but when he was done, it had what it needed. The fish were small, but he grabbed out over a dozen. He released the energy and thanked the water and the fish, then realized that he had no way to carry a dozen fish. He dug in his pockets and found nothing. He looked up, thinking how best to carry them in his shirt and not smell like fish, when Shannon appeared and knelt beside him. He showed Theo how to stab the fish through the gills and hang them on a stick.
How did I do?
Theo asked, having a very good idea that Shannon had been waiting for him to get hungry enough to do this and had been watching. Shannon looked up at him as he offered the fish.
To hide what you are doing from the law and prying eyes, by using the trick of reaching under the banks, not fully wise in a warped area, but sometimes necessary in order to avoid unwelcome questions. Use the same finger ropes to catch what you need.
He rose.
Oirion will ask questions. Have your answers ready.
Theo took the fish back from Shannon.
Shouldn't they be able to detect sorcery?
He asked.
Older priests, yes, but older priests use it.
He turned and walked up the stream, leaving Theo to take the fish to camp.
How did you manage that?
Ivan asked in shock and disbelief. Theo handed the fish to Tavia, who knelt by the fire, crumbling the very last herbs into the hot water. She looked up and took the fish with a very pretty smile. Theo took a moment to enjoy the gratitude and then looked up to Ivan.
You know, I thought Azirans were clans of rugged, resourceful men.
Theo said.
What a sad thing to think that even I have more outdoor skills than an Aziran. Are you not truly the Aziran I thought, or have you been in the south too long and your brain has melted?
Ivan half rose, but Dave grabbed hold of the man's arm and jerked him back down.
Nice, Theo.
Kelly admired the return.
I caught them under the bank,
Theo added, as he sat next to the big woman he hoped would help him if Ivan attacked. Ivan jerked free of Dave's grip and stood there, almost vibrating, his face stern and his eyes hard.
Never talk to me about Azir,
he said, low and deep, almost in a different voice. He turned and strode away.
Ivan's been exiled,
Kelly said softly to Theo.
Can we exile him?
Theo muttered. Kelly smiled a tiny bit. She turned those soft, dark eyes on him.
Some men hide pain with arrogance, others with short tempers, and some with bravado and dangerous lifestyles.
She looked at the camp, then to Shannon, as he returned with a few bits of plant sprigs, and then back to Theo.
What an odd company we form.
She watched Tavia put the fish to the coal and sighed sadly, shaking her head. Oirion was in the lead when they came upon green pastures spread out around a village. It was circled by a low wall built of field stones, mud, and woven willow. It was a far stronger and totally different form of construction than the Barrens.
I don't like it,
Riven said from the trees.
But I want to go in,
Cindy objected.
The same man who created those ghouls might own the village. It might be wise to find out if it's safe to go in first.
Oh,
she said softly.
David, wait a bit and then follow,
Shannon said. He then walked out along the tree line, circling the pasture and down to the road they could just see. He went in through the gate and slipped out of sight. Once inside, he pulled a wisp of power around himself, hiding himself, and then moved toward the local inn. It was just up the street and clearly marked. It had a stable attached and many travelers inside. That was good, as Shannon would be less noticed. It was a long 2-story building. The small sign displayed a wineskin with the seam torn and wine pouring out of it. It was poor, but it had good business. Shannon circled around to the back and went in through the garden door. The place was lit with oil lamps and smelled of greasy mutton and sweaty bodies. The locals were either burly and scarred or looked to be half-starved. This was not a good place to bring women. That much was clear. He moved around to the darkest corner and looked over the crowd. There had to be a good subject here. The trip was exhausting him, and he was not about to let the opportunity pass. Being a vampire was an art form in many ways, with magics and powers that none other had. They were often easily defended against if one realized how to do so, but the powers were seductive and worked very quickly. He saw the man that he was sure would be the best. He was a big man, the cleanest in the room, and the only one with a woman. She was hardly that, more of a girl who had yet to fully develop. She sat on his lap, scared and mute, while he played dice. She wore a collar of copper and magic. It was unmistakably a slave collar designed to control her. She had power. Shannon could see that as clearly as he could see that she wore a mask, but she was not of interest to him. It was the man. He had powerful energies. He was a wizard, a dark one, not a blood, but not a nice man either. More importantly, he also had an overstimulated masculine core. Shannon knew that particular man would do far more for him than any of the villagers, more than all of the villagers combined. He spun the lure and waited, making it slowly stronger and stronger, but held in check until the man, of his own will, looked over. All he had to do was meet Shannon's eyes. To hold the lure in was a trick that few could master. Most would cast it before they even had consciously decided who their target was to be. Those who could hold it often had to use a draw to make the victim look over, and that was usually what alerted the other to the trap. Shannon felt the man rebel inside, but not resist. It was the sight of a man who was so good-looking that he would inspire another to desire him. That was the emotion that the man thought he felt, not knowing that he was lured by a vampire. At the same time, Shannon felt that this man was more than any common dark wizard. He had energies that could only be given by a priest, a shield network usually put on exorcists. But there was more. He had a wisp of a magic on him that Shannon knew at once. Jerome. This would be interesting. Shannon tightened his lure and waited calmly. This might be a bad idea, but then it might be perfect. Dave entered through the front door. He immediately assessed the crowd, assumed the posture of a pirate, and strode in. Without looking at anyone, he went to the counter and sat heavily on the stool. The owner asked him if he wanted the night's meal. Dave nodded with a grunt. The dark wizard looked at Shannon, despite himself. The lure had taken hold. There was no need for Shannon to remain in the inn. He rose, went out the back door, across the yard of herbs and vegetables, and waited in the dark. It was only a matter of time. He was surprised at how long it did take, but the man came out. The wizard shoved the girl down against the wall as he scanned the yard. Shannon let him see where he was. The man grabbed the girl's hair and snarled something at her, then moved through the herbs to where Shannon waited. He moved swiftly, rushing his last steps, and attacked Shannon. It was a common reaction by men who were overcompensating. It was a good way to start. The energy that was exerted and given off was very potent. Shannon let him attack. It would betray the dark wizard into the full lure, without need for Shannon to even say a word. The attack was very good. It had been a long time since Shannon had been attacked with such skill in both magic and arms. He allowed the man to get a hold of him and twist him around, pinning him against the wall. The wizard had a stun magic and strength that would normally take out just about anyone, and Shannon even felt mildly stunned by it. But Shannon had no energetic grounding to the earth, and so the magic slipped off him with no more effect than that. The attacker was taller than Shannon had thought, and they were actually evenly matched in that area. He had Shannon's arm pinned up while he leaned into Shannon's side. His foul breath was hot against Shannon's cheek. The wizard was sweet with emotion. He was excited by the seeming victory over someone he had thought another wizard. Shannon twisted the lure ever so slightly, and lust started to spin up into the man. It provoked anger and confusion, not guilt as most men would have, but resentment and borderline hate. Shannon breathed in the energy. It was turning the other man's breath into what would become an elixir of life for a vampire as powerful as Shannon. The man didn't give in, but twisted and jabbed Shannon in the ribs with his elbow. He hit with surprising strength and a blast of power that would have killed another man. Shannon felt two of his ribs snap, and he gasped at the sharp, unexpected pain. As soon as the man realized that his attack was not fatal, he grabbed and twisted with power, pinning Shannon to the wall with his arm rather painfully twisted back behind him.
"And who is whose victim tonight?"
The man breathed in Shannon's ear.
"You think I do not know what you are now. Do not be smug, vampire. I have no intention to break your lure. I will use it to break you instead."
He ran his fingers down Shannon's cheek, shifting to pin him to the stone wall with more magic and more weight. His breath was rapidly getting ragged. For as strong of emotion as the wizard felt, Shannon received almost equal to that in life energy, like cool sweet oil on dry, cracked skin. It didn't matter to him who was pinned to the wall, as long as the energy came. He even let the wizard kiss at his face as the man's fingers searched for the release of the surcoat that made Shannon all but untouchable. Shannon felt the man realize that his victim was wearing black leather. Any wizard here in this place who worked for Jerome would know that Shannon, and only Shannon, would dress so. In that one moment, as the man faltered, Shannon moved and twisted around. Now the man was in his grip. The dark wizard was startled, half in disbelief, and building with fear. This was getting only better. Shannon pulled the man by the collar of his tunic until they were chest to chest.
"I have no doubt who is whose."
Shannon smiled and made as if to kiss the man, but turned away, denying him. The dark wizard snarled at him. Shannon laughed.
"Do you want me to take you then?"
He asked the question that all vampires had to ask. The wizard snarled at him and tried to break the lure, failing miserably. Shannon let go of the man's wrist and ran a finger down his jawline so softly it was felt more as power than actual touch. It made his victim shiver and moan. A vampire could make his touch very pleasant if he so desired, and that was Shannon's tool.
"Just a word,"
Shannon whispered to him. Jerome's wizard licked his lips.
"Don't torment me. Just do it,"
he panted.
"I would have torn into you by now."
Shannon smiled at him. He had the permission that was demanded in order to leave the wizard's soul in whatever condition he wanted. He reached in and began to pull out the very life energy. Keyed in through the lure, Shannon drew life straight from the man's cores. He breathed in the relief through his teeth, leaving his victim out of breath. Every moment, every breath of this, was one more hour he could endure Oirion and Riven's company. Jerome's servant found new strength and tried to grab at Shannon's surcoat front. Shannon caught his hands and blocked them, deflecting them aside easily. Anger rose in the dark wizard, and that started to play into the mix as well. Each shift of emotion would give Shannon a balance of energy that could never be gained through bloodletting. There was a skill to this, and not just any vampire could even use these delicate energies. Most were left frustrated, lusting over their victims when they tried. It took training, power, and a lot of discipline. Shannon had the man trembling and weeping in relatively short time for the strength of wizard that he was. It had all gone rather well, and Shannon felt a great deal more like himself. He was about to release the man when, all of a sudden, Shannon's spell snapped, and physical pain exploded in the wizard. Shannon could not let the death be felt by anyone, or allow that amount of power to slip through his fingers. He drew in all the energy released by the man's death with a great gasp of relief and pleasure, absorbing as much power as he could without repercussions. The The man slid to the ground, his eyes wide and face tear-streaked. Beside him, gripping a blood-soaked dagger, stood the girl. She stood with strength and a sense of justice, looking at Shannon. Somehow, she had slipped up beside him unnoticed. That alone was proof that he had been far too low on energy. She turned to run. He jumped over the dead man and caught her. No witnesses. She spun and went into a fight mode, displaying a skill that was far beyond her years. He pinned her hard just as she tried to stab him. A blast of power burned on his shields. She wasn't even human under that mask. She snarled a deep growl that was more like a threatened dog than anything else.
"Let me go,"
she said through her teeth. Then, all of a sudden, she froze, shrank, and became silent as a cloaked man came out of the inn and into the backyard. Fear rose off her like a sweet, addictive perfume. It made Shannon feel like his head was finally starting to clear. He gripped her to him, drawing his cloak around her, his shields hiding them both. This man walked out to the dead wizard's corpse. He felt the wizard's neck for a pulse, and then rose. His scan was powerful and dark. Shannon's shields were almost detected, but the man was looking for something in particular, giving Shannon warning and a chance to tighten his shields, hiding them better. The girl began to shiver with pain as the choker on her neck was activated. Shannon covered her mouth. He could have held her and let her suffer as he drank her in, but risk of discovery was too great. He grabbed her throat and, with a trick of power, unlocked the choker. It clicked free, and the pain ended. The cloaked man, a far more powerful dark wizard than the one that he had just dealt with, stood not 10 feet away, looking directly to where they stood. Even after long scrutiny, he still didn't see them wrapped in Shannon's shields and cloak. Turning, he strode back inside. The girl twisted free and sprinted. He let her go. It was time for him to go as well. He circled around to the front and waited across the street for Dave. The supplies that Dave got from the inn were few but decent. The villagers were looking for strangers and for travelers. Being one was not a good idea, but the items that he got were not unlikely items for a man with an old injury who was headed to a bath. He left the inn and went up the street to the bathhouse. Stepping inside, he immediately grabbed the choker at his neck and was about to activate it when Shannon entered the door. He could feel the power here and the hostility that was planned for him. Shannon threw his cloak around Dave's shoulders, drew him close, and they escaped right back out the door. Stepping clear of the doorway, they saw 4 rather large men and 2 wizards moving from the inn toward the bathhouse. Shannon didn't wait to watch and took Dave at a fast pace out of the street and away from the village to where the others waited. Whatever magic Shannon used, they seemed to have escaped unseen.
"Not good?"
Dave asked.
"They are looking for us. It is a large trap and not worth it."
"Where will we go then?"
"South and west."
"There's nothing out there but warped wilderness."
"Exactly."
"We can't keep them all alive out there."
"They have a better chance out there than here."
Cindy began to cry when they told her that they were not going into the village. She went silent quickly, though, as mounted men rode by on the road, passing not 5 feet from where they hid in the brush and trees. The reek of blood magic was so thick on one of them that even she felt it. She gave no more argument, and they left at once, backtracking the way they had come, once again heading south. For several days they traveled south, then west around the mountains. It was slow going and grated on Orion's nerves. He wanted to move into a run and get some distance covered, but here they were, walking along at Cindy's speed. As it was, they were low on supplies, and they all needed to bathe and rest. Near sunset, they stopped to camp under a prickly pine tree. The chilly night rapidly fell. Oirion moved to where Dave was picking up what wood he could find to burn. He had meant to talk to the young man ever since they had been on the run. Now was the time. He drew a breath and joined him, picking up a few pieces of old wood. Oirion snatched his hand back from a warped spider that tried to strike him. He figured Jamie would have stopped to catch, sketch, and study the damn thing, but Oirion simply stabbed it with a stick. The last thing he needed was someone getting bitten by a warped bug.
You want to tell me how you know white fire?
Oirion asked Dave after several minutes, stopping the young man from heading to camp. Dave looked at him seriously.
If I did, don't you think I would have?
I've turned a blind eye to a lot of what you do. You're a sailor's son and have had to learn things on the water that other men might not need, but I think you owe me just a little.
I don't owe you anything,
Dave said, his sailor side showing a bit of his confidence and strength.
Maybe owe is not the best word,
Oirion apologized.
I'd like to think that I have earned a little truth out of someone. The only person who is honest here is Ivan, and that is very disheartening to me.
He half groaned. He was talking like Jamie. Dave looked at Oirion a long time before he spoke.
My uncle was a priest. He was my tutor as a child.
Was?
I don't want to talk about it. I know what I know, and I'll use it when I have to.
He stepped around Oirion and headed back to camp. Oirion followed, a little slower. The matter bothered him all night, until he finally had to ask.
I know you don't want to talk about it, Dave,
Oirion said, cutting off one of Ivan's stories that was about a little troll man from the jungle and the prostitutes of Jakarta.
But I really don't understand how your uncle could be of the level to teach such power, and then just walk away.
Dave looked up. All he had were his father's words. He was a little curious how Shannon would respond to them.
I don't know. All that my father told me was that he was a priest and had been wronged by the church. That's about all he said.
I suppose he knew you then,
Oirion said to Shannon.
Might I ask what you did to make him leave the cloth?
Oirion knew he was making a fool of himself saying such an asinine thing to Shannon, but he couldn't help himself. Shannon looked over at the man, but he didn't say anything. Part of him was tempted to tell Oirion he was the Uncle Dave referred to, but that would only cause more problems. The less Oirion knew about him, the better. Ivan picked up a story about a young man who thought he'd be a good priest until he tasted his first woman. Tonight, no one even argued about Ivan talking. It was better than another fight between Oirion and Shannon. They cut south for several days before they reached an old road that went back up into the mountains. They stopped for the night beside it, built a little fire, and set to cooking. It was early still, but those in the lead all knew that the woods ahead were warped in a rather sinister way, and that they had a long day ahead. Tonight, Ivan was, however, in a cheerful mood and took to teasing Cindy, who squealed and giggled at every chance.
What's ahead of us?
Theo asked, attempting to ignore his wife's outrageous flirtations with Ivan.
A long hike,
Shannon said.
It's easy, though,
Riven said.
We'll be on an old road most of the way. The thing to remember is not to stop. Once we go until we leave the mountains.
Why?
Ivan asked.
Big rodents,
Shannon said.
I don't think they will attack us as long as we don't stop.
Riven explained.
They don't seem to attack anything that is moving. They focus and wait for you to stop. It's a lazy way to hunt, but is usually successful.
That's it?
Kelly asked, surprised.
That's all I see,
Riven said.
Can we get through in one day?
Tavia asked.
It's hard to know,
Riven said.
The way that the energy runs through here makes scans harder to do.
Then how do you know what we will face?
Ivan asked.
Because I do,
he said, not really ready to admit that he was using a form of dwarven magic.
We should be able to make it in a day,
Shannon said.
But it will be a long day, so I suggest you all sleep.
Shannon took the lead in the morning. They cut through a misty valley and crossed a beaver dam. The water was steaming in the morning sun. It was chilly. Autumn mist lifted around them, swirling around their legs, but the new fur cloaks they had kept them warm, and the morning was pleasant for it. They turned west and began to cross a valley that led up into another range of mountains. It was a pretty day, and Cindy sang love ballads to herself all morning. When they reached the line of mountains, the difference was felt almost at once. These mountains were moist, with dense vegetation and a thick growth of branches and vines overhead. It was dark and chilly in the forest, as unlike the dry mountains that they had just left as anything they could imagine. There was the smell of rotting vegetation and perhaps other things. They all noticed the insects as well. Large biting flies pestered them all, buzzing around their heads and biting whenever they were allowed to land. Ivan was harassed the worst, but Cindy was the loudest in her dislike of the bugs. At the forest edge, Shannon fell to the middle, letting Ivan take the lead for once. The path was clear, and it gave the man a harder time to keep up his stories. He walked on, talking, his voice carrying forward, no one in the back able to hear him. After a while, he gave up talking altogether. Ivan stopped only a few hundred yards into the forest and began to retie the string that held his dagger tight to his leg. In that brief moment, one of the giant rodents that Shannon had spoken of leapt from the trees at Ivan. Shannon threw out his hand, palm toward the creature. It hit the ground with a massive thud, rolling to Ivan's feet as a testament to how close to death he had just come. Its chest and head were crushed, as if it had slammed into a wall. Its massive rat-like body was greasy and foul-smelling, nose and muzzle leaking blood.
"I told you not to stop,"
Shannon said firmly. Ivan started to defend himself.
"Walk, Ivan."
Riven pushed the man forward so no one would have to stop. They had to step over the 200-pound creature. Travis had to go around it and did so with caution, his eyes on the forest all around him. They all walked and didn't even think about stopping after that. Not even Cindy was about to suggest it, and her songs were missed the rest of the day. Oirion wanted to debate the magic that was used, but there was no time. He wanted to test it, to taste it for the proof he needed, but they moved past too quickly. As the day went on, the party spread out slightly, as a group of hikers always does. Tavia was leading the ponies. They kept in sight of each other, easily following the road. It was overgrown here and there, but hiking was easy, allowing Travis to walk instead of being carried. He seemed to enjoy it a great deal. He had the endless energy of all children, and ran back and forth at times, holding each of the company's hand. He'd walk a bit calmly and then run about, swinging at the plants with a stick he had picked up, careful not to ever stand still. It was mid-afternoon when Travis tripped over a branch that had fallen across the pathway. Tavi could see the creature in the bushes, not more than a few feet away, and started to cry out. But, like in a bad dream, she couldn't seem to move, let alone react in time to reach him. Travis was just getting up, wiping gravel off of his hand, when Shannon stepped into a short dash, passing Tavia and Oirion both. He caught the boy up and cast a glance at the rat thing in the bush. Just as its body tensed to jump, it shuddered and then collapsed motionless. Travis was whimpering slightly, as he did when he was hurt. He showed Shannon his hand. He had skinned it deep enough to make it bleed.
"He wants you to kiss it,"
Oirion explained from behind Shannon.
"I know what he wants,"
Shannon said back sharply. He brushed off the boy's hand, closed the little fist, and then turned the boy, setting him up on his shoulders, without kissing his hands. Travis looked back from his seat, high on Shannon's shoulders, and smiled back at his mother. Tavia was slightly taken aback. She never would have thought that Shannon would be so fast to move for her child. She had thought that Shannon felt Travis was a burden on the group, so his quick motion was even more impressive. Travis had no idea how close to death he had just come, and she doubted that Oirion realized it either. Shannon was just not the sort of person she'd have thought to pick up a child, let alone to carry him, yet there was Travis riding on Shannon's shoulders. The sun had set when the group finally left the forest behind. They were all tired when they reached an old, abandoned village. The village sat on the edge of a marsh, half of it sunken into the soft earth. The remaining structures were built of oiled timbers and clay tiles, speaking back to a time that the area wasn't as poor. They found an old building, larger than the others. It was standing enough to serve as a shelter for the night. They didn't even talk as they stripped the ponies, found dry corners, and collapsed. Rain threatened in the distance. The humidity here was stifling, and there was a reek in the air that might have been the rotting corpses of the villagers. But they didn't care. The non-stop hike had exhausted them, and sleep was all that they wanted at the moment. Dave wondered why Shannon wasn't helping them more, but again, he was sure the man had a reason. He had a reason for everything he did or didn't do. Tavia woke in the night as Travis crawled away from her. Sleepily, she looked after her boy. It was raining outside and very dark, but Oirion had made a small fire just inside the door, for the comfort of all, and to try to burn out some of the humidity in the air. The fire was dying out now, but it gave the boy enough light to see by as he crawled toward the dark side of the room. By the flickering light that cast sharp, bouncing shadows, she saw her child crawl over to where Shannon sat, far from the fire, leaning back against the wall. As always, at night, it was impossible to tell if he was awake or sleeping. Shannon looked up as the boy reached him. Travis knelt before Shannon, took Shannon's face in his little hands, and looked deep into his eyes. Shannon let him. Normally he wouldn't have, but tonight, with thoughts of the past haunting him, the immediate presence of the boy was a good distraction.
I hear you,
Travis said with a whisper of telepathy.
How do you do that? Teach me.
Shannon looked at the boy and let the little child's attempt to reach out be heard. It was not likely that the boy would ever meet anyone else able to help him. The fact that, even at so young an age, he was even able to form the words he had never heard was impressive and worthy of Shannon's help.
It is a thing that will take time and practice. Do you feel where I'm touching you?
Yes, head.
That is where you need to think from when you try to speak to others. All people can hear at some level. If you learn to master it, then you can get anyone to understand with enough focus.
I sleep with you? Safe in your shields? Me sick this place?
Yes, child, tonight you may.
The boy's sentence structure was short and simple, but it was enough to make sense, and Shannon was impressed. Travis somehow knew that Shannon wore shielding and that he was safe in it. The warp was making him ill, while the others didn't even feel it. Travis had a power that was waking in him already. To be so young and even with human blood, it spoke of great powers to come. Shannon drew his cloak around the boy, sheltering him in his arms, as he had often sheltered Dave, and at one time Oirion as well. Travis was uncanny in his skills at knowing who to trust, who to play with, and what to do to make others feel better. Shannon had to wonder if the boy had come over for his own comfort or to offer it. It didn't really matter. Maybe they needed each other equally. Shannon refused to let Tavia know that he knew she was watching. After a moment, she sank back down to the ground and fell asleep. Shannon looked to where Oirion was asleep, exhausted and struggling to deal with far more than anyone had any idea. Oirion was dealing with more than he himself even knew. Shannon rested his cheek on Travis's head, trying not to think about Oirion as the tiny child he had been. Shannon looked from Oirion to Travis's mother, who had fallen back to sleep. She was a mysterious woman, one who knew to trust her child. He wondered what sort of man had been hers, and who Travis's father was. Was he alive? Was he missing his woman and son? Did he even know there was one? Somehow, he suspected that the man had never even met the child. It seemed that the line to Travis was dead. It was rather sad that a boy like Travis would have no father. Shannon closed his eyes and drew his cloak around Travis more protectively. He let the moment and the feel of the small boy, with his soft curls against Shannon's cheek, drown out the nightmare of the past and the fate of his own children. Oirion was deep in sleep, dreaming. One moment he was fighting beside Shannon, the next he was struggling in erotic panic. In the dream, he was driven by fear that Jamie would find out about Shannon. He had never felt what infidelity could taste like, but he had no other word for the twisted guilt he felt. He wasn't even sure why. He jerked awake and lay sweating and short of breath, his body aching. He lay there long enough to be sure that he had awakened no one, then rolled up carefully and left the building to try to get some fresh air. The air outside was hot, wet, and stuck to the skin. He walked away from the building a bit, just in case he broke down. He held his elbows and tried to pray for Jamie, but couldn't make the words form. He turned as Cindy touched his elbow. He could see her with the power of his priesthood, and figured that she had enough Perton blood in her to see, well enough to get around. She looked at him a moment, and then stepped up on her toes and kissed him. There was nothing said, and with the dreams he had endured, he simply couldn't seem to make himself object. He kept trying to push her away and scold her. He could almost hear himself say any of 100 things, but there he was, kissing her. She knew all too well how to get through belts and clothes to find what she wanted. He hadn't had a woman's hand in his pants since he was 17. He turned and pinned her to the wall. Frustration, loneliness, and the rage of emotions about Shannon and Jamie roared up and found an outlet. As fast as the emotions roared up and consumed him, he was able to jerk away. He stood, sweating all over again, half afraid to see just who he was kissing. It was like the dream, except with the wrong person. He stepped back, shaky and upset. He wiped his mouth as he turned away from her. He needed to escape, and there was nowhere to go. He caught his breath and stood outside the hall for a moment before he went in, driven by the fear that she was right behind him. He put another few bits of wood on the fire and found his bedding. He lay down, trying to breathe slow and steady, not thinking of Cindy, Jamie, or Shannon. End of Chapter 6. Continue with Chapter 7, The Bog. Princes and Priests. Chapter 7, The Bog. Morning came early, but they all emerged, despite their weariness, to see the land they had come to. The village was mostly sunken and had been abandoned for a long time. The huts that hadn't begun to be lost in the mud were repaired with old leathers and scraps of canvas. A wall of fog rose up thick, gray, foul, and unclean, obscuring all that was beyond about 100 yards. The fog itself was what was reeking so badly. It left the skin feeling dirty and the lungs heavy. There was more to it than a mere stink, and they all felt it. They wandered the village, realizing it wasn't as deserted as they had thought. A few skinny-legged children crept close, but were scared and stayed mostly hidden. Riven nodded to Oirion, and the two men wandered off together to find out what else was in the village. On the far end, they found a little old woman. She looked not quite human, being too thin and too small, with large ears that jutted out the sides of her head through her lanky white hair. She squinted up at them through deep wrinkles. Before her was a small smoky fire, warming a stone to cook her meal on. She was grinding up some root in a stone bowl.
"A dwarf!"
she exclaimed, raising her heavy eyebrows in surprise. She chuckled. Her language, the old trade tongue, made her hard to understand, not only because of her thick accent, but also her lack of teeth.
"You lost?"
Not quite lost, just misplaced, my dear,
Riven said back pleasantly, going into priest mode.
Your village has seen better days, I see. What has happened here?
She grunted.
"Much, much,"
she said.
"And you, handsome one, you smell like a Purton, but you don't look like one."
We travel with a Purton,
Oirion said.
By chance you smell him?
"No, no."
She considered, but was sure.
"Come and sit at the fire with me. I am old and miss the company of fine men like you two. Have you eaten?"
We have a camp,
Riven said as they sat. She nodded.
We have seen children. Are there any other adults around?
Oirion asked, hoping for trade and maybe a better map.
"Oh, they are just lost souls. Nothing to matter over. Are you sure I cannot make you a bite?"
She looked up as Shannon emerged out of the mist. As he came closer, the old woman hissed at him and shrank back.
"Leave them alone, old woman,"
he said.
"I did no harm,"
she said in her defense.
"No harm to the priest, just a few words. I'm just a lonely old woman looking out for my children. You know as well as I that the gold is blood-stained these days. Only a fool crosses a priest."
She looked him over and sneered.
"You know very well, don't you, my lord? Tell me, how does it feel to be on the other side?"
Riven felt the magic laid on him slip in her fix on Shannon, and he quickly raised the shields he had been taught to use, shields that he never thought he would need. He had heard of the Grim, but had never seen one in the world, only in study. He jumped to his feet the moment his body was his to command. She was very good. Riven hadn't even realized that it was not his will that made him sit. He whipped out the sword and lunged forward, attempting to stab her. The sword pierced through nothing but air, causing him to stagger forward and lose his balance. Shannon was quick enough to grab him and save him from falling into her. She screamed and howled with laughter as her gray, wrinkled image began to blur and swirl into the mist. The fire roared up fiercely and then instantly snuffed out, leaving only a small wisp of smoke. She was gone, but her howls of laughter lingered a bit, fading as she retreated out into the mist. Shannon looked at the two men with a hard silence. Both of the priests felt very foolish and small, like schoolboys just reprimanded for their failure to pass a test. He turned without saying a word and walked back up the village to the others. Riven grunted as he saw that his sword had rust spots on it already. With disgust, he tossed it aside. It would rust to nothing in a few hours, and if he still had it, the corrosion would spread to him.
We need to be more careful,
Riven said.
But let's check her cottage.
He was careful to take as much of the blame. He was as ignorant in it as Oirion had been. Oirion now knew that she was a Grimm, but he had never seen one, and was a little surprised that they still existed. Both he and Riven had been snared, and if Shannon had not come along, they would have been her toys to play with. He shuddered and was glad that he had not been alone, and that Shannon had shown up. He just hated that once again Shannon seemed to have saved his life. They went in and found the clothes, weapons, and packs of the unfortunates who had come to the village and had the misfortune of meeting the old woman. Riven kicked through it. It was mostly garbage heaped on the floor, but he did find a small pack into which he put an assortment of coins, rings, and other bits worth keeping. He found as well a sword to replace his and a staff that he tossed to Oirion.
You want that?
He asked.
I've been told you're a staff fighter.
For the first time, he let on that he knew exactly who Oirion was.
Have you?
Oirion asked, as he weighed the staff and checked it for spells. It was old and powerful, but the magic was locked and beyond his skill.
And you, what weapon do you prefer?
An axe, actually, but in public that isn't allowed.
He grinned.
Although, where I spend most of my time, there is no public.
They walked back, feeling a little better for the upgrade in weapons, but embarrassed for having had to be rescued by Shannon over something so elementary. Tavia had set to cooking porridge with a handful of berries. They were few, but strong and spicy, another addition from Shannon, no doubt. They had a hot meal that day, and Shannon let them rest a little longer than they seemed to have time for. Riven set the small pack down, and while they waited, he discreetly took one thing out at a time to look it over, making sure there were no harmful spells on it. Once sure, he added it to his larger pack and took another out of the small pack to repeat the process.
What's out there?
Theo asked, looking out at the fog that had begun to swirl and creep up toward them as the sun rose higher.
The bog,
Shannon said. Dave looked out with his sight and then shuddered.
We're going into that?
Theo asked unhappily.
Yes.
Will we live?
Dave asked.
We'll be fine,
Riven said.
It's probably best that we stay in a line, though. That way we won't be stepping into anything that might swallow one of us. Shannon, you can avoid such things, can't you?
He tested just a little. Shannon gave the dwarf a hard look but didn't reply. He didn't need to. Once the ponies were all repacked, Shannon put Travis on the top of the pack of the pony that he was going to be leading. He decided to work with the boy, teaching him how to talk a little better. He headed out, not waiting for the others. Everyone fell into step and entered the bog. At first it was just like any other wetland, but as the day wore on, the bugs got bigger and meaner, the mud got deeper, and the water began to teem with life. Shannon kept them out of the water as much as he could and made huge detours to do so. The bog was disgusting and foul. By mid-afternoon, the humidity had drained the last of their strength. With every step, they sank into the mud, releasing buzzing little bugs that made a constant cloud around their legs. Cindy fell, her hands going into the mud up to her elbows. She started to cry, shrieking about the injustice of life, flinging mud off her hands. Theo watched her a moment, then turned his back and started to walk again. Ivan took a hold of her, helped her up with one strong hand, and didn't let go. They stopped on a hillock to eat a midday meal. It was the first time under Shannon's lead that they had ever stopped, and the first time that they had felt it was all right to do so. Theo was looking forward, trying to see into the fog, but there was no way to do it. Giving up, he went over to the man who was wiping down the legs of the ponies, and who had taken over leadership. It was odd out here in this hell of mud and insects. Shannon still looked clean. His hair still had the silky quality of one who is pampered in court.
"Why's your hair like that?"
Theo asked as he looked at the lower length of Shannon's braid.
"I didn't think that there was a dye strong enough to get such a true blonde over Purton black."
Shannon stood up from his work. Theo almost apologized and turned to walk back to the others.
"It is a result of the power reflecting off the inside of my shield. I do not do it on purpose. I'm surprised an Arwensborn does not know that."
"Are you that powerful?"
Shannon smiled ever so slightly. That was the most reassuring thing that had been said or done since they had reached this hell. Theo smiled back, just a little. Shannon moved over to the other pony. With a sigh, Theo went back to searching the fog. He didn't want to sit with the others. Cindy was happily talking to Ivan, who had given her a knee to sit on, keeping her out of the mud. But standing there like an idiot was worse than walking back to where his wife was flirting with the big Ivan. He took a deep breath and rejoined the group, wishing he knew what to say to Shannon.
"What did you ask?"
Oirion asked as Theo sat down beside him.
"About his hair."
"I'll never understand human fashions,"
Riven said, glad to not have to listen to Ivan and Cindy. Any conversation was better than that.
"He's not human. He's a Purton. There's a difference,"
Kelly said, actually turning her back on the big man and the giggling butterfly.
"That's not the point,"
Riven said.
"What is?"
Kelly asked, cringing as Cindy giggled shrilly, while Ivan laughed as he tickled her.
"Fashion. It's all human-driven these days, and I don't understand it. What reason would a man have for dyeing his hair or shaving it off?"
He shot a look back over his shoulder.
"It's not dyed,"
Theo said.
"It's from the reflection of his shield. At least that is what he said to me."
"That's not new,"
Kelly said.
"It said that the Purton masters of old were so powerful that the exposure to their own power made them turn white-haired, a white that shone gold in the sun. The very greatest of masters were the red Purtons, hair the color of blood. I had no idea any Purton alive had such power still,"
she said, as she looked over at Shannon. The others looked at her, a little surprised that she would know that sort of thing. She shrugged and hunkered down. After they had eaten and Shannon was satisfied with the ponies, they headed west again. They picked up the pace the best they could and took a little less care. The less trained didn't notice, but Oirion and Riven certainly did. Shannon motioned Dave to come up near him in the lead as he handed Travis and his pony to Tavia. He then veered due north across a chest-deep pool. They all waded out after him, one at a time, chilled to the bone, but uneaten as they staggered out of the pool. Cindy was still complaining about the water and how cold it had been when, without warning, Oirion staggered. A search spell had slammed into his back. Tavia caught him before he hit the mud. He stood, the breath driven from him, trying to suck in air, his eyes watering and his hands shaking. The hunters were closer than any of the company had thought they would be. That was not a good thing. The search was way overextended, and by the force of the scan, the hunters were right behind them. Not only that, but they also knew who they were looking for.
"Dave,"
Shannon ordered,
"take the lead and keep moving."
He pointed westward twice, telling Dave where and how far to look to see their goal.
"Riven."
Shannon and the dwarf fell back at once, running as fast as they could through the deep mud, back the way they had just come. They disappeared into the fog. Dave moved up to the front and led the way forward. He shifted his vision to sight so that he could avoid all the unpleasant things in the mud and water. It was a challenge, and he had no idea how much work it was going to be. There were the energies of life everywhere, all of them hungry, hateful, or malevolent. Dave hoped that Shannon would get back soon. He wasn't sure how long he could do this. Shannon led Riven back through the mud and slop, cutting south to avoid the pool and a portion of their trail. They took a lot less care than they had getting through it the first time. Once back far enough, he stopped and dropped to a knee. He took the bow from the quiver and loaded it. Riven took his larger bow off his back and knelt down, just within sight of Shannon. Riven had been on enough trips into warped lands and been hunted enough times that he knew the only way to escape a scan like that was to backtrack and kill the source of it. They waited, hidden in the fog, both silent and alert. It wasn't a long wait until they heard the noise of the horses and their riders slogging through the muck. Thoughts of who they were, and if they knew the truth of what the Pontiff was, crept into Riven's mind. The thoughts made him almost let the bow waver. He wondered if he himself knew the truth. Riven glanced toward Shannon, wondering what the man knew, how he fit in, and just what sort of powers he possessed that enticed the Pontiff into this game. He pushed the line of thoughts down as the answers dared to come. Riven waited as he got the first glimpse of their pursuer. Still, he waited. Their actions had to be well-timed. With just the two of them, there was no room for mistakes.
Now,
he heard Shannon whisper in his head. Riven stood and shot an arrow at the nearest man. He unleashed another and saw 3 others collapse.
Run, now,
Shannon told him. Riven bolted from the area, even as he felt the creatures within the bog begin to move in, attracted to the smell of blood. He and Shannon met up ahead of the melee behind them. They could hear the men and horses screaming, and the thrashing of water and creatures. Riven was panting, but not from the run. The touch of Shannon's mind on his, the telepathy, had left him breathless. He was a dwarf, and Shannon wasn't. The power level to touch across races demanded no less than a true master, even then, only with practice. Still, there was more to it. A shield had protected him, but he had no doubt that Shannon could tear into him and burn him up from the inside out. He'd felt power like that before, but not from a man. They slowed.
Is that it then, or will he send more after you?
Riven asked, before he realized what he had said. He wished he could suck his words back in, but he couldn't, and Shannon had heard them well enough. Shannon looked from the dwarf to the fog behind them.
Who can guess what a madman will do next? Let us just get back to the others.
Shannon sounded oddly tired and pained. They had just gotten back to the place where they had parted company when Riven swore.
I've been bit,
he said, reaching down. As he did, he began to shiver. Shannon grabbed him as he started to topple.
Purge, Riven. Get the poison out of you.
Shannon felt the dwarf start to raise the power, but it was shaky. Riven began to shudder, and his teeth ground together.
Purge!
Shannon yelled at him. The dwarf struggled to hold the power and direct it, but it scattered. The culprit brushed up against Shannon in the mud. It jerked away from his icy shield. He debated a moment and then pulled off his glove. He slid his bare hand down the dwarf's ankle to the bite that had gone through his boots. The blood immediately began to burn Shannon. The blood of a wizard priest has no rival. There is no elixir with greater power or drug with a sweeter addiction. Shannon gritted his teeth, forcing himself to take nothing, but instead to send icy power into the priest in his care. He needed Riven alive if he hoped to keep the company alive, and if there were any demons sent after them, the cleric was his best hope to stay free. He needed Riven. He would freeze out the poison. It was faster than fire and left less damage. It just hurt more.
Ah!
Riven cried out, but Shannon hardly noticed. He sent out ice and reinforced his shield to a point that he wasn't even sure how much power he was sending. Despite his shields, the blood of the dwarf burned his bare skin. He heard nothing over that screaming buzz in the back of his head that would only be silenced with satisfying the need. But he didn't need it. It was just the overwhelming response to the priest's blood. When Riven went limp in his arms, and there was no more poison, Shannon snatched his hand away. He wiped the blood onto Riven's shirt almost frantically. He used the mucky water to wash the blood off the dwarf's shin and washed his hand free of the last of it. He wiped the filth off his hand onto his surcoat and pulled his glove back on. Shannon was so tired from the exchange that he almost felt like crying, but he had done his share lately and simply denied it.
Riven?
He asked, weary from the struggle he had just gone through and the continuing fight with the buzzing hunger. Riven's eyes fluttered, and he groaned. That was enough. The dwarf was conscious. He would live. Shannon stood. Once on his feet, he situated Riven to carry him like a child, and then headed after the others. Camp was set up under a dead tree on a hill surrounded by water. They decided against a fire, as it might be seen, even through the perpetual fog, by things they would rather not know about. It was cold after the heat of the day. Oirion took the first watch, and the others all dropped to sleep. Travis cried softly most of the night.
"What's wrong with him?"
Ivan demanded, impatient with the child's tears.
He wants Shannon,
Tavia said, her nerves shortened by the long days and the dangers all around them.
We all do,
Kelly said, leaning over to touch the boy's head gently with her great hand. Oirion watched as something moved in the dark, sniffing closer and closer, until he had no choice but to step up and attack. It didn't expect the attack, and Oirion easily stabbed the big flat animal in the top of the head. That, he quickly decided, was a mistake, as other things moved in on the smell of blood. He had no choice but to move out further and chop at others, driving them back as they fought over the dead thing that ventured too close to camp. This process was repeated several times. After what seemed like half the night, Ivan stepped up.
"I can watch for a while,"
he said.
"Why don't you go lay down with the others and try to get some rest?"
Oirion nodded and let the warrior take over the patrol of vigilance, guarding the small mound of dirt they were camped on. Oirion circled the camp and looked for a place that was dry enough to sit down on. He settled, put out a trigger magic, and dozed off, his back to a stump of some long rotten tree. He woke to a soft touch to his face. Cindy sat on his lap, her hands on his face. She didn't say anything, just leaned forward and kissed him. She laid her head on his shoulder and rested on him. Her move surprised him. If she had kissed him more or made any other move, he would have pushed her off, but she just hid there. Maybe she was just scared, and this was the only way she knew to not think about it. Oirion wondered how old she was and what sort of life she had before this trip, but he sank back to sleep. He was tired and just wanted to rest. No one slept well that night, and they woke early, plagued by fears of having lost both Shannon and Riven. Dead creatures littered the water. Others were feeding on them, with even more feeding on those. Cindy started to cry again, and Ivan comforted her at once. Theo watched, but didn't say anything or make any move to help his weepy wife. They were stuck on the island for the most of the day. They continued to guard in turns, to let each other rest in what safety that could be gained, and giving Shannon and Riven time to catch up. Dave had hoped Shannon would show up to take over the lead again, but they could wait no longer. The island had become surrounded by a frenzy of bloodthirsty marsh creatures. He had no choice but to lead the way off the little island. They began tossing the dead creatures that they could easily reach to one side of the island, to clear a way off. As soon as most of the aggravated creatures moved around to the one side, and the way was open, Dave led the group off the island and into the interior of the bog, as much to break up Cindy and Ivan as anything. The water was waist-deep by now, and full of hunger, with hidden pit holes and other dangers. Dave had to look at the shape of the land as well as the creatures that lived here. It was, by far, the hardest thing he had ever been asked to do. His head was throbbing with backlash from yesterday's extended work, and today promised to be even worse. On top of all that, the lack of sleep and the aching body, from fighting and chopping at creatures during his watches, left Dave exhausted and distressed about the fact that this had only begun. Shannon had been helping all along, just at a lower level than Dave thought Shannon would waste his energy on. No one had even realized what Shannon was doing for them. Everyone was feeling Shannon's absence now, however. They were tripping and falling, too tired to even argue, and the bugs were now attacking them in full force. The pony's scream alerted Dave to the fact that they were being visited from behind. As Ivan yelled, he and Kelly ran to cut the pack from the pony's back. Dave swore under his breath, leading the way onward as fast as he could. The blood of an attack would bring more things to the area. Sloshing through the water and mud, he couldn't help in any way but to get them farther away from it. Kelly pulled at the pack as Ivan cut the strap. She was thrown back as it came loose, sending her into the water. She held the pack up over her head, though, saving the food inside. Tavia grabbed Kelly, pulling her back, allowing her to get her footing. A massive snake wrapped around the struggling pony and pulled it under. The legs of the pony and the pulsing green and gray coils of the serpent thrashed in the water, stirring up mud and debris from the bottom, creating a thick mess of boiling motion. Other snakes were already on the way to join the frenzied feast. The group struggled on at a faster pace, certain that the things would come after them, looking for more food. After a tense hour, it seemed that they weren't going to be eaten by the snakes, but the fear remained with them the rest of the day. Oirion made them stop as the darkness began to creep in around them. He had spotted a slight mound, muddy, but where they would at least be out of the water. More than ever, he missed Jamie. Jamie was much better at setting up camp magic and would have loved this place for all the unknowns and things to be discovered about it. However, Oirion did know enough from Jamie's studies and the years they had traveled together that he was able to fashion what Jamie called a tent. It was a sort of bubble of power that would keep them dry and hold in their body heat to some extent. Oirion couldn't hope to hold them all in it at the level that he was used to having with Jamie, but by deflating it and folding it over to make a sort of magic tarp, they all had a dry place to lie down and get some sleep. He could have tried for more, but magic shields were even more important than being dry, and he didn't have the energy to do both. Not only that, but the use of the power would also draw in other things, and he wanted this exhausted group to be able to sleep. Kelly nodded to Oirion.
Sleep, I can watch a bit.
He wasn't so sure she could, but he was too tired to argue. The shield should hold, and sleep should be safe, at least for a while. He wished he had used this magic the night before. They would all be far better off tonight if he had. He realized that he was going to have to stop holding things in check and just use his magic, or they were all going to suffer for it. Oirion awoke sometime after moon-up, his whole body hurting. He was suffering from the attacks on his shields that had been going on as he slept. Being tied into the magic, he was becoming exhausted by these attacks. He lay there awake, too tired to get up, but unable to sleep. He was momentarily concerned for Kelly. He sat up and looked around for her. She was standing on the very edge of his tarp, looking eastward, likely watching for Shannon and Riven. Motion pulled his eyes back to the others. His tired mind took a while to calculate what he was seeing, and not until after he had lain back down did he comprehend it. Cindy had crawled over to Ivan, and the motion was the two of them under Ivan's blanket. Oirion just laid there, thinking about challenging the adultery, but he fell back to sleep before he had the strength to decide if it was real or just his tired mind playing tricks. Everyone in camp was tired and slow in the morning. They were all hurting far worse than they had before. Travis left his mother as she tried to prepare them a meal. He went to Theo and crawled up in his lap, snuggling into the man's slender arms. Theo held the boy a little awkwardly, but he was not about to ask him to get up. Theo looked like a wet-beaten dog, ready to just fall over and die. Poor kid. Oirion was surprised that he felt any sort of sympathy at all for a man who so reminded him of his brothers. He got up and walked over to Tavia to help her find food and rework the packs for the ponies. The ponies were no less tired than the company and stood with their heads hung low. They woke Dave last, and he ate as he struggled to stay conscious. Once he swallowed the last morsel, he was up and guiding them off the tarp, back into the swampy bog. Oirion left the tarp and just cut himself off from it. As the magic in it broke down, it would call the dangerous things to it and keep them busy, while the group got farther and farther from them. They traveled through the muck all day. There was nowhere to stop and nowhere to rest. Even as the sun went down, they had to keep going. The moons rose, giving Tavia enough light to stop and dig into the pack that Kelly carried. She pulled out a loaf of bread and a block of cheese. Tearing them apart with her hands, She delivered pieces to everyone as they walked. They were all grateful and devoured the meal quickly without any talking. It had been all day since they had eaten, the fear of another attack overriding hunger and weariness. Finally, Dave made them stop, as they were so worn out that the pace they were walking was hardly more than a crawling snail's pace. They used an old stump of a dead tree as a backrest and sat around it, their shoulders holding each other up, as they fell asleep in nearly a foot of wet, slimy mud. Shannon had to stop. Fighting with the vampire in himself was not easy. It would have driven a lesser man insane, pushing him into the madness. He sat down on a small hill of dirt. He was tired, and Raven was still too weak to even sit up. The sun had gone down already, and the larger bugs were gathering, sensing the poor state of both men. Shannon drew up a shield of power around the two of them and dropped away. He woke early, as refreshed as he was going to get. Gathering Riven up, he headed out again after the others. It was late evening when they came to an area teeming with massive snakes.
"Who died?"
Riven asked weakly. He rode on Shannon's back, conscious but too weak to walk on his own. Shannon scanned the water and the energies.
"One of the ponies."
Shannon circled around the area and then moved back onto the path that the others had left. As he went, he absorbed the energy. This would hide the trail from their pursuers, and it helped keep Shannon from getting tired or losing the battle with the powers within. The group was both scared and powerful. They didn't have the sort of shields to hide that, let alone block Shannon's use of it. He had to do something as well to keep his mind off the priest on his back. It was like asking a man dying of thirst to carry water across the desert to a horse. Only exceptional self-will could make any man even try. Riven was struggling to shield himself, but the power just wasn't holding. However, the effort he put forth did help. The fact that the priest was trying to protect himself had a great cooling effect. If Riven hadn't been trying so hard, Shannon wasn't so sure how well he would have fared. Riven wasn't shielding against Shannon as much as the bog creatures, but at that point, there wasn't much difference. Shortly after sunrise, he was forced to stop again. He had to put Riven down and get away from him. Shannon walked away and stood, shaky and sick. It was tempting to just go, to play dead and run, to escape this place and all its problems. He even took a step to do so, but fell to his knees. He couldn't leave Dave. Oirion flicked into his mind as well. Shannon looked up to the heavens. The light burned his eyes, and he covered them with his hand, choking on a sob.
"Please, God, help me,"
he whispered in Portan.
"Not so much for me. I ask nothing for myself anymore but for them, for those who do not realize what I am. Help me, and in doing so, save them."
The sun was just coming up. A gray light filled the world and lit the fog into deceptive brightness. Dave scanned for the dry place that he had felt and had been heading for since Shannon had left them. The dryness stretched out westward in a straight line, a dam perhaps, he thought. It wasn't far now. Stopping again to lift his eyes from the immediate surroundings and the threats around them, he looked and adjusted his course to reach it. The deep, dark pools, slick mud, and ever-shifting mosses seemed to keep pulling him off course. It almost felt like part of the maliciousness of the place was acting against him. His head pounded worse than it ever had. He felt sick, and his eyes were constantly tearing up, but he kept going. They had lost another pony, the pack included this time, and nearly lost Travis as well. The boy had been resting on the pony's pack when the group had been attacked by some unseen monster. It had come from below and without warning. Somehow Kelly had managed to grab Travis free before the poor little pack animal vanished under the mud. No one wanted to stop. Oirion had taken up the rear, doing something similar to what Dave was doing. He was using his inborn wizardry magics that he rarely touched on to be sure they weren't attacked from behind again. The fog parted, and there it was. It rose out of the muck, the sides formed of great boulders. It promised to be dry. With a sigh of relief, he started for it. Cindy saw it as well. She let out a shriek of delight and bolted for it. Without any thought of caution, she dashed forward, out into a very smooth section of water that looked safe, but which Dave knew was definitely not as it appeared to be. He sprang after her with a shout, surprised that he had the energy left.
"Keep them going,"
Dave yelled at Oirion as he ran after her. But he wasn't fast enough. She went into the hole just inches from his fingertips. She screamed. Ivan roared. Oirion and Theo both yelled. One yelled at Dave, the other at Cindy. Dave carefully circled the hole that she had fallen into. She was up to her armpits in mud.
"Don't just stand there. Help me out,"
she said angrily to Dave, but it was too late. Already blood was seeping up around her, and her face was going white. He knelt before her and offered out a hand. She took it, expecting him to pull her up, but as he sank down, his knees as near her as he dared, he tried not looking at the blood that was pooling around her.
"Dave, help me,"
she pleaded, not sure why he was hesitating.
"I can't,"
he said, dangerously close to the swarm that he could see eating her. The pain began to register and she started to cry. The mud here was alive and it was eating her body like some sort of acid. It pulled her in a little deeper.
"Oh, God,"
she gasped.
"Dave, I don't want to die."
"You're Owens, blessed by angels. Death is not a thing to fear."
He smiled as encouragingly as he could. He had held the hands of dying men before, but they had always been old and had known how to avoid their deaths. Cindy was a foolish girl and no more.
"Dave, I don't want to drown in mud." "Ah!"
She screamed a little when she was tugged down even more. Her shoulders were under now. Dave sent a sharp bolt of power down the hand he held. She went limp. Her head fell back. He had killed her, sparing her the horror of being sucked under. He watched as she was tugged down, the mud closing over her open eyes. That image would haunt him, but he didn't let go. He let her hand slip from his only when she was totally under. He was too tired, too weak to get up. He just knelt there, lost in exhaustion and the pounding of his head, the others yelling off in some faraway haze. He should get up, but he just didn't have the strength. He slowly toppled sideways and fell into his own darkness.
Dave.
Dave woke slowly. It was raining. He was lying in the mud and was sore. His bones felt as if they were so brittle, any movement would shatter them. He couldn't think where he was or how he had gotten there. Slowly, he forced open his heavy eyes. Shannon and Riven were kneeling beside him. Riven looked as tired and sick as Dave felt. He blinked, trying to clear the scratchiness out of his eyes. He had to struggle to even think.
"Can you walk?"
Shannon asked. Dave tried to get up but made little progress until Shannon grabbed him by the back of the shirt and pulled him up. He leaned against Shannon, too shaky to move yet. Dave saw that Riven clung to Shannon's back. He thought that was a little odd, but couldn't think why. The thought of walking made his knees nearly give out. He wanted to just lie down and sleep. Shannon jerked him back up, took hold of his belt in the back, and forced him forward.
"Cindy's dead,"
Dave said hollowly, remembering where he was and why.
"I know. Do not talk and try not to think. You drained yourself."
The climb up the steep stone embankment was a lot of work for all involved. Dave kept nodding off, and Riven was so tired that he could barely hang on. Halfway to the top of the hill of boulders, Ivan met them with a sword. He almost dropped it with relief when he saw who it was. He grabbed Dave up and carried him the rest of the way. The top of the hill was flat and wide. They had set up the one tent that they still had and even had a small fire going.
Oirion said we had to move to safety before someone could go back to help Dave,
Ivan said in apology for the seeming neglect of Dave.
"They need to sleep,"
Shannon said, ignoring the big man. Kneeling down, he helped Riven around into his arms and handed him over to Oirion, who took him and went with Ivan to the shelter. They laid Riven and Dave down beside each other.
"What happened?"
Ivan asked Shannon as the Perton took the cup of tea Tavia offered.
"He got bit by a snake,"
Shannon said wearily, taking a sip of the tea. He set the cup down and walked away from the camp a bit, just out of sight, then slowly sank to the stone and lay still. He had to get some rest, but he couldn't do it next to a priest. He still felt too close, but at least he was here. How he had made it, he was still unsure. but he was here.
For what it's worth, thank you.
He breathed to the sky before he passed out. What they had come to was a highway. It was about 20 feet wide and perfectly straight. On its surface, there were great runes of strength and preservation. 1,000 feet back in the bog, the road had collapsed. Black scars of magic blasts were a mute testament that the road had not fallen down, but had been the victim of some mage war, likely the same one that had warped the land here into a living, thriving cesspool of dark emotions. Tavia headed back up from the crumbled end, where she had wandered off alone. Everyone was resting. They had had a full day of rest now, and were still sleeping. Even Shannon was asleep, she thought. Out of the mist, she saw Oirion approaching. She didn't know what to think about that man. She shouldn't think anything about him. He was a priest. But what she did think wasn't bad, until he would open his mouth and say something to ruin it. He didn't seem to say much unless he was being a total ass to Shannon. Didn't he realize that without Shannon they would all be dead right now?
Is Travis awake?
She asked, wondering why he had come out here.
No, everyone's asleep, even Shannon,
he said with an odd note in his voice, almost humor, but not quite.
I just came to see if you wanted any company.
He seemed almost nervous, she thought, and almost laughed at the idea that she could make a priest as famous and powerful as Oirion nervous. Did he think that she didn't know who he was?
There's not much to talk about,
she said.
I know, we don't have to talk. Maybe just walk ahead and see what the road does,
he offered hopefully. She considered it. Did she really want to spend their day of rest walking?
We can do that,
she said. They walked back up the road, past the tent and the sleepers, and on farther, slowly, almost leisurely.
It must be hard to raise a child alone,
Oirion said finally, in a way that made her think he had something else on his mind and was just trying to lead up to it.
That's not the hard part,
she said.
Why were you on the ship? Did you have family where you were going?
No, actually. What family I had died a few years ago.
She was not about to tell Oirion who she was or what her life was. There was enough strain between him and Shannon for all of them. She dug her hands into her pockets, wondering how it was that the air was still so hot here. Hot springs were the only thing she could think it might be. They were too far north and too high up for it to be climate.
So you're a survivor wherever you go?
He said it as a compliment, and she smiled kindly at the thought.
You have a place that will be waiting for you at home?
I have a little place,
she said. She would have left it at that, but Oirion was going to pry, and it would be better to give little truths rather than to lie to direct questions.
It's nothing grand, but it has what I need, and it'll be waiting for me. It could be worse. I could be a renter and have all I own taken when I'm late.
Were you headed home or away from it?
I was headed to Stellic to meet an old friend. You?
I was headed to Krish.
He held his hands behind his back.
I was going to catch the train home from there. It's faster to go that way than to cross the mountains this time of year.
He half laughed and wiped the sweat off his brow.
You'd never know it was supposed to be the end of fall. I'd hate to be here in the summer.
They walked on in silence for a ways before they stopped at one of those blast marks. It was far enough, so they turned and headed back.
Have you ever noticed that Shannon doesn't sweat?
Oirion asked, wiping his face again.
Pertons are a high-altitude race. If they don't regulate their temperature in the heat with magic, a racial magic that they all seem to have, they will have a stroke and die. I'm sure he's constantly suffering from the heat. He just deals with it differently. Pertons are definitely a different race than humans. It surprises me that we can even crossbreed as easily as we do. It's not just physical, either. Pertons are simply not like humans.
How so?
Oirion asked carefully, almost as if he wasn't going to at all. Tavia paused. She reminded herself that ShaHaNon was a von Valrine, and while he might look enough human to pass for one, he was not one.
Pertons are very slow to adapt,
she said slowly, wondering if he was testing her.
It's why you don't see them out and about. They can't accept that things have changed. They tend to die of grief rather than old age. The elves say that grief is the only death of a Perton. Old age as such is as rare to them as to elves. Their average lifespan is 2,000 years, easily. and that's not counting the wizards. I have been told that humans will grieve for decades, but a Purton will grieve for centuries. Some will suffer longer from the loss of love than the love lasted to begin with. It's really a sad thought. We humans have great advantages over them in the way of our hearts. We are designed to recover and move on.
They have to. Human lives are far shorter than some of the other races,
he said, as if distracted, and in a way to say he wasn't pretending to be human exactly, but had other things on his mind. She just nodded. It was partly true. There was so much to this topic she could go on for a good while about it, but she let it go and just walked with the priest back to camp. It was not until Oirion had sank down into what seemed to be prayer that she remembered that Purton only sweat when under a great emotional stress, either for the good or the bad, or with a fever. Oirion himself was sweating heavily, and Shannon was as cool as ever. What had Oirion truly been asking her? It was clearly important enough for him to seek her out to ask. The moment was past, though, and she doubted she would have anything to offer anyway.
How do you feel?
Dave opened his eyes. Shannon sat beside him. Riven was gone, and he could hear the others outside talking to each other. Dave tried to move and heard himself groan.
Sore,
he said.
Does your head hurt at all?
Not anymore.
You came dangerously close to getting yourself killed.
I figured I would be all right. We had to keep moving, and I didn't dare risk not using sight. Besides, we were almost there.
David, you are not an adept wizard. You cannot just keep a sustained sight on. You could have damaged yourself.
I didn't think that you'd be gone so long. I just did what I felt was necessary.
That is very noble of you, David, but you are not the only one who could have led the group. You should have taken turns and conserved your strength.
I didn't think about it. I'm not an apprentice who would think about that sort of thing. I'm a sailor.
You're a long way from the ocean right now, and you are not an apprentice either. You are a journeyman who does not think and is not aware of what he can do yet.
I'm no wizard.
Dave sat up, a little surprised. Of all of the men who spent their entire lives in training, very few ever reached the level of journeyman before they were in their later years. It was all the higher that most of them went. He hardly felt like he had that sort of power.
You are.
I don't feel like a wizard.
Right now, yes, you do. Wizardry is not the most comfortable thing in the world. The harder you push, the more power you can attain, and if you survived your reckless nobility, you will have gained no small amount of power. It is, as I explained to you when you were young. The more you do, the more you can do. As you use your energy, more pours into the vacuum and expands your potential. Every time you use magic, new energy pours into you. The more you use, the more that rushes in, and the faster it rushes.
I know that, but why do I hurt so bad?
Dave asked miserably.
You gave yourself a backlash.
A what?
A backlash. It is when the energy that rushes in exceeds the energy that you had to begin with. When wizards drain themselves to their cores, they get a backlash. What you are feeling is from the energy that is rushing in, to fill the empty spaces that you drained. It makes you feel like your brain will explode, and your bones are made of glass. They ache, and your muscles feel torn.
So, the backlash is all that extra energy pulled in by the vacuum that is created by using power?
Dave asked to be certain he understood.
If you create a large vacuum, you create a sudden rush that lasts about twice as long as the use itself. It fills you and stretches you out. The momentum of the incoming energy slows gradually. To say that you felt like you were going to be ripped apart is exactly what is happening, only it is occurring in the soul more than in the flesh.
Could it kill you?
Yes, in two ways. First, the power might not come back fast enough, and the beating of your heart would drain you. The other way would be if it came back too rapidly, hitting you so hard and fast that your insides exploded. It happens more than you would realize. A wizard that ages does so because he is using only a small amount of power at a time, not enough to cause new energy to rush in. They are trickling out their lives, a little at a time. That is why it is not advisable to get in the habit of using your power for menial things. If you do not need it, do not use it.
Like lighting candles?
Dave asked, remembering the first time Shannon had taught him to do it. He had told him not to do that unless there was no other way.
Exactly.
Is that why you don't use magic very often for anything little?
That is the basis for that, yes.
So, I hurt a lot right now. Is that a sign that I've grown?
It is. But the backlash you suffer is only an indication of the chance to grow. It is not equal to the growth. If you swell up so big, only about 1/10 of what you swell to is what you will retain, and even then, only if you continue to use your powers. Magic is much like a muscle. If you stop using the muscle, you will grow weak, even if it remains there. To get the strength of a great warrior, you must work it, push it, and then maintain at that level. Wizards are often seen as arrogant, since they seem to be constantly reminding others of their powers, or just flat out showing off. But staying active is how they keep the balance. They are working for gain, or at least to maintain. What you did was a bit extreme, though, David.
So if you don't use it, you lose it?
Dave asked, rubbing at his temples.
In a way. You are given so much in your core, and you can never lose that.
Shannon paused a moment.
Unless, of course, your cores are burned away or damaged beyond repair, as with your father. But all the backlash growths you can lose.
So, it's a line of balance that needs to be kept between reserving energy and not neglecting what has been gained.
It is what all wizards must learn.
So even though I'm in great pain right now from this, if I have to do it again, I will be able to.
Better than you did, if you continue to work the magic,
Shannon added.
The more a wizard pushes, the more powerful they get. It is why so many become obsessive with the study and works of power.
Dave was amazed, not so much at the conversation, but for the fact that he was sitting here talking to Shannon. He hadn't been able to do that since he was little. He had become too afraid of Shannon to do a lot of the things they had once done together.
How old are you?
Dave asked suddenly. He had always wondered, but he had never had the reason to ask.
Older than I look,
Shannon said.
You're not going to tell me?
No.
Dad said that.
He stopped, suddenly realizing what he was about to say.
What does your father say?
Shannon asked.
He says that you were a priest once, but that you fought a war with the demons, and it changed you.
Your father is a smart man,
Shannon said. He smiled faintly.
But you hate priests?
No, not at all. I hate the church they serve, not their god or the men they are. I respect Raven and Oirion.
He half shook his head.
In another life, we might have actually been friends.
Does he hate you out of fear then?
No, it's because he sees what he could become, even if he doesn't realize it.
Shannon paused.
Why not try to get up now? We have been here for 3 days. I think it is time we move on.
Shannon moved out of the tent, giving Dave time to get dressed and follow when he was ready. Dave considered not going out. Shannon had said try, but then he knew that it was time to go, or Shannon would have let him sleep. He pushed off the blanket and reached for the clothes beside the bed. On either side of the road the bog went on, now a lake of festering mud. The fog had lifted in places, leaving the group exposed to the full heat of the late autumn sun and the foul reek of the bog. Oirion wondered again how Shannon was able to survive in all that black leather he wore. He wiped sweat off his brow and hoped the others thought it just a human trait and due only to heat.
Water!
Ivan offered his canteen to Oirion. Oirion took a swig of the warm water. It was a nice gesture from anyone, especially a man as selfish as Ivan.
Ivan, what do you think about Shannon?
He asked. He felt like talking to someone, and even Ivan was better than no one. Before he had Jamie always talking to him, and now the endless quiet as they walked was getting to him.
I don't know,
Ivan said.
I mean, when we first met him, he gave me the creeps, but now...
He shrugged.
I asked Riven what happened out there. I guess Shannon carried him the entire way, after saving him from the poison. I'm a lot bigger than Shannon, and I don't think I could have done it. Hiking through that mud wasn't easy, and have you seen how he is with that kid? It sure feels that whatever happens, he will do whatever he can to keep us alive. But why? I mean, he has to be someone important, and we are just a bunch of nobodies except you and Riven, and you two don't need him. The rest of us, though.
He shrugged his massive shoulders again and ran a hand over his new crop of gray hair.
Would you still feel the same if he turned out to be a dark wizard?
Maybe it's not the way I should feel, but if he is, then I'm all the more impressed. Besides, I don't think it matters what you are, as much as what you do with your powers, and all he has done is take care of us.
They walked along together, not talking. Oirion was actually impressed by the man's response. He'd have to rethink how he perceived Ivan if the man kept talking like that.
So you like Tavia?
Ivan asked finally.
She's a good woman.
She's pretty damn nice to look at, too. Don't tell me that just because you wear that ring you are blind.
My eyes work just fine, Ivan.
Well, you going to do anything about it?
About what?
Her. I mean, you and I, we're like mates now, you know, and I wouldn't want to step on your toes and take your woman, but someone should be holding that. A woman like that shouldn't be alone. It's a sin, Oirion. A sin.
Oirion laughed at the thought of Ivan holding Tavia. Those two fought way too much, but he had to admit that the man really wasn't as stupid as he put on. He couldn't help but think that it actually was a sin to sleep with another man's wife, but he shook his head and let it pass. It seemed a little cold of Ivan to already be thinking of another woman. The thought occurred to him that Ivan, apparently, didn't think of Theo as a man worthy of being considered a mate. The weather was miserable, both hot and raining. The summer sun was lost to a constant drizzle from low clouds, and nothing stayed dry. They hiked along, dripping in the rain. Anything that was said turned into an argument. With so much humidity in the air, it was hard to breathe, and none of them felt very good. But the priests had felt several scans to the rear and kept pushing them along. They marched with their heads down and nearly ran right into orcs on the road. Their scent was lost in the reek of the bog. This time, even Riven was taken by surprise. They were not orcs like they had seen in other places, but like the one that Shannon had seen on the altar. His leg actually began to ache when he saw them. At the same time, he knew that this was a different nation and not at all related to the other one. There were 6 men in robes of black wool. They carried a dead one on their shoulders. The groups came face to face, startling each other as they emerged through the rain.
Step aside,
Shannon ordered his company, moving up from the back of the line to ensure that they did. He couldn't help but study the orcs. These were more human-looking than the other one he had seen. They were tall and stood upright. They still had snouts, but it was less pig-like and more bear-like. Their hair was long, black, and done up in 100 slender braids. They were not the brutal animals of the other lands. The rest of the group stepped out of the way and let them pass. They moved on, giving Shannon a slightly startled look.
Aus.
The one who trailed behind the others said to Shannon as she passed. She was old and likely the widow of the dead.
Aus,
Shannon replied softly. The language was still similar, though, and Shannon knew the simple greeting from the magic of the orc woman and her efforts to make peace. Riven stared after them in wonder. He had never seen anything like them before. These were no orcs, and yet they were.
What the hell was that?
Oirion demanded of Shannon once the procession had passed. He stepped up to battle over morals again. He was short-tempered, and Shannon had just pushed him too far. The heat was killing him. His old scars hurt, his lungs didn't want to work, and there was Shannon in black leather looking like the angel of death, all cool and beautiful. Oirion hated him.
Of all the people to understand,
Shannon responded,
I would think that a priest would be the first. Or has your pontiff taught that unarmed mourners are fair game if they do not obey his rules?
Shannon had just about enough of Orion's attitude. It was all he could do to focus on his own shields, and not on the priest and the people who were so miserable. God, he could taste the power, the sweetness, the moment of wholeness that was just a breath away. He could take it, draw it in, and just for a split moment be healed. He was almost in tears inside over the yearning to be whole again. And now Oirion was picking a fight.
Orcs, not people, they were orcs.
Elves used to say the same thing about humans. You need a lesson in tolerance, holy man. You are convinced that I am a monster, but I am not the one with such bloody disregard. Wake up, Oirion. Your church is a hypocritical path to hell.
Oirion grabbed his sword, ready to draw it. Shannon displayed a stern calm. He didn't turn nor flinch, his eyes cold and challenging. Riven put his hand on Orion's arm.
Calm yourself, brother,
Riven said.
Those were unlike any orcs I have ever seen. Let it go. We don't need enemies here, and we certainly don't need to fight amongst ourselves.
Oirion slowly relaxed, removed his hand, and drew a deep breath. Inside, he knew better. He knew Shannon would win, and that Riven was right. He turned away at Riven's touch, trying to hide the fact that he couldn't face Shannon's eyes. Shannon turned and started back up the road.
How dare he speak so of the church,
Oirion said.
He's Pertan.
Tavia said.
He is a native of Norwood, and he is far older than he looks. Maybe he's seen something that gave him a reason for his feelings.
He's a heretic and dark wizard.
Is he?
Riven said.
If he is, tell me how he taught Dave to use a holy shield. Tell me why he saved my life when to a dark wizard. My blood would be an elixir of unimaginable power. And know well, Oirion, that he had my blood on his hands and he did nothing. Whatever he is, he's our ally, and right now we need every ally we can get.
Maybe he stole your soul and would have you forget it.
Oirion had noticed Riven said it was Shannon who taught Dave, but at that moment he decided not to push that comment at all. He just let it go.
Maybe you'll be the next one he has to save, and maybe he might hesitate because you're such an ass to him, but then again he might not, because he's a good man.
Riven said softly, scolding the subordinate priest, in a low tone so the others didn't hear. He left Oirion to think about it and jogged off to catch up to the others following Shannon. End of Chapter 7. Continue with Chapter 8, Little Kitten. Princes and Priests. Chapter 8, Little Kitten. The following day the road began to climb yet remained straight and smooth. It veered neither to the left nor right, but ran due west. As they walked, the bog was left behind in stages. Slowly the vegetation began to change. It grew thicker with reeds and began to fill in with several different types of grasses, many more varieties than what grew in the deeper bog. The moss, algae, and slime-covered water gave way to the tufts of grass. The clusters began to grow together into what appeared to be wet fields. Those, in turn, began to lift up and form hills which offered truly dry ground out of the marsh. Small bushes and shiny green vines began to grow on the hills and along the road bank. Small, twisted trees had begun to appear here and there on the hills, but the smell of the bog was still thick and hung on them. Reluctantly, Dave led them off the road. Their new destination, in the North Orc Mountains, lay to the northwest, through the foothills. As good as it felt to be among trees again, the travel through them was difficult hiking due to uneven ground. They all had blisters and bites on their feet, making it even harder to walk. Despite all that, their moods began to lighten, boosted by the fresher air and the lack of biting bugs. As they climbed, it grew overcast, the temperature cooling as they went higher up. They soon had to put their cloaks back on. After the heat of the bog, they were not ready for the cooler air. Dave explained that it was the Arctic current that made the north coast so cold. He reminded them that it was only the end of September and winter had not even set in at Owens from where they had set sail. The last of the fields on the hills of Owens were just now finishing the harvest, and the festivals would start soon. They stopped on a hill that rose slightly higher than the others, with a few scattered boulders about the top and a lone tree that grew out of them. Dave chose a rock as a seat and sank down without even looking to Shannon for permission, immediately pulling his boots off. It took no time for the others to do the same. Shannon watched a moment and then walked away, leaving them to their battered feet. Riven pulled up his pant leg to look at his wound as discreetly as he could. The bite was clearly visible with a blistering burn that spread out from it. Veins of black snaked away in the lines where the poison had run. A massive bruise had grown up around his entire leg and was spreading down to his ankle and foot. The whole thing ached, but didn't hurt nearly as much as he might have expected by the look of it. Pulling his pant leg down, he focused on his foot, which was blistered open and bleeding. The integrity of the skin seemed to be utterly compromised. He didn't know what magic Shannon had used to save him, but whatever it was, something in Riven's body and his own magics were having side effects. He tried not to think about it, to just pretend that it was as normal as all the others' battered and blistered feet from the bugs and the long, damp hike. He hoped no one had seen, but Kelly did. He saw her look away and back to her own feet, not saying a word. He wanted to argue with her, but at least he was alive. Still, he had seen such effect marks before, and while he couldn't think where at the moment, it made him feel a little sick. They let their feet dry before they limped on, leaving the last of the bog behind for the healthy feeling and cleaner air of the forest growing ever denser about them. Shannon paused at the rear to look back at the last of the bog and whatever magics lingered in the great marsh.
Nasty place,
Ivan said, joining him.
What made it, do you think?
A battle,
Shannon said.
But we are clear of it now, right?
Ivan asked, both concerned and hopeful.
Warps from battles are limited to a warp storm. The power builds and creates a ball of energy that warps all within it. Those sorts of warps have edges, and we have passed out of this one. There is also the warp of just too much unbalanced work, of too many magi, and that is what most of the lands within the barrier suffer. We will pass in and out of battle sites, and in those places it will be worse again.
Shannon turned his back on the bog and moved to follow the others. With the last hint of the bog out of the air, but still lingering on them, their path met a deep stream. Kelly and Tavia exchanged one look, then dropped their packs and headed downstream at a fast pace. It only took Ivan a moment longer. He grinned at Dave, and then they both raced to shed their clothes, jumping into the cold mountain water. Oirion was slower, but followed. Riven darted down to the water as he shed it all, jumping in with as large a splash as he could. Despite his horrid-looking leg, he was all too eager to get the filth off.
You're a regular little rug there, Riven.
Ivan laughed at the hairy little dwarf.
It's cold in Castava in the winter,
Riven said, shrugging, not flinching in the cold water. The water is always cold in Castava, he thought, smiling to himself while the other men cringed and shivered.
It's cold in Izia too, but I'm not that hairy. I thought I was, but I guess not. Ha 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 ha.
The big man chuckled and briskly scrubbed at his massive hairy chest.
You coming in, Shannon?
Dave asked.
It's not that cold. I've been in a lot colder than this.
So have I, David. But no, I think not.
He turned to go.
You got some sort of scar you want to hide from us?
Ivan asked.
Some identifying tats?
Something like that,
Shannon said. Dave was surprised that he was still here to answer the question, and even more surprised by the fact that he had.
You know where I come from. A scar is a mark of distinction. Look, I have a number of my own.
With great pride, Ivan showed off a white scar that ran across his chest.
Very nice, Ivan, but it's not quite like that.
Did you get chopped off then?
Ivan asked with a stricken look, trying to think what could be so personal as to hide. Shannon was already walking away and didn't answer.
Coming in?
Dave asked Theo, trying to get them all to relax again and enjoy the water.
It's cold,
Theo said, standing on the side of the bank.
I don't like pain.
It's not that cold,
Oirion said honestly.
And besides, to be clean is well worth it. I've been in the mud so long, I hardly remember how it feels to be clean.
Theo stood a moment longer on the bank before he went in, still wearing his clothes. He felt a little too self-conscious to go without. Bathing next to a man like Ivan would make him seem even smaller. He didn't want them to think of him as a little boy. It wasn't his fault that he was so small. It happened a lot in royal families due to the intermarriages. There was really nothing he could do about it. The others didn't even seem to notice. They didn't care. Everyone just wanted to get clean. Oirion was right. Getting clean was well worth the chill. Ivan, of course, couldn't leave well enough alone and started a water fight with Dave. The two men both proved themselves to be great swimmers in their game, dragging the others into it as well. It was hours of play before they all finally got their clothes scrubbed and began to crawl out. They were all blue-lipped with chattering teeth, but smiling and refreshed when they emerged. Just up the hill, Shannon had set up camp. He had a fire going for them, and on it was a kettle of water for tea and a pot of thick stew. The aroma was incredible. Shannon had used new varieties of fresh herbs and roots that he found around the campsite. The camp was ready for them, but he wasn't there. They pulled on their cleanest clothes to get dressed and took the time to attempt to tame their hair. With the tent up and the ponies taken care of, they all set to washing out the rest of their clothes. Tavia took over the cooking. The food was almost ready, and Theo went off to look for Shannon. He hiked upstream, thinking that as long as he was out here, maybe he would catch some fish. He needed to get away for a while. It was beautiful here, he decided. The ground was covered in a glossy shrub with dark green needles and small blooming flowers. Tiny strawberries grew everywhere, and birds were singing a farewell to autumn and a welcome to the gathering evening. He wasn't really thinking about anything when he approached a small pond. It had a waterfall at one end, and large moss-covered boulders surrounded the clean, deep water. The sun had gone down, but a blue twilight made a gentle light. Theo nearly jumped when he saw Shannon. The man was swimming silently through the water, back to the rocks where his clothes were neatly folded.
"The food is ready,"
Theo said, thankful that his voice didn't crack. It still did that every once in a while. He should have outgrown that by now, but he was cursed to always seem younger and weaker than he was, and his voice cracking didn't help at all.
"I'll be there shortly,"
Shannon said. Theo was really very curious as to what sort of scar Shannon had, but he wasn't about to spy on the man. He turned and headed back to camp. As he walked, he thought about home and the heated pool that he had learned to swim in. His parents would have been hysterical about him learning such a mundane skill had they known, but a handful of gold will get just about anyone to do anything you wanted. Having an old guard teach him how to swim was a good investment, he thought. Shannon joined him in his walk, startling him a little.
"You always so quiet?"
Theo asked.
"Always,"
Shannon said.
"Why do you talk so quietly?"
Theo asked, curious as to what answer Shannon would give.
"When I grew up, it was very rude to raise your voice around any sort of nobility, and it was almost forbidden around the imperial household. They were all expected to be soft-spoken. If you never raise your voice, then everyone has to stop and listen to hear what you are saying. It is just a habit, an old mannerism that I have that has outlived its source."
"Well, I know what a whisper is and why it's used, but why do you? It's no longer done. The Almond House isn't around to be respected by it."
Theo sighed.
"You're really old, aren't you?"
"Fairly so."
"You don't look old."
"I am a wizard."
"Oirion thinks you're a dark wizard."
"I know."
"Doesn't that bother you?"
"It does not do much for our getting along."
"Why don't you prove him wrong?"
"Because it is far too complex for that."
"He's wrong though, right? You're here because you want to help us be safe, not for some other evil reason."
"I'm here to keep you safe. No dark mysteries there."
"I bet you can be pretty terrifying if you want to, though, can't you?"
"I can be about anything I want to be,"
Shannon said, and then looked over for a moment, as if he was going to say more but didn't. The food was just getting ready as they returned. They all ate together, with no arguing, for the first time in a long time. Ivan set to telling stories of the ports of the south, of the black-skinned desert traders, and the warriors of the Tazan Empire.
"Have you ever met the Tazan?"
Ivan asked Dave. Dave looked up from cleaning the leather on the handle of his dagger.
"Not personally. I've seen their ships, though."
"Are they as wild as Ivan says?"
Riven asked.
"They do hang the skulls of their enemies off the rails of their ships,"
Dave said.
"The captain has dealt with them, but was never eager to."
"What's their history?"
Riven asked Shannon.
"You know them?"
"The Tazan are the descendants of the slaves that served the elite of Goddess Raz. They learned what they had to in order to revolt and stay free. They were forced to choose a very hard way of life and to hold on to it. Like the Razan, they are a demon cult with very hard rules."
Kelly shifted, as if she was going to speak, but set to studying her boots instead.
"What?"
Ivan asked her.
Just say it. You have traveled enough to add to that. Is Shannon wrong?
She looked up to her fellow warrior.
I would argue that the Razan are not a demon cult. Raz is a true goddess, good or bad. She is real and not a demon.
She looked slowly to Shannon, not eager to get in a debate, but not backing down either.
I do not deny Raz as real. That is not what I said. I said her people were a demon cult. Does not the priesthood build its power on demons? Demons that she binds to her chosen?
Kelly pressed her lips, almost as if she was arguing with herself to keep this up.
Raz gives many powers to her chosen. It doesn't mean that a priest could summon any demon like a necromancer. To call the Razan a cult is also unfair.
The Razan Empire is as shattered as Pert,
Shannon said, almost sadly.
Those who claim the power of the past have no idea how pathetic they are in the shadow of their fathers. I do not like Raz. She is no demon, but she is not worthy of worship either.
Kelly shifted. They could all see in her that she knew a great deal about the topic, but as usual she chose not to talk. She just shook her head and looked back to the fire.
You don't argue with that?
Dave asked with a troubled look.
Or you don't argue it with Shannon?
Kelly looked to the younger man.
Raz is a powerful goddess. If she chose to, she could take on the powers of Pert.
Oirion squirmed in his seat, but kept silent with a look from Riven. Riven was watching, fascinated, and didn't want Oirion to interrupt yet.
That's beside the point,
Dave said.
Do you not think her worthy of worship?
Kelly rubbed at her great tattooed arm, looking at Dave.
The priesthood of Raz is shattered. She shattered her own, letting the blood of millions stain the deserts and fill the rivers. She chose to punish only one, her high priestess, at the cost of her whole people. Shannon is right. Razan is as shattered as Pert. Its power is lost. It's a mere shadow of what it was, and what it was no longer matters.
She looked to Shannon.
But to call it a demon cult is as true as to say the Church of Pert is a cult of astral worshippers. His church might be.
She pointed at Oirion.
But yours is not. Would you argue that?
Fair enough,
Shannon said simply.
Mine is no such thing. How can you all sit there and talk of such things as Raz?
Oirion demanded, unable to hold back any longer.
There is only one God. Anything else are just spirits of the other realms. I do not think it even a worthy topic as to argue such things.
No other gods?
Ivan asked, a bit annoyed at Orion's attitude.
Oirion, you amaze me at times.
Azir no longer clings to the superstitions of the past,
Oirion said.
The cathedrals of the church rise on the hills.
Ivan leaned forward on his knee.
Azir bowed to Jerome for the pleasure and fears of one old man.
His voice had lost all its jovial lightness and dropped lower than he had yet spoken.
Do not think that the Aziran people happily skipped off to the temple of your god. They were driven to knee by the sword and the blood of their children. Two things might happen when a man is forced to watch as his children are butchered. Either he gets very angry and learns to hate, or he is broken and has no fight left.
Pert doesn't force its faith on people.
You're so naive.
Ivan shook his head and let it go, brushing his emotions and his tone of voice away.
It is of no matter, my friend. Azir kneels before Jerome now, and how it happened was before you were born. It is the past.
He reached to pour more tea.
Tell me, Shannon.
Ivan glanced up at him.
Have you ever been to Azir? Have you walked the highlands or seen the great herds migrate across the silt flats?
Yes, Ivan, I have,
Shannon answered.
Have you ever heard the drums and flutes, seen the sparks dance above the solstice fires? Have you had the stars spin above you and the sky open up?
Yes, I have,
Shannon said.
Do you think they still dance?
Not in Deccan, Ivan.
For a man who has such love for his home, Ivan, you sure do choose to live as far from it as I can imagine,
Tavia said. Ivan ran a hand over his stubbled head.
It's a matter you wouldn't understand, woman. What of you? I suppose you find yourself far from your little farmstead, your first trip abroad?
Think what you wish, Ivan,
she said, smoothing her son's hair.
Shannon.
Riven started to ask, having several religious questions on his mind, but the Perton was already gone. He sighed and leaned back in the grass.
It's good to not smell the mud,
he said,
and to lie back on solid ground.
The camp grew quiet as they all began to unwind. they let their bodies rest and recover from the long trip through the bog. Shannon had left the camp and the talk of the others. He followed their trail back to the old road and stood there for a moment before settling himself. He opened a sliver in his shielding, just enough to let in the flavor of the local energy and effectively hide his own. Carefully, he scanned back the way they had come. Despite the attacks, the weather, and the inhospitality of the bog, they were still being followed, just more cautiously. There were more than a dozen trying to track them through the mud, likely with the same fervor that Oirion had for hunting vampires. With even more caution, he touched on a raw nerve inside himself. Before he even let the energy touch him, he knew that Jerome was indeed here. He was circling around to the south of the bog. It had been years since the last attack Jerome had made on him. This time was a bit more direct than the normal style and clearly had a lot of power behind it. Shannon didn't know what new power Jerome had acquired to set up such a move, but something had to have changed. Never had Shannon had any doubt that Jerome was both resourceful and cunning. Cautiously, he shifted his shields back into place. He had to be very careful so as to not alert Jerome or the demons to his presence. It was bad enough to get the random attacks, but if the powers that sought him had a link to him, he would be in very real danger. They already had enough to make it an unfair attack. It was always with great care and risk that he ever shifted his shields. Shannon closed his eyes and bowed his head. Only strong mental discipline kept him calm after even the lightest touch of Jerome. He refused to think about it, any of it, but considered how best to shake their followers. Turning, he made his way back over the trail, as he always did. Carefully, he absorbed the energy residue of the company and hid their tracks. The sun rose gradually up over the mountains in the east, giving them a long morning. Riven woke slowly, refreshed. He savored the feeling. With a stretch, he sat up and looked around. The others were all sleeping still, all except Shannon. He sat on a nearby log, reading. Where had Shannon gotten a book? Riven had seen him with it a few times already, but where had he gotten it? As he got up, Riven's mind went through all the things he had seen in the packs, and books weren't any part of it. As he thought back about Pax and the Baron, other thoughts came up as well. A chill began to replace his ease. Shannon looked up, either hearing the movement or feeling Riven's shift in mood. Strengthening his will, the dwarf got up and walked over.
"Where'd you get the book?"
he asked, squatting down in dwarven style.
"The Baron's library."
"Is it any good? I could use a good book to distract myself."
Shannon closed the book and handed it over.
"I've read it before. It might not distract you, but it might prove to keep you interested in its contents. Just don't let Oirion see you with it. He would have a heart attack."
Shannon got up to go check on the ponies. Riven looked at the book in his hands. It was encased in old, worn red leather. The lock on it was gold-hinged and so powerfully spelled that Riven had no doubt that he couldn't just open it. He grunted.
"Thanks, Shannon,"
he said, holding up the book.
"I'll be sure to get on it right away."
He got the distinct feeling that he was being laughed at as Shannon turned and looked back at him.
"Show off,"
he muttered in Dwarven through his teeth. To Riven's surprise, Shannon actually smiled, despite himself, and gave Riven a little nod with a hint of humor in his eyes. Riven was sure it wasn't a thing normally expressed or seen. Riven couldn't resist the challenge, though, so he took a seat with the book, trying to think of some way to open it. Basic lock magics were part of being a priest of the Sixth Kingdom, but this was far from basic. He got comfortable and let the others wake up in their own time. The moods in camp were improved. Oirion opted to cook breakfast, and there wasn't a single harsh word spoken by anyone all morning. The bog was behind them, and the air was clean. Dave had found a route that should take them to a city. Anywhere that people had settled and built a city had to be livable, and they could decide what to do once they were comfortable in an inn, with a bath, bed, and meals. They seemed to be nearing the end of their journey, and the idea cheered them further. Dave was hopeful of the outcome, and it showed. He led them north through the mountains. They talked as they walked today. Ivan told stories about the gladiators of Dakan, his friends, and not about the seedier adventures for once. Everyone listened and enjoyed the stories this day. Dave was a little surprised when Shannon moved up to walk beside him, but then Dave wanted to talk to the man anyway.
Did you look at the place that I found?
I did.
Will it work?
Quite well, I think.
Are you sure we looked at the same place?
Yes, I followed your trail.
Are you really my uncle?
Dave asked suddenly. The question had always been there, but he had not planned to ask it. It had just popped out. With this new group of people and what seemed like a whole new set of rules, Dave felt he needed to know.
Cousin?
We're related, for real?
Yes.
How?
My father had an older sister, and she had a son who entertained a small indiscretion. You are down that line. It is more fitting to be an uncle at this point.
How many generations?
My cousin, his son, your father.
That's only 3. How many years are we talking?
Shannon smiled.
A few,
he said.
So, what's my real last name? I doubt Sailor is the name of your family.
I'll tell you one day.
Today is good.
Shannon looked over and actually smiled at Dave's interest.
Let us just say that it is a name you have heard before.
So, you're pretty old, huh?
That is relative. To you, I am really quite old. To others whom I recall, I am not so impressively old.
Why do you put up with Oirion?
Dave asked, curious about that as well.
I have put up with worse.
But he's always poking, trying to get you mad.
I know. I find it rather amazing how good he is at it. Most things that men use to anger each other really mean nothing to me. But Oirion has a skill for saying just the right thing to get to me. You do not need to tell him that, though,
he added.
But you put up with it.
Dave tried not to smile. To hear his uncle so relaxed and to reveal that he did have a sense of humor was very nice.
I mean, I've seen you throw men overboard for talking too loud.
Shannon was quiet for several minutes, thinking.
I suppose it is because he reminds me a lot of a man I used to know. He is not that bad of a person. He just does not know better. Oirion is overly pious. He has to believe fully without question, or not at all. If he did not have his faith, he would drown. It is easier to tolerate him when you understand that. We will see if I can pry his fingers off the pontiff's cloak yet. But I worry for him if I do.
I think Tavia could,
Dave said with a little sly smile.
Perhaps.
It was truly amazing talking to Shannon, and now it wasn't the same as when he was little. He was a man now and treated that way. Shannon was so quiet, it was hard to think that he had a sense of humor, but the more that Dave overcame his fears, the more he was convinced that under the hard exterior there was a man who was anything but cold. He had wondered how his father could be so pleased to have their uncle on board, but now he was beginning to see. Shannon could be a friend if you got past the defenses. Shannon and Dave were in front, headed vaguely north, picking an easy trail through the forest. They entered an area that the map called the North Orc Mountains. They could see the peaks soaring up before them through the trees. It felt like their destination was in sight. Shannon suddenly veered off and picked up his pace. Dave paused and then followed.
Shannon, Dave, where the hell you going?
Ivan called to them, then moved to catch up with them, leaving the others to follow or not. In a clearing, not too far off their path, was the most incredible woman Dave had ever seen. She was hanging from her ankle by a wire cable and was clothed in only a leather vest and shorts. The shorts barely went to her legs at all, and her vest was a low V-neck that was belted around the waist. Her clothes did not speak of modesty, but of a desire to accent her endowments. More remarkable was that the woman was red-brown. Her entire body was covered in silky fine hair, like a short-haired cat. The long hair on her head was slightly more golden, but close to the same shade as her body, and she had the most incredible green eyes he had ever seen. Not even elves had eyes that bright. Those eyes stared at them, unblinking. Shannon walked over to her in his normal, calm, graceful way. She hissed and swiped at him. Claws flashed in the evening sunlight that slanted down through the trees. She showed her sharp canines and flattened back her pointed little ears. Her motion made her start to bleed from a wound in her side. The amount of blood she had already lost was an indication that she was in a great deal of pain, as well as likely to be fairly weak. Shannon could taste her pain in the air, like a sweet candy that was just touching his lips, sweet, but not all that potent. He tasted his lips discreetly as she snarled at him.
What is she?
Kelly asked, fascinated.
She's a sexy little thing, isn't she?
Ivan chuckled to Oirion, elbowing him a little.
What is your freedom worth?
Shannon asked her. He knew about her race. The memories that he had received from the orc woman had given him a lot of knowledge, most of which would shift its way up as he needed it. It's like something that one knows but is forgotten for the moment. He knew what a sphinx was worth and what they were hunted for. It was either to be love slaves or sacrifices.
What's your throat worth?
She snapped back, her words quite clear. She used a spell that removed whatever accent she might have had. Shannon and the others in the group who understood the difficulty of such a spell were impressed. She swung with all of her might and swiped at him. He caught her arm, but not before her claw pricked his lip.
That is no way to earn my friendship, little kitten,
he said softly. He tasted his own blood and saw the little woman shiver as she smelled the sheer power of what she had freed with the prick of her claw. Her race was almost like vampires, but they didn't have the must, or the addiction-like desire to feed on blood. Just to taste and feel the power within it was all they wanted, not to consume and command. It was part of the creature that she was, and at least she would be appreciative of his blood's worth. He pulled her close to his face so that she could get a good sense of how powerful he was.
I don't make friends of demons,
she hissed.
I'm flattered,
he said flatly.
You could join us. All you have to do is help us move through the country, and then you are free to go.
Why should I trust you?
Because if I leave you here, you are headed to a stone slab, and we both know it.
We're trustworthy, lady,
Oirion said.
You're welcome to join us.
He stepped forward, trying to show Shannon the workings of diplomacy and a gentle voice. The Catwoman was not at all impressed by him.
You serve him?
She demanded.
No,
Oirion said firmly.
Absolutely not.
Actually,
Tavia said, arching her eyebrow.
He and Shannon do nothing but argue. It's like having a couple of little boys along.
Cut her down, Shannon,
Riven said.
She's not going anywhere with her side like that.
Shannon reached up with a tiny spell that snapped the wire cord, and she dropped into his arms. He didn't want her to hit the ground and cause more pain energy to be released into the air. She wasn't that much of a temptation. She was more of an irritation, like a naked woman walking around would be for Oirion. It was attention-getting, maybe, but nothing that was going to make him do anything except get irritated. For any vampire less mastered than himself, she would be a different matter, but he was far beyond fulfilling such little whims. Neither women nor pleasure-feeding were anything he allowed himself to even crave. She shuddered in his grip, out of the pain in her side and the nearness to his bleeding lip.
You hurt me, and I swear to all the gods that I'll get a taste of you before I die. Demon or not, you ooze power,
she hissed, almost breathless. He neither smiled nor acknowledged her comment in any way, and simply set her on her feet. Tavia was already digging in her pack and came out with the little medkit. Oirion had to catch her from falling, carefully easing her down to a sitting position. They all had something to eat, while Tavia cleaned and bandaged the arrow hole in the woman's side. It was an old injury and already on the mend. It had just been torn open when she got snared. Travis walked over to her and watched his mother for a moment, then stood beside the Catwoman, petting her arm comfortingly. She looked up at the boy and smiled. Riven watched carefully, feeling a dangerous protectiveness for little Travis. He didn't trust that look. Who knows what a half-cat might do to a little child like that?
What's your name?
Tavia asked.
Salma.
I'm Tavia, and that's my son Travis.
Ladies, we need to keep moving. Whoever set this trap isn't going to be happy to find it empty,
Ivan said sweetly. Tavia grit her teeth and almost spat back a reply, but she knew that Ivan was doing it just to get her to do that very thing. Salma smiled and glanced over at Ivan. He was reclined leisurely on the ground, in no hurry at all. A man that size could wrestle an orc and not be too worried. A mere human out hunting was nothing to worry that massive hulk of flesh. She understood the whole thing at once.
Black,
Salma said, as Tavia helped her to her feet. She jerked her vest smooth.
it suits you.
She said to Shannon, and then headed off to the north, not even looking back to see if the others followed. She was slowed only by her painful side and the limp caused by the injury to her ankle from the wire.
There's a wooders' camp up ahead,
Salma told them as she led the way. She fell back a few paces to walk beside Shannon.
Who's going to claim me, you?
She rubbed up against him teasingly.
Could you handle that?
He looked down at her tolerantly. She was in pain, and Shannon felt it. But still, it was not enough to be a real temptation. After Raven, he doubted that much of anything was going to seem so difficult to turn down. Shannon eventually took the lead. He had felt the existence of living people up ahead several miles back. Salma fell in beside Kelly, who now carried Travis. The boy had fallen asleep in the big woman's arms, draped over her shoulder.
What's wrong with him?
Salma asked Kelly, nodding forward toward Shannon.
He one of those that only likes men?
No,
Dave said from in front of them, looking back at her.
He just has high standards. He's a holy man.
Dave tried to explain it.
It's religious,
he said simply to her baffled look.
So it's a challenge then?
She offered.
Fine, I like challenges.
Dave just shook his head. Shannon might not have any appreciation of the little woman, but Dave sure did. He wondered if Riven did as well. They were almost the same height, and that must be intriguing for the dwarf. It seemed a shame to Dave that she wasted her attention on Shannon. He wasn't going to be tempted by her, and Dave knew it. He sighed and picked up his pace to walk with Ivan. The man was big, and not the brightest fellow in the world, but Dave suspected that a lot of his ways were learned behaviors, learned from a group of men who fought and killed each other for entertainment. He almost felt that Ivan was learning to actually think. It must be painful for a man that old to, only now, learn to use his head. But the man told amusing stories. It was certainly better than listening to women gossip. Even, at times, Shannon seemed to listen. The Wooders' camp was about 10 miles farther up into the mountains and was made up of about 15 tents around a large fire. There was a deer turning on a spit over the flames, and rowdy Wooders running everywhere. Near the fire, all the older men sat around watching the younger women work. At the same time, the older women stood back and laughed at the men. The group was welcomed to the fire, escorted over by a throng of children who were nearly naked, even in the dusk of night, and the coolness of the mountain air. The clothes worn here were bright and covered in wild embroidered designs that seemed to reflect the mentality of these self-reliant people. The leader of this group was a man in his early 40s, maybe. He was solid, with a wild beard and rumpled but heavily embroidered clothes. He sat at the fire on a heap of hides, with a wooden mug in his hand and a grin on his face. He looked at the group, appraising them, and then motioned them to sit.
Even the women,
he said.
Well, which of you is the head of this little group?
I am,
Dave said quickly. He didn't want the Wooders to think they were unorganized. He had been born among pirates and could spot one from a mile away. He could tell immediately that this man was going to think and move as one. Dave knew that the lack of a single leader was a sign for the other crews to attack and plunder. Dave wasn't about to let the group get into trouble just because Shannon and Oirion couldn't agree on anything.
Well now, you look young, but maybe you've got the balls of a man.
The man's accent was strange, but Dave had picked up an ability that allowed him to emulate accents of the rest of the world, and he began to assume it at once.
You look old, but maybe you can still rise to the occasion,
Dave returned in the same tone and manner. The man laughed, his eyes lit up. Dave had just proved himself in the leader's eyes to at least be worthy of a moment's time.
Tell me, you have much to trade?
The old Wooder asked eagerly, leaning forward and motioning to the men around the fire to go and get something. Several of the younger men left quickly to obey.
Some,
Dave said.
If the price is right.
Aye, what say ye for them ponies of yours? It's been quite a time since I had good, sweet horse meat to eat. I got sabbats to trade, if you need pack animals.
I'd have to see your sabbats, neighbour, and such inspection has to wait until the sun.
Aye, maybe you're smarter than you look.
He leaned back with a chuckle and looked them over again. Dave smiled slightly at the remark. It was going well. This is what he was trained for. Dealing with men like this is what he did. It was what he grew up doing. He actually relaxed and almost felt at home.
I do have some weapons I'd part with for a bit of good, storable food,
he said.
What of her?
The wooder nodded to Tavia. Tavia gave a startled look and pulled Travis tighter. Oirion put a hand on her knee protectively. He was about to speak, but Riven gave him a withering look.
No,
Dave said.
Sorry, she's married.
To...
Dave nodded to Oirion.
You willing to sell her?
The man asked Oirion, his eyes still on Tavia.
Absolutely not,
Oirion said, a little more fiercely than even he expected. Ivan chuckled a little and got a furiously cold look from Oirion, which made Riven have to try not to laugh as well.
The cat yours?
He asked Shannon.
You two don't look like part of this group.
She is mine,
Shannon said in his soft voice.
You willing to part with her?
I am, but you cannot afford her.
I can't. I'm a wealthy man.
She is a skilled cat,
Shannon said calmly.
What can she do?
I talk for starters,
Salma said arrogantly.
And I dance, I sing, I can hunt better than any of your men, and I can do any craft your women can do. Not only that, I can make any man moan like a bull while I watch his eyes roll back in his head.
How much then for a dance?
The man asked.
Horses,
She said.
I don't have horses.
No dance then,
She said.
I'm tired of walking.
She slid into Shannon's lap, neatly settling into his crossed legs. She stretched out suggestively, reached up and ran her claws along Shannon's jaw. She began to purr softly. The wooder became instantly upset, scrambled to his feet, and stalked away. She looked up at Shannon, amused.
You owe me,
she whispered. The young men returned with wooden mugs filled with white, fermented sweet milk. Shannon looked down at her, not pleased to have her in his lap, getting her blood on his clothes. She smiled slyly, caught his hand and slid it around to cover her side.
Maybe I'll own you,
she said, straining and stretching her body to look up at him.
Maybe,
he said, displaying an unconcerned expression for the Catwoman as he took the mug from the young man.
Or maybe I'll sell you the moment you begin to bore me,
he added. The old man returned with a somber expression on his face, but a glint in his eyes.
All right, my men have enough horses for you all. But we want a good dance, one that will send us all to our wives tonight.
He said it challengingly, and yet eager to see it. She looked up at Shannon again and smiled sweetly.
If the horses aren't good enough, we will be taking some of your women as well,
Shannon said. The man hesitated.
We'll see after she dances.
Salma laughed and got to her feet.
When's the last time you ached a little, Shannon?
She asked as she smoothed her fur. Men from all around the camp began to gather, men of all ages, some with no facial hair, others with no teeth. There were only 15 tents to be seen, but the sheer number that gathered told of a far larger camp than was visible in the open. Musicians quickly assembled near the fire, pulling out several drums, a collection of pipes, and several little six-stringed contraptions that looked like a cross between a guitar and a violin. They started with the drums, a slow, steady beat that Salma slowly began to move to. The drums began to pick up speed, and the other instruments began to join in one by one. Dave had seen exotic dancers before, but this was by far the most awesome thing he'd ever seen.
I didn't think the spine could do that,
Theo whispered appreciably to Dave.
Maybe it's her race,
he mused, no less impressed.
Oh, man,
Theo said, as she seemed to perform for Shannon alone, half standing over him, dancing erotically.
That's not fair for the camp now, is it?
The dance didn't stop there, despite her wound. She moved to each of the men of the camp. The music played for what seemed like hours, with cheering and howling each time she moved to another man. She even went so far as to actually force the leader back, her foot on his chest. Her wound seemed almost to mend itself as she danced, and when all thought she was done, she circled back around and did something that no one expected. She danced for Tavia. Tavia surprised them all. She got up and joined Salma. Orion's face went white. He got up briskly and bolted from the area. Riven raised an eyebrow, while Shannon watched the fleeing Oirion.
What's that for?
Dave asked his uncle, of the smile Shannon had revealed. Dave attempted to not show how much he was affected by the dance, to be cool as his father would have been.
Poor Oirion. I do believe he has just been stricken with an impure thought. How unpriestly of him.
Shannon actually smiled a true smile and was a different man. Dave would not have even recognized him. Thoughts of the woman vanished for a moment at the shift in his uncle. Dave realized that he had never even seen Shannon's teeth or a real smile from him. He had to shake an uneasy feeling and look back to the dancers. The dance ended back in Shannon's lap. The men roared, and many left at once. The leader was wide-eyed and a brilliant shade of red in the face.
What do you think?
She purred at Shannon, an intoxicating musk rising off of her. The racial musk was half the reason why a sphinx was so attractive. She was quite literally intoxicating.
What about how well Tavia danced? I didn't know human women could move so well.
Some do rather well,
Ivan said, looking over at Tavia, his eyes sparkling with whatever thought he had on the matter.
Oirion didn't like it, apparently,
Salma said, stretching and then sinking back into Shannon's lap.
Oh no, dear,
Theo said, quite amused.
He liked it far more than he was supposed to. He's a priest. He's not supposed to think things like that.
He must have an odd religion.
Some aspects of it are a little severe,
Ivan agreed.
I'll have to try and convert him. In my faith, a holy man is obligated to have children with as many women as he can in order to pass on his blessedness and his powers. It's selfish to deny the race your genetic strengths,
she added.
He is rather attached to his rules,
Shannon warned.
But I was more interested in your reaction.
She purred for him.
Very nice,
he said plainly. She sighed, almost disappointed.
Tell me, Shannon, are you a holy man that I can have fun converting?
He looked down at her with a raised eyebrow. She sighed and got up.
So you won't mind if I go favor a few of the younger men here?
No.
He couldn't have cared less what she did with her body. With a growling grumble, she spun and stalked away. She strutted toward the group of young men who were sitting at the fire, drooling with their wide eyes glued to her. Tavia shook her head and sighed, then gathered up her sleeping son and headed off to find a place to sleep. Shannon was still awake even after all the noise had died down, and the camp had settled in for sleep. He was working on his shields, running his mind through the exercises that he hadn't needed in centuries, but they helped now. The orc woman, the priests, and now the Sphinx. He needed some quiet time to recover. Salma entered the tent. She was silent, but he could feel her presence and taste the blood on her side. She moved around and slipped into his lap, ducking under his arms. She took his hand and pressed it to her side.
It hurts,
she breathed. He was well aware of that. Her pain was far more tempting than her blood or her dancing. He could have the combination of them all, he knew.
Not even a little tempted?
She asked in his ear.
You are trying to provoke something that you really do not want to see.
He blew her hair out of his face, almost annoyed.
Afraid you'll lose control?
Call it religious conviction,
he said, setting her aside.
Go wash and get dressed.
She considered a moment, then got up and walked to the doorway. She paused, looked at him, and then went out. She didn't come back that night. Shannon slowly began to relax and to get his shields reworked so that the tears in it were truly mended, not just held together. What energy he had gained from the dark wizard in the village had been lost in the bog, but he had drawn off the lust of the men in the camp and was finally able to disregard every little whisper of blood and pain around him. He had been gently shifting power to himself since they had arrived. The priests had faded back into a subtle glow of awareness. He might actually be able to get some rest. He considered slipping down into a trance, the only way to not use up energy. Wakefulness used it, and dreaming used it, and sleep never went without dreams. His dreams were never good ones, and had cost the world a great deal, so he didn't sleep anymore. He couldn't afford it. In this company, he tried to fake it, but at most he was in trance or other times just lying awake with his eyes closed. The tent flap opened a little.
You awake?
Tavia asked from outside.
Yes,
he said, not moving at all. She opened the flap and knelt in the door.
I don't mean to bother you, Shannon, but I got my hands on some fruit and I thought you might like some. Plus, it'll hide me from the young men of the camp.
You may come in, but you do not need to bribe me.
I'd give you the fruit even if you didn't let me in,
she said, and then crawled in, taking a place on the blanketed floor. It was a small tent, but it was far enough from camp that the music wasn't quite so loud, and sleep might actually happen. She pulled out several different fruits and her dagger. She cut the largest first and offered him half as she set the pit aside. He took the red fruit and smelled it, not only for the smell as food, but for the energy element of it. It was rather like cherries, only drier and with a far deeper power to it. The fruit offered strength to the heart and lungs. It was a very good fruit. He ate it slowly, absorbing as much as he could. He received energy far quicker through the mouth than through the energy-burning demands of a quickly eaten meal.
It's not a fine wine, but cheers.
She lifted her half in a toast before she took a small taste of it.
Not bad,
she decided, as she finished off her piece of fruit. She cut the others in slices and set them in the little wooden bowl she had carried them in. She was busy cutting and deciding which ones to peel, while he carefully ate the piece she had given him.
Can I ask a question, and you don't have to answer if you don't like, but I'm curious.
She looked up.
How old are you?
Old.
Travis really likes you. I've not seen many men so comfortable with him. They never know what to do with a child. You seem very natural. I wanted to say thank you for that and for saving his life, however many times you've done that. The times I know about and the ones I don't.
You're welcome,
he said, barely audible. She didn't say much else, just shared her gift and then lay down beside him, closing her eyes and falling asleep very quickly. Shannon watched a moment, then slowed his energy and shifted down into a trance. The horses were all fit and healthy, strong and well-trained. They were ugly as sin and had oversized heads, but they were horses and would speed up the trip. The gathered company thanked the men who had given them up and then looked at the sabets. The sabets were large carnivorous birds, about 5 feet tall at the back. They looked like freakish big ducks with hooked beaks and big black eyes. Rivin was fascinated by them, but the rest of the group was either not impressed or were scared of them. To make things even more uneasy, the odd birds were scared of Shannon, so he didn't get too close. They left the birds and moved out, heading northwest again. They traveled most of the day before they stopped for a break, to rest the horses and to eat a little something. They planned to use the full moon to keep going that night.
You're insane, you know that,
Salma said suddenly to Oirion.
What?
He looked up at her, utterly at a loss.
Well, you're shouting your thoughts. If you don't want me to hear them, shield up.
I wasn't even thinking anything,
he said.
Yes, you were. You were thinking that I was a blood.
I was not,
he said defensively. She snorted.
You know about bloods?
Riven asked.
Don't you know anything? Bloods hunt sphinxes. We're very sweet. Yes, all sphinxes study the art to understand our hunters, not to use it,
she added, speaking directly at Oirion.
What would it do to a blood to have his hand up to the side of a bleeding sphinx?
Riven asked curiously. She looked over at the dwarf and considered her reply before she gave it.
If I were to bleed in front of a blood, he'd go mad. He'd either be my slave or I'd be his. It would be like trying to hold your hand over a burning candle. The impulse to pull your hand away is the same as the impulse that an adept blood would have to taste a sphinx as noble as myself.
Could a blood resist such an impulse?
Riven asked.
No, not very likely,
she said confidently, but scowled. She had tasted Shannon's blood scent on the air, and yet he had seemed to not be at all interested in her pain or anyone else's.
What about a blood having the blood of a wizard priest on his hand? What would it take for him to resist that?
Riven pressed, leaning forward, his face as intent as his tone.
That is impossible,
she said with certainty.
I don't think a man has that sort of willpower. Why would he? If a blood could handle the power of you, or him, for instance,
she nodded at Oirion,
and not get burned up, he would be godlike. A blood could have unlimited power as long as he was sipping on you. He could take on hell itself. Refuse it? God, no. No blood could refuse the temptation of the golden powers of a true priest.
It's totally impossible?
Riven asked to be sure.
It's about as likely as the pontiff, being the one who is hunting us for his own mad pleasure,
Shannon said from the far side of the clearing, where he looked eastward out of camp. Riven looked to Shannon, a little startled, his face going slightly pale. That was almost a self-admittance. Riven shifted a little nervously. He needed to talk to Shannon, and soon. But here and now was not the time, and it was getting late. He had so many questions, but the longer he took to ask, the more they seemed impossible. The Sphinx had said that the idea of Shannon being any sort of blood was insane, but then Shannon had to add to it. He looked at the man as if to tell him to just be quiet and not make him think any more. Shannon met his eyes a moment. As if surprised at the look that Riven gave him, Shannon, for the first time, was the one who looked away. Riven swallowed hard. That look, at least, said that Shannon knew who was hunting him. It didn't say who Shannon was or why the church was doing this. Riven was troubled, but tried to push it away. He would deal with it all later. End of Chapter 8. Continue with Chapter 9, The Fall.